Greetings and salutations, and welcome, old friends and new, to Truth Seekers. Tonight, my friends, is a special event for us. Every once in a while, my friends, this webcam and this microphone give me a passport, a method for connecting with some incredible people. And tonight is one of those nights. I'm pleased and delighted to tell you that tonight we have a very special guest in the form of Whitley Strieber. Whitley Strieber, of course, is best known for his horror novels, which I grew up reading, both The Wolfen and The Hunger. I read growing up, and of course, for his seminal work, Communion, a nonfiction account of his experiences with non-human entities. He has maintained actually a dual career of sorts as an author of fiction and also as an advocate for these paranormal concepts, alien experiencers. He has been a fixture in the UFO community and the world of aliens for decades now. Let's all welcome Mr. Whitley Strieber. Welcome, sir. Glad to have you here.
Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm always glad to do these, and so I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, and I thought we would start. Forgive me, but most of my audience here, I'm sure, is very familiar with your original account, and I'm sure most of my audience has read your book. It sold 2 million copies. It was a huge phenomenon at the time that it came out. I remember It was all over popular culture. It was on news shows and talk shows and radio programs. Everybody was talking about this book. I had to get it and read it and was sort of blown away by the whole experience that you had. But I wanted to ask you, given that, I don't know if you know this, but today is actually Christopher Walken's 79th birthday. And I've never heard you.
I thought it was his 179th.
But I've never heard you talk about it, and I wanted to know, what did it feel like when you found out first that they were going to make a movie about your incredible experiences, and then what did it feel like when you heard or knew that the person playing you in the movie was going to be the legendary Christopher Walken?
Well, I wanted Dan Aykroyd.
Really?
So, yeah, and Dan Aykroyd wanted to do it too, but for whatever reason, we ended up with Christopher Walken. And he's a wonderful actor. I'd seen him only once before on the stage in Sweet Bird of Youth with Irene Worth at the Brooklyn Academy of Music. And so I knew his acting abilities, and I got to know him a bit. It was quite a bit of fun to know him. He was a very articulate guy. He knew an awful lot about acting. He said a lot of fascinating things about it.
Well, that's interesting, and it is now an iconic movie. And interestingly, right before I got to speak to Mr. Strieber for the first time through email, I had just rewatched that movie off of a DVD at my cabin in the mountains, because there's, so I thought it was interesting that right after I watched that movie again, I had seen it, in my younger years, but seeing it again, it holds up really well.
Yeah, it seems to have gotten better somehow. When I first saw it, I didn't care for it too much because I was too aware of all of the troubles that had gone into it. There were problems with the special effects and this and that and the usual stuff that happens. And
well, it was the 80s, no CGI, so they had to do all of those effects real.
So it was all physical, and there were a lot of problems. But now looking at it again, which I also did recently, because people kept telling me it was better than I remembered, and they were right. It is.
It's a great movie.
I have to tell you that Chris's idea of me being a completely self-obsessed narcissist is not quite true. I have no camera on me at all times.
Interesting.
But that was his idea, and I think they wanted to make a comedy, and they would have if I hadn't been there watching their every move.
Well, I also wanted to ask you, because these experiences when they first started happened decades ago, and I've never heard really your perspective on this, but I want to know, has the lens of time or your perception after all this time has passed, has your opinions of these entities, what their motivations or their goals were in contacting you, has that perspective for you changed over time?
The perspective has become more complex and deepened. There's been a long arc from the early days when I was really strung out much more than I understood that I was. I didn't really understand how much stress I had been under and how badly it had affected me. And that it took years. Oh, it was years before that began to change. And I went through a period of the uh, 80s and into the 90s when I was do you hear what's that noise?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just tweeting the show out. I apologize. I should have muted my. No, go ahead.
So many electronic glitches happen when I'm on my show that I'm always concerned.
No, everything's fine for once.
Okay, well, anyway, the first few years, they kept coming back, and they kept coming back for the simple reason that I wanted them to, and I was trying to get them to come back, because even though I was terrified, my curiosity was stronger than my fear. And I think it was, in retrospect, a little irresponsible because my wife and son were exposed to this, and there were some very dangerous things that happened, and clearly it was there were things that could go wrong. I mean, they weren't gods; they were trying to do something with us that they obviously didn't do very often, or if at all. And for example, one night I woke up because the house was very bright. This was in about 1992 or 3, I think. And it was filled with this sort of purple light. And I thought, good God, it looks like it's coming from downstairs. So I rushed down the hall, to the end of the hallway where there was a stairway that overlooked the living room, and looked across the stairway where the light was coming from. And there was this purple sort of plasma hanging in the air, about so big, above the couch. And one of our cats, our oldest cat, a Burmese, was called Sadie, was crouched on the back of the couch, sort of moving toward it. And I thought, God, I'm going to get my camera. This was before cell phones. So I ran back to the bedroom and grabbed the camera, which I kept on the bedside table for obvious reasons, hoping to get a picture of something that would take me off the lunatic circuit and put me onto something more real. And but as I got back, there was a big purple flash, and then the light went out. I went down the hall, and both cats were curled up on the floor, like almost. And you couldn't wake them up or anything, and they were still alive. So I went back to bed, and the next morning, Sadie had purple tumors in both of her eyes, and she was in agony, and she had to be put down.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Wow.
This is not a game. And that wasn't done on purpose. I'm sure it was done. It happened because she touched her nose to it. She was curious and touched her nose to it, which also said to Anne, you're curious too, so don't touch your nose to anything else.
Wow.
But it was like that. I mean, there were a lot of things that happened that were right at the edge, or a little, in this case, up beyond the edge. So it was hard, and the amount of tension, the sheer tension that we were all three experiencing was very great. And in retrospect, I have thought to myself, maybe I should have put my family first before my curiosity and just turned away from this entirely. Because, I was a novelist as well. I had never written another book like this except Communion. it would have been forgotten, and I would have gone down another path. And
Yeah, that leads me to one of my other questions that I had for you, because I started rereading the book, and I had recently watched the movie, and it seems like you took a turn at a pivotal point from fearing the experiences or trying to figure them out to actually embracing, even inviting them. And
yeah,
I would think for most people, these kind of experiences would be shocking and absolutely terrifying. But there is a part in the book and movie, I feel, where you seem to accept these experiences, and instead of you invited them, you went looking for them, right? To try to
right.
figure out what was happening.
Well, what basically happened is that the lady on the cover of Communion, I mean, I presume it's the same being, it could have been a different one, fell in love with us and with the family, and started practically living in the house she was around all the time. And to give you an idea of what that was like, my son once we used to have kids up to the house, and we had told all the parents, it wasn't a secret, that this was real and it was happening. And so we would go up to the house, and my son would have friends, and he had a friend up who, she would sort of half wake me up. You were never normal around her. It was not like you never sat across a table from her and chatted. It was not like that. But you were definitely in an altered state. And I saw her beside the bed, and I couldn't move, but she had, let me backtrack a second. The boy had, as a child, a little child, they were about 8 or 9 10 at this point, had stuck his tongue in a light socket, and he had a big scar on his mouth. And then suddenly there she is at the bedside with this smoke pouring out of her mouth, and she's making these very upset kind of tweeting noises and stuff. And then she went away and didn't come back. And I was used to her. I mean, she was around all the time. And finally, I just went back to sleep. But what I didn't know was she had been standing outside the bedroom, the boy's bedroom, with the door cracked open, and she had 3 long fingers that could move like snakes and had black claws on the end of them, and another shorter one, I guess, worked as an opposing thumb like this, and like it was like this, and but many knuckles. I mean, unless they were actually didn't even have bone in them, I don't know. So what she'd been doing was sticking 2 of these fingers in the door, and scratching up and down the door and tapping on the door, because the guest bed was right across the hall from the bedroom from the door. My son's bedroom was off in the corner, so he didn't experience this. And when we got up in the morning, I didn't know this had happened. The boy said, "Mr. Strieber, these claws kept coming and scratching on the door all night." I said, "Oh, really?"
Wow.
He said, "Yeah." "Was that an alien?" I said, "Well, were you dreaming?" "No, sir." He said, "I was not dreaming."
Mm.
And I said, "Well, then maybe it was, because they do come around here. I told your folks about that." He said, "Mr. Strieber, I would like to go home now." And so
Wow.
we took him home, and never saw him again. That was the end of the relationship.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think I would go back either. Mr. DB Cooper is in the live chat with a contribution to our show and says, "I always thought it was genius that you asked to smell them. I would have done the same." So can you tell me what
Yeah.
prompted you to smell them, and what do they
But,
smell like?
well, okay. They've smelled different ways, obviously. I've tried that more than once. And the reason is, I'm very aware of the more senses you engage, the more chance you have of having a coherent memory.
Yeah, the more senses, and that's scientifically proven fact. The more
Right.
senses are involved in a memory, the greater the
So
strength of the memory.
I was seeing something, I was hearing it, I was being touched, and I wanted my sense of smell to also be engaged. And the night the one in December of '85, which I remembered quite. I mean, I was conscious during that experience. I wanted to smell. I said, "Let me smell your hand." And one of them had these big blue gloves on. He pushed his hand up against my nose, and as I recall, it smelled sort of cinnamony and earthy, maybe a little bit of skin like. But another time, when these entities that were invisible were trying to meditate with me at the cabin, and I finally couldn't do it because you try meditating in a room full of invisible people who are almost, I mean, they're invisible, but you can hear them breathing and moving around. It's not like ghosts or anything.
Yeah, that's a
It's
bizarre
going to be hard to
experience.
do. So I said, the first night they showed up, I said, "Look, I can't see you, but I know perfectly well you're in the room. And I am going to leave the room if I can't see you, because there's no point in me staying here. I can't meditate like this." So nothing happened. And I said, "Okay, well, I'm going to bed." And I went to bed. And in the middle of the night, there came a bang, bang on my shoulder, which was very familiar. They would pop on my shoulder when they wanted me to wake up in those days. We were really very close to them at that cabin. And so what I see is sitting on the foot of the bed is a man, a perfectly ordinary man, although he's wearing a tunic, not our kind of clothing. And he's very still. He's sitting with his back against the footboard, very still. And I think to myself, he's doing it. Whoever was in there is showing me what he looks like. So I go down to the foot of the bed, and I'm like this far from him. I'm like looking right at him. I can see his face. It's it would look like it was a human face. Let me put it that way. And his hands are lying on his knees. And so, okay, I can see, I can't hear anything. There's no touch. I don't know how I can generate anything involving my hearing. I said hello, but he was just totally still and silent. So I took his hand. Therefore, I'm now engaging touch as well. And I smelled the back of his hand, lifted it to my nose, and smelled it to try to smell his skin. And the guy's skin was ripe. I mean, this was not somebody who'd bathed any time recently, if it ever. And it shocked me that he stank so badly.
Oh, wow. So this one stunk.
I dropped his hand, and he immediately just disappeared. And I think it was because it was taking him from whatever he was or wherever he was from. It was taking a lot of concentration to remain visible in our sphere of reality. And when I did that suddenly, it broke his concentration and he was gone. But wow. Those are two instances, and both times the sense of smell did help. That said, temporal lobe epilepsy is characterized by strong scents and odors are part of the temporal lobe hallucinatory spectrum. However, I had already been so carefully tested for this illness, which was during the period of time I was trying to explain this away. I did not want to conclude that I'd been diddled with by goddamn aliens. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's a little hard to take. Yeah.
What just happened? I wasn't in this whole crazy world at all. So that was one of the first tests I ran on myself. I got a doctor, obviously, as a neurologist, to run it. And I was not only did I not have temporal lobe epilepsy, I had an exceptionally stable brain that could stand up to a lot of challenge, because the way the test works is they put leads up your nose so that they can get electrical signals directly from the temporal lobe, and then they challenge your mind, your brain, with different types of flashing light. And my brain remained stable through the whole challenge. So it was obviously not that was not my illness, not my issue. And I already knew that when this happened.
Yeah. Dorothy Hawkins is here and says, "Thanks for paving the way for experiencers, Mr. Strieber. Communion opens so many eyes." And then we had a question from Annie Kurtz. Did you have any emotions that you recall during the encounters? Examples: love, hate, gratitude, fear.
All of the above and
I was going to say that. Yeah.
The December 1985 experience was terrifying. And I'd been scared of this for a long time before. I think they started coming in the summer before that, because that was when I became obsessed with getting a shotgun. I was marching around the house with a shotgun. I had an alarm system installed. I got a pistol. I mean, I'm a Texan. The Texan feels threatened. He's going to.
Yeah, you're going to shoot those aliens, right?
I mean, that's my first thought. And it wasn't just any shotgun. It was a Benelli riot gun. It was a big old mother, a big 8-shot riot gun that I had loaded with slugs. And I knew how to shoot a shotgun with slugs in it very effectively. I could have disabled a car with that shotgun very easily.
Yeah, that's a big gun. Yeah.
It's a big gun. And so that was definitely there. And then in October, what happened in the summer is I would have these nights, these very disturbed nights, and then during the day I would have horrible headaches, and the headaches were from pushing away what was happening in the night and refusing to face it. Then finally it comes in October. There are other witnesses. Annie Gottlieb and Jacques Sandalescu are there. And they have experiences too. And me and Anne and our boy did as well. So, then it's sort of coming to the surface. At that point, I know there's something weird going on, all right.
I would think so, yeah.
Then December comes and it bursts out into my consciousness. I'm beat up. I've been screwed in the butt. I've had a needle go in my head. And so I know that something has happened to me in December. My first thought is that I've been screwed with, because of, I'm an author, and there's always some nut who doesn't like something you write.
Yeah.
And so I thought that somebody had gotten into the house and screwed with me in the night, and that I had not, that was, and so I viewed it at first as a crime, and only after, I guess it was late February, early March, when I finally faced the fact that it had to have been a real experience.
Wow. I wanted to ask you about one of the tantalizing things about your story and many other experiencers' story seems to be the lack of physical evidence. And it makes me wonder, were these real physical experiences, or perhaps this is all some mental phenomenon and not physical? But in your book, Solving the Communion Enigma, you wrote, quote, "Later that day, I noticed a sore lump at the top of my left ear. From time to time, the ear would get red and hot." And then you went to a doctor who diagnosed a probably benign cyst that was fixed in the pinna of the ear, close to the top.
The top part.
So I wanted to ask, do you still feel like that's an alien implant in your ear?
I don't know if it's an alien implant. I know I saw it. I saw the people come into the room who put it in, and they were two human beings, a man and a woman. So that's pretty straightforward. I mean, I couldn't stop them. I tried to.
Have you had a doctor try to remove it, or somebody to study it? Because I know you knew Roger Lear and did a book with him as well.
I did have a doctor try to remove it. The video's on my website. And
oh, interesting. I did not know that.
It's a huge website. I got to do something about the organization of the darn thing.
There's a lot of info. I noticed. I looked at it earlier. Yeah. There's a lot of there is a massive amount of information. Yeah. And by the way, to those in the live chat, I put his website address into the description of this video. And as far as his books, all you have to do is search his name on Amazon, Whitley Strieber, and there is so many books. I did want to ask you about some of your later experiences, because another book of yours that I found fascinating was, hold on, I'm going to share it here so people get an idea of this. Because your early experiences seems to be all these typical, what people would call aliens.
Yeah.
But in this book, The Key, A True Encounter, you describe a very human-like figure that came to you. And my take from it is that this person just came to you and started teaching you some of the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like at the time. Well, what happened was I was in the Delta Chelsea Hotel in Toronto, which may still be there for all I know, and it was 1998. And I did not know, but it was the last author tour I would ever do in my life. And so I was, I had dinner in the room. They come in late and the restaurant was closed, so I had dinner in the room. And I had closed my eyes, and there came a knock at the door, and I saw that the room service tray was still on the desk, in the little desk and so I assumed it was the waiter. And I opened the door, and this man comes in. He's not as tall as I am. I mean, I'm 6'1", and he must have been about 5'8". He was an older man and didn't look at all threatening. In other words, there was no sense of it being like someone trying to muscle their way into my room. But I still, as soon as I realized he wasn't the room service waiter, I only had one thought: get him out of here. Because if I don't get him out of here, I'm going to be talking to this guy at 2:00 in the morning. I had now come to realize it was much later than I thought. And that can't be good, right? Someone comes into your hotel room where, they've had to work to find you, and it's 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah, what are they doing there at that hour? Right?
No matter
That would
what
be my first thought.
no matter what they say, this is going to be a problem. And he starts to talk. Immediately turns around by the window and starts talking to me. And it's quite interesting. Very unexpected things he started to say. And I got interested. I simply got interested. And I asked him questions, and it went off for about 45 minutes or so. And then something happened that had happened before during one of the experiences, which is, and this is the thing, that's one of the things that tells you that this stuff is really way, way beyond where we are. It just seems sort of part of normal life when it's happening. And that is that he gave me this glass from the bathroom, one of the hotel glasses, that had a white liquid in it, and asked me to drink it. Now, would you?
That's bizarre. No, I wouldn't do it. I remember this from the book, and I thought, why is he just going, okay, bottoms up and drinking this?
Absolutely no way would I do that, but I did it. I didn't even think twice about it, because he had this under his control, obviously. So I drank it, and it was very bitter. And that happened once before during one of the close encounter experiences that I had after I wrote Communion. I think I mentioned it in this next book, Transformation. Anyway, I immediately fell asleep. And when I woke up the next morning, the first thing in my mind was, call Anne and tell her this happened, because you know yourself very well. You are going to decide it never happened by the end of today, and it is important. I'd taken notes even.
Yeah, there's a lot of sort of philosophical. It was like this guy just showed up at your door, and then he dropped all of this philosophical, strange knowledge on you. This esoteric lessons of life and beautiful poetic things,
and the book Superstorm came out of that meeting as much as it came out of anywhere, because he talked about how ice ages end and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, history, philosophy, religion, spirituality.
Right. It was amazing, an amazing conversation. And so I found out much later what I drank. I know what it is now. was called in and it's hard to find this on the internet, but I found it in a book about classical ancient Greece. It was called the milk of Nepenthe, the milk of the goddess of sleep, and it is an opium tincture where it's
Great.
and
That'll make you fall asleep.
yeah,
Not off.
exactly.
Yeah.
And now if this is also high tech, why are they using as a something to put you to sleep, an opium concoction
That's
that
bizarre.
has been known by mankind for thousands of years, probably to the ancient Egyptians even. See what I mean? Isn't it weird? I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of things in your books that I go, just to play the devil's advocate. Some people are not really believing of your experiences or whatever, but there's these weird little details or things in some of your books that I would think that if somebody was fabricating things, that would be out of place. It doesn't make sense that this happened, or
well,
it's
if I was
interesting.
fabricating things, I would make it more believable.
Yes, and also to play the devil's advocate,
you read my books, and they are so far out there. But
yeah, a little bit.
I am trying as hard as I can to describe these experiences accurately, without regard to what happens to me. Because you go on Wikipedia or any of those things, and you can find more trash talk about me than you can believe. Because people don't want this to be like this. If
They don't accept it, yeah.
Here, they basically want to trade cool video games and go to the other planet on a fancy saucer or something. That's what they really want. But this is bizarre beyond belief. It's incredibly intense. And once it gets into your life, it does not stop. You got a lot of people in different places in the government who believe it's demonic. You got a lot of people who think the abductees are all crazy and that none of this has ever happened. And then I sit here and I can reach up and touch that implant anytime I want to. And not only that, I know how it works and I know how to use it. So, and I use it in my work all the time. So there you have it. Crazy,
yeah.
Strange.
That is crazy and strange.
He has to be a liar. But
yeah, again, to be the devil's advocate, one of the other criticisms that I've heard of you, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you about some of this stuff. So
you know how many times I've had this conversation.
I get it, but no, I'm gonna get a little bit personal. But I want you to know, going into this question, I'm on your side. Some people have suggested that you are all about money and you're all in this for money, and that every time you need to write a new book, suddenly you're having new experiences and suddenly there's a new book. So this is all about profiteering and money. But I just wanted to ask you, because you've had some people aren't aware of this, but you've had 2 fiction books that were hugely popular in the form of the Hunger and Wolfen that were turned into Hollywood movies. You've had The Communion that was turned into a Hollywood movie. So yeah. I guess when people say that about you, my mind goes to the fact that you were already a wealthy man. Isn't that fair to say that you were already a wealthy man before all this started?
No.
You had Hollywood movie deals, right?
We went bankrupt in 1998.
Okay.
Because, this criticism is what you've just described is what the general public believes about me. And that was reflected in the decline and eventual destruction of my career as an author. I publish my own books now, not because there's any conspiracy against me, but because publishers can't sell them. They don't sell. And they don't sell because the public believes I'm a liar. And I have not succeeded in breaking through to the general public because there is simply so much resistance to the high strangeness. And I don't blame people for that at all. My books in the early 90s and late 80s from my books made a lot of money, but
2
then
million. Communion sold 2 million copies. That's a lot
yeah,
of copies
well,
of a
yeah, it
book,
did,
right?
and it still sells a few copies every year. But I get about $1,500 a year from it. But I was unable to hold on to that money because it made it, it dried up too suddenly. We had the after I believe it was the book Majestic, things just cratered, and there were no sales. And then the next thing we knew, we lost everything. We lost the cabin. We lost everything. We ended up in a little condo
Oh,
in San Antonio,
sorry to hear that.
home, my home, which I had hometown, which we had bought for my mother, and she passed away, and we ended up living in it and trying to keep our son in school because he was in a private school, and we didn't want to move him. Uh, and so it was really hard. And I made a little bit of money. Then came on Superstorm when it made a movie, and that lasted us for a few years. But it wasn't enough to stave off the bankruptcy, and the loss of the cabin was a terrible blow.
Oh yeah, Mr. Strieber, I have a cabin that I've been building by hand for 3 years now, and it would kill me to lose it.
Yeah,
So
well,
I feel for you, because that becomes like mine has become like a family place, and all these memories there. So yeah, that had to be painful for
I
you.
also had learned techniques of relating to the visitors that made it very easy for them to materialize. And I was really doing something remarkable at that cabin. If I had been able to stay there, I don't know how far I would have been able to go with it, but I was bringing two worlds together in that space, and not just in the cabin, but in the area around it.
Surrounding it. Yeah, somebody was asking, does Mr. D.B. Cooper was asking, this is right to what you're talking about now. Do you believe that it was you or the isolated place that led to your contact?
Uh, it's both. It wasn't the isolation; it was the geography. I mean, the geology, excuse me, of the area. The cabin is situated on a seam of iron that runs from runs all the way up the Hudson Valley to Rosendale, New York, and then beyond that to Woodstock. And you can, if you know how, and I can't describe it. It's like riding a bicycle. Why can you balance on a bicycle? The answer is
Yeah, that's an odd thing.
I mean, right?
And you never forget how to do it too. That's another odd
I
human
learned to
thing.
balance on that bicycle, and I could make a situation where they could kind of walk into our reality, and it pretty easily. And when I say they, I don't know who they are. I don't think of them as aliens, because somehow or another, someone who can suddenly appear in your bedroom out of nowhere doesn't strike me as having come from another planet. They've come from another
Dimension.
relationship to reality, but not necessarily another world.
John Brisson is here, and he says, Stephen, off topic, but can you please ask Whitley about the Finders cult in Mexico? I'm writing a book on them. God bless.
Well, there's a lot of I did a little research into the Finders cult years ago, because I believe I was taken to a place in Mexico, supposedly a school for bright children in Monterrey, when I was about 7, and it was not a good experience. And when I happened upon the Finders cult and saw that the children who were found in the park in Tallahassee, what happened, for those of you who don't know, is they were these sort of feral children were found, noticed by people in this park in Tallahassee, Florida, and the people called the police because they couldn't understand what these dirty little kids were doing wandering around in this park. And the children knew their names, but they didn't seem to know anything else about themselves. But when the police got there and questioned them, they said that they were from they were going to a special school in Mexico for bright children. And this really attracted my attention because I thought to myself, my God, it's real. And it's still going on. And so I did a little bit of more research, but my efforts to find such a place, uh, uh,
So you weren't able to reproduce it somewhere else.
I wasn't able to find any such place.
Yeah, Lord Ludacris has a great question, actually, that's related to what you're talking about right now. He says, has he spoken to the current owners of the cabin? And if so, do they have any experiences?
No, they don't. And you're not going to. If I'm there, if I'm there for a few days, they're going to have experiences, but not otherwise. You have to be, they don't have the genetic coding or whatever it is that the experiences have. They're very sweet people. They're lovely people, in fact, but they've never had anything like this. And
so do you believe some people are predisposed to have these experiences or be more open to them than others?
It's either that they are predisposed to it or they come to it in one way or another. One of my father's brothers was involved in the Roswell incident as an Air Force officer at Wright Field when the debris was brought there. And anyone will tell you in the experiencer groups that this goes down family lines. And for whatever reason, and maybe that's not the reason, I ended up involved somehow when I was a child. And this involvement is, well, I'll give you an idea. If you remember communion, I get very upset when they stick a needle in the side of my head.
Understandable, yeah.
Well, there's a part of the brain called the white matter, which connects two executive function areas called the caudate and the putamen. And the more dense this white matter is, some doctors have found, the more sort of psychic experiences and so forth people have. And so they wanted to study mine, of course, my brain, and see what they could find. And they got an MRI scan of it, and it doesn't show, it shows just normal, except for one thing. All of the wiring between the two brain areas is completely unique in the experience of these doctors. They've never seen anyone wired together like that. And I've often wondered if what went into my head that night changed my brain. And it literally made me able to do this more.
To interface with them. Maybe they gave you some sort of upgrade?
They had seen my interest, and therefore they decided to make it easier for me to interface with them. That's just one theory, but I would love to see more scans of close encounter witnesses, because some of the others have been found to have very, very dense white matter between the two brain areas. And so there's something going on there. Definitely.
That's the thing. That's the part of this kind of phenomenon that fascinates me, when we can show scientifically, like, these people that are having these experiences have marked differences in their neurology than the average person.
It's very exciting. And, we have, we'll eventually find someone who has an MRI from earlier and an MRI from now, who has this unusual brain structure, and we can find out then for sure whether or not it's something that they started with or something that came into them later, if they were altered. And that would be a big plus if we knew that, because then we would also know that they must be, whoever's doing this must be looking for people, perhaps because of DNA signatures of some kind. So
interesting. And I also wanted to ask you, through the lens of time, do you have a better sense of first of all, why are they contacting people, or what is their purpose in contacting people? And also, I had a question from Emmett from UFO Brothers that was already on my list, and he wanted to know what's with the aliens and the dancing. That was a question
And
from
what?
Emmett. What's with the aliens and the dancing? Or was that, yeah, or was that sort of hyped up in the film? You know, there's a scene where
Oh, that's totally film.
okay, so they weren't dancing with you, and
They
no?
did not dance with me. No
Okay.
way. There was no dancing.
Okay, but
First of all,
the
they were
first part of the question is, do you have a sense of what is the purpose? Like, one of
well,
the things
it's a huge
that makes
question.
me go, why would you go, if they are aliens, let's say, why would you go light years and then have contact with the intelligent beings on another planet? And it just, you know, what is the purpose of this contact? Did you find any reason, or do you find any, you know, some kind of something that makes sense of why they would be contacting you? Did they want something from you? Do they want to educate you to go educate other people about their existence? What could it be?
Well, I think that's part of it. I think that there is an enormous gulf between us. Enormous. Like one of the officers who was at Wright Field, not my uncle, held one of the bodies, and his description of it was that it was like a gigantic insect, like a big insect. It was very light and not it was not substantial at all. And I assume that they were dissected. I don't think the alien autopsy film reflects. It certainly doesn't reflect what I heard in my family. The descriptions I heard in my family. And I knew nothing about the family connection to it until after I wrote Communion, and my uncle called me down to his a place in Texas and said, "Listen, we need to talk." And he told me what he knew, and General Exon, Art Exon, also, who was his friend, told me a lot, and I based my whole book Majestic on this. So
That's one of the iconic scenes from the movie too, the
movie, right?
insectoids. Yeah.
Well, see, there's something, and you know, if you read Jacques Vallée's new book of Trinity, it talks about insect-like looking beings, and that is a big meme in the whole Close Encounter experience. It is that there's something about that's that's real. So if you look at that, you think to yourself, maybe they're an evolution like ants or bees, and they have a communal mind. But then you get to know them, and they have a tremendous individuality and highly developed emotion. They're very emotionally intense people, and yet they do seem to have a completely communal mind. I mean, it's very strange because you're with these beings who project a real sense of individuality, just like we
But
do.
there's some sort of hive mind above that, right?
But beyond that, there's this huge mind, and we're not going to be able to communicate very well at all, ever. I don't think, because we're just too different.
Yeah, it's like trying to talk to a roach, right? If we tried to
Well, yeah,
communicate with
it's
a
like
roach,
trying to talk to a genius bee or something.
yeah. And I also wanted to ask you about, what is your opinion of, it seems to me that your experiences, there's different sort of beings. You've got these sort of midgets with the big heads. They're not the typical gray, but then you also did have the typical uh, gray alien sort of interactions, and others, right? Human-like entities, more
Yeah,
human.
more humanish. Yeah, humanoid. Um, well,
Did you get a sense that this race's purpose is this, and this race was
not at
doing
all.
this, or no?
No, it's not that simple. I mean, if we went to another world, we would have thousands of different purposes, and many of them would be in conflict with each other, just
Sure.
because of the way we are. And that's the same thing here. It's very my sense of the Greys, especially, is that they're quite territorial. Like at the cabin, it's one kind of gestalt to the experience, and here in Santa Monica, it's different. They're different. They have a different approach and an entirely different way of doing things. So they're obviously different. And yet, when I've seen the ones here, which is only a couple of times, very briefly, they do appear to have that same form. But I've also seen these tall blonde people, and they are, none of them. I wouldn't say we could describe any of them as playing what we would think of as with a full deck. And the blonde people are they're just, you're not going to get anywhere trying to understand what they are. And yet at the same time, they can really interface and interact very fully if they want to. But you can't get into them. The Greys are somehow more approachable. I mean, they have a more similar kind of emotional makeup as us. They get mad and they have a sense of humor. And, the blonde people are very strange. They're very beautiful. In fact, give you an idea of how intense it can be. We were at a hotel in San Francisco, me and my son and my wife once. And I was meditating in the living room at probably about 1 o'clock in the morning. And suddenly this woman was standing in front of me. And I have never experienced such a sense of goodness before. It was unbelievable. It was like, if you can imagine, goodness is a field, not just a state of mind, but a field, like an energy field.
And you felt this coming off of her?
Oh, yeah. And my soul just popped out of my body. And she looked down at my soul, and she was obviously embarrassed that, I felt like an idiot. I was just so abject. I couldn't believe it. The feeling was so intense. And then she disappeared, and my son comes running in out of one of the bedrooms and says, Daddy, there's a big silver UFO outside my window. And so I jump up and I run in, and it's gone, and she's gone. And that's the blondes. That's what they are.
That's bizarre.
Blondes.
Where time is running short, I do appreciate you giving us this time, and I don't want to try to roll over the time that,
No, thank you.
But I do have I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you about this Anjali story, because I covered it from the very beginning, and it sort of came crashing down, and she was involving you, claiming that you were brokering some deal.
Oh no, that was
all of this stuff. Yes. So I just wanted to ask you, what's your take on her? You've interviewed her. You've talked to her.
Show, and obviously you had some trouble. I've had one or two shows where I've blown up on people, and it's not a podcaster's job.
It's not something I was proud of.
I'm not gonna say shame on you, because I've done it myself.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it was a mistake. But you know what? I learned from mistakes. I will never ever again pop off like that on a guest.
Yeah, I know.
I agree. It was just not the right thing to do. It was just a lot. It was a year of this building up in me, and her. I felt that she was manipulating me the whole time, and then the story came crashing.
Yeah, so I interviewed her on my show, but I waited until after December the 21st, because I was rather certain nothing would happen. In fact,
me too.
I was absolutely certain nothing would happen. But at the same time, I checked out her curriculum vitae, and it's real. And she has got a very distinguished career in intelligence work.
That's what shocked me and made me interested.
So therefore, something's going on here that is typical of this experience. It doesn't make sense And yet there it is. I mean, here this person with this distinguished career goes out to the desert, blows grass or gets high or doesn't, or whatever happens. She suddenly goes home, jumps in her car, and drives to Washington because she's afraid to fly, and goes and tries to have a press conference on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial to announce that she's going to take a group of scientists into a cave in the Mojave Desert to meet aliens. And when I saw that press conference, I thought to myself, there's only one country in the world where this can happen. It's here. This
United
is
States. Yeah.
for sure. And only in America. So I thought, well, I'll get in touch with her. And I eventually did that. And I'm not a, I've been through too much myself to come down on people.
To judge her, yeah.
I understand the people who do. I mean, because, she makes a big claim like that and then it doesn't happen. And of course, people come down on her. But when I interviewed her, I tried to explore what was behind it. What in the world would possess her to do that, even if she was crazy. And I mean, it's certifiably crazy, but she could be. This is not the first choice in terms of announcing my crazy to the world. You might, do something more conventional and less bizarre than that.
Or less dramatic, I thought, right?
But if there is something manipulating her on some level, just maybe that something wants to send a message, to put up a trial balloon with the intelligence community by placing a distinguished intelligence officer in a situation like that. That community could not fail to notice, especially her friends, what she was doing. Absolutely not fail to notice it. And did it, therefore, were they also looking at the minds of these people to see how they would react if there really was going to be a meeting? In other words, was it a trial balloon of some bizarre sort?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't know. I don't know, but I was fascinated by the whole thing. And
well, unfortunately, we finally get to this person, Wayne, whose real name is Brian, and there's no tunnel. There's no corroboration to her story from the other people that were there. I've spoken to him and his wife, and they both just want out of the story. They don't want to, they don't want their lives broadcast on the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the last thing they want. And but this has happened many times over the course of this adventure of contact, she's struck me as a very sweet person, and she's got a very good mind. And why this happened to her and she did this, I don't think we'll ever know.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah. There's a lot of people in the live chat that are asking if you're having ongoing, continuing experiences.
Oh, yeah.
I guess we should end it on that, because we all know
now this is my life.
This is just normal for you now? Like, you talk to aliens?
I don't talk to aliens. I don't know who I talk to, but I talk to them a fair amount. I have experiences in this apartment. My friends call this apartment the unquiet flat, because anyone who's in here for any length of time is going to be sniffed out by the visitors for sure, or whatever's there. And I'm used to it. I just live with it. I meditate with them at 3 o'clock every morning. And 1 o'clock in the afternoon and 11 o'clock at night. And if I don't, the 3 o'clock one is their really important one. And that's the time in one of the yoga. There's a yoga belief that in India, it's called Brahma Muhurta time, the time of about an hour and a half or so before sunrise, when the mind is most open to learning. And I that's the time of day I use the implant. And I've written 3 books and I'm working on a 4th this way.
And you think the implant gives you some sort of connection to these beings?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not mysterious. It opens up slit that you can see if you look against a white surface in my eye, and you can see words rushing past. And it's been explained to me by some people, not by aliens, because it was put in by people after all. How that works is it can find things in my unconscious and put them into the mid-conscious. In other words, not into consciousness, because that wouldn't work, but just below consciousness, and expand my whole conceptual process tremendously. And
do you
so
think this is did you think this is a machine, or is it
is a
some
machine.
mystical
Yeah.
thing, or
It's a device. Absolutely. It has a signal. Even the signal's been detected, but unfortunately that part of it is classified. And because I know it's classified, I'm in the legal position of not being able to talk about it. But the thing is very
that's crazy. But don't you? I mean, see, the things like when I hear stories like that, and like if you've ever heard the story of the Aurora UFO crash, and there may be an alien body buried right there, that stuff to me is so tantalizing. I want to go get a shovel and prove if that alien is buried there or not. And in your case, I'm not going to go get a scalpel and try to cut that thing out of you, but part of me wants to, so that we can examine it, see what it is, what it does. No, I would never do that. But I mean, that's what I think, though. Like, it's so tantalizing that you may have the absolute proof of alien visitors or interdimensional beings with high technology sitting right there in your ear. For me, I would want to study that thing and offer that as proof.
It was put
in by people. Maybe like a My Lab situation?
Not maybe. I'm not sure. They were not people who were living by the same rules we live by, and they were not. I don't think they were some kind of deep state people or anything. And it was many, many years before I learned how to use it. And I don't want to. It's too. We can talk another time about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're just about out of time here.
It's not an alien implant. It belongs to us. But whether it belongs to the living or the dead or people who live between the worlds, I don't know. But I do know this, that it's a valuable tool. It is not a mind control device. My mind's always been completely out of control. That is not changed in any way.
Well, you're an incredibly creative person to have written so many amazing stories. I mean, I grew up with The Hunger and Wolfen. Those were great stories.
Yeah.
Have you gotten back to writing a lot more fiction, or mostly are you just writing? You're just writing your experiences, right?
Well, no, I'm not writing about my experiences anymore because there are various reasons that's in the past. I'm actually working now about a book about the character of the phenomenon of the grays and so forth, and I'm going to publish that hopefully in the summer. And I'm going to come out with a audio book of communions in May, and a new edition of it with a new introduction that discusses where I've been since.
Awesome. Like an updated version, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I hope you'll come back here to promote it. I'm going to thank you so much. This has been a real pleasure for me. I've been connected to you in some weird way my whole life, either through movies I enjoyed or your book. I couldn't put it down when I first got it. I carried it with me in my backpack back and forth to school, and I would read it, and the other kids would borrow it from me. So just a pleasure to have you here. I hope that you will come back again, Mr. Strieber.
The book was there to initiate contact, and it did. It worked very well, despite the fact that the visitors laughed at it and thought it was a bunch of told me that anyway, they thought it was a bunch of nonsense.
They're book critics. That's interesting.
They're not book critics, they're bastards.
Well, what a way to
don't write reviews is all I can say.
What a way to end the interview. So I'm gonna wish you a good evening, and I hope that you don't be a stranger. You're always welcome here.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Strieber. Oh, great. So what can I say, friends? Tonight is one of those nights where I got to use this webcam and this microphone as a portal to an amazing and interesting individual. And I'll always remember this because I really did grow up loving that Hunger movie with David Bowie, and the Wolfen movie was one of my favorites growing up. I got the books later. The books are better than the movies, by the way. So what else can I say, friends? Successful evening. I want to thank all of you guys for showing up. I want to thank each and every one of you kind and generous benefactors. And what else can I say? I'm always happy when there's an audience. Glad that you could come here tonight and be a part of mine. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Welcome back to the Midnight Hour Show. Celebrate the Midnight Hour on the Fringe FM. Fringe FM.
Welcome back, my friends. We're going to get right into it tonight with our interview with Grant Cameron. We started our interview with a discussion about the Stanton Friedman archives he'd recently visited. When I started talking to Stan, I was on the Bob Lazar believer side, and he and I went back and forth and had, I would call it a spirited debate a few times. And he said, check here, check here, check here, go look here, dig deeper, and come back and tell me what you find and how you feel after that. And we went back and forth and back. And eventually I got to be on the side of definitely on his side of the fact that I don't believe the story's credible. But he had promised, he said, I've got this from when I looked up. I've got some paperwork. I'll send you the paperwork if I dig it out. And it was amazing to me to see that some of the paperwork we talked about, you dug out of those archives. So I really want to go myself and take a look.
Yeah. There's lots of interesting stuff there. I mean, it's a matter of how much time, because when I was there, I don't really have time to really read anything. So I just photograph. So I really haven't read 95% of it yet. Because if you're there every day, but I was only there, I knew, for 5 days. So and I had 16 boxes to go through. And actually, there was 2 boxes. They made a mistake the last day. I didn't get to see the last 2 boxes, but so. And then she apparently, Joanna told somebody, another researcher, that she was talking 10 years. It will take them to go through all this kind of stuff because most of it isn't sorted, it isn't filed. And I've tried to help the archivist in terms of saying, what the different subjects are, what the different names are, so she knows, how to categorize this stuff. Because to her, it's just a big blur. She has no idea what UFOs is about or who the characters are or the subjects and stuff. So,
yeah,
but
it's definitely
it's
a
an
niche
interest.
subject. Yeah, and
Yeah.
one of the other things I wanted to talk to you about is you, of course, are known for this presidential UFO stuff. And you
Yeah.
did something that is incredibly rare that I respect and admire because I've gotten to be almost friends with a couple of archivists from the Reagan Library. You went to
Okay.
all of them, didn't you? All of them that you could get to.
Well, a couple of them I didn't go to. I didn't go to the Bush Library, and I didn't go to the Kennedy Library. John Greenwald got the stuff out of the Kennedy Library. A number of them I've been to a number of times. Like the Reagan, I've probably been there 2 or 3 times. The Carter Library, the Clinton Library, I've been there a couple times. So I've been to just about all of them, but not all of them.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a rare thing. I don't know if you're aware, but sort of the younger generation of people interested in this stuff. It's kind of, a lot of people like to call them right-click researchers, and they kind of feel like, well,
Oh yeah.
anything's on the internet. But don't you find that you find much more deep stuff that people have never heard of if you actually go to the archives and dig?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, what's happening today is people are basically they're chasing the latest story, like 24/7 news, and so everybody's talking about the Nimitz, and then they talk about the Nimitz again, and the Nimitz, and it was like one sighting. Get over it already, and so people don't really realize. Like I'm always fighting with people about people who really don't have the background in terms of understanding how it all fits together. The fact that Bill Moore was very important, that Stan's work on MJ12 was important, that there was no grays before 1961, and there's a lot of stuff that people just assume a lot of stuff, and they don't have any background because basically they're always looking for disclosure. They think that the disclosure is going to come with the next big story. So, and that's where I sort of disagreed with Stan on the Area 51 thing. That basically what happens is a story will come, and I believe the government leaks these stories, and it has a plausible deniability clause in it where it all falls apart. And everybody just goes, oh, it's a hoax, or somebody goes, it's a hoax, and everybody runs for the hills, and they go to the next story. And that's why we're so easily deceived by the people who are running the show. Is everybody's looking for the next story. So a story will come up, nobody checks it, everybody just puts it out there, they run around, and then somebody says it's a hoax, and they go on to the next story, and nobody ever looks back and tries to put it all together. That there are a lot of stories from the past that nobody bothers to even, they have no idea. Like most people wouldn't even have any idea about the MJ12 controversy, how it occurred, how the document came out. Even I discovered something pretty significant at Stan's library. And I was there when it happened. I was around with these guys. I was sort of interacting with them, and I was dealing with Dr. Eric Walker on the MJ12 thing. And I didn't realize until I read a letter from Stan's files that Stan did not have the MJ12 document. I don't think he had it until it was released by Bill Moore in 1987. So it was mailed to Jimmy Chandray in December of 84. And Stanton didn't see it until it was released at the MUFON conference in Washington, D.C. in 87. Bill Moore wouldn't send it to him. He said it was too risky to send him the document. So Stan never saw the document. I always assumed Stan was in on the research. And you'll see when I release some of these letters that Stan was very upset, that he figured he'd been had, that they didn't do proper research on the document and this sort of thing. And so these kind of things, there's these little intricacies that I went to look for in terms of trying to find things that fit little pieces, like the correspondence between Bill Moore and Stanton Friedman, because Bill Moore had the 24 sources, the same as Tom DeLonge now has his 24 sources.
Yeah,
and Bill Moore
I love your analysis on that, and it really opens my eyes because I remembered UFO Cover Up Live, and I remembered the aviary, and I specifically remembered Richard Doty, who
Yeah.
not long ago I got a chance to actually interview, which was amazing to me because I remember, honestly, I was like a kid that was interested in flying saucers and UFOs when that came out, and then
Yeah.
the MJ-12 documents, and then really it was like it was really UFO Cover Up Live, MJ-12 documents, and then the Bob Lazar story that got me so interested. And
Yeah.
it's interesting to me that you had this theory about TTSA that I thought was so spot on because there's so many people involved. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And also, on the subject of Bill Moore, I would like to contact him. I don't know if he would want to
Good luck.
talk. I don't know if he would want to speak to me. I've tried multiple people. If you know any way that I can contact him, the closest I have found is that he's in my state, and I believe that he was like a custodian at a school. The last is sort of the last accurate information that I had on him, but from what I hear, he wants nothing to do with UFOs.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he got rid of all his files to some of it he sold on eBay, the books and magazines and stuff. Some of the files went to a guy by the name of Greg Bishop, who was a friend of his in LA. There's a few people like Bishop and a guy by the name of Brian Parks who still know where he is, but they're not going to give him up because Bill basically walked away. He gave his last interviews in 2004. I tried to interview him. I was fairly good friends with him. And he said to me, was typical Bill Moore, he said, Grant, if I didn't figure this thing out, you're never going to figure it out. Give it a rest. And said, I'll pass on the interview. He didn't say, he just said very nicely, I'll pass on doing the interview with you. Because I think I was actually going to be at the Reagan Library, so I wanted to talk to him. He was still in California at the time. But Bill Moore was, I think, he was one of the top three researchers in terms of being very, very smart, very, very intelligent. He spoke complete fluent Russian, wrote and spoke in Russian, in French, English, and that's why he had been, as he told Bill Steinman back in the 80s, he had done some work for the CIA when he was at university, and that's how the CIA does it. They recruit people from university. So Bill Moore was a guy who had intelligence connections, and this is what he told Steinman, and that when he got into the UFO thing, and he remade his contacts in the CIA, and that's how he had so many contacts, like in terms of, the rumored story was that Robert Gates was involved with him, Richard Helms was involved with Jimmy Shandaray. He had this former retired guy, head of counterintelligence for the CIA, who was the supposed Falcon, but I think there was another guy who was the Falcon. There was a bunch, and Bill liked to be on the inside. Even Stan refers to this in one of his correspondence or in one of his letters. He says Bill liked to be on the inside, and he liked to play games, and that was Bill Moore. But Bill Moore was very, very smart. You couldn't really sort of snow Bill Moore with anything. He was very, very meticulous in his research, and I give him credit in that he was the one guy who actually offered to help me in the 1980s. So whatever people want to say about Bill Moore, I would tend to disagree, because Bill Moore was trying to get to the secret, and he may have been set up by his people and made to look like a fool. But
it definitely, he's an incredibly interesting character. I mean, you could write some of his life reads like a spy novel. It's amazing.
Oh, it was,
yeah.
Yeah. And he had he did have the contacts, because when I was trying to get Walker, Stan actually contacted Walker, I think on 2 occasions, and they were trying to figure out, like, they none of them really figured that Walker was who I was saying he was. So Stan phoned him up, and because Steinman was the guy that discovered him, and then he phoned him up, and Walker was playing games. Walker liked to play games on the phone and really didn't tell Stan anything. And Stan was sort of taking the attitude, well, the guy may know something, but he's not telling me, so he's not going to tell anybody. You're wasting your time. Leave it alone. So Stan sort of gave up on him. But Bill Moore said, I don't believe he is who you say he is, but I'm going to send a friend of mine in to check on it. And I don't know if you've ever heard this story, but he sent in Kit Green, who's now
I've heard this.
Very famous now in these things. And I was saying, I mean, everybody's sort of come to come to become religious about this whole thing now, but these guys, I was talking about these guys in 1989, and I was saying pay attention to Hal Puthoff, Kit Green, Eric Davis. Well, Eric Davis wasn't around yet, but Richard Doty, Robert Collins. I knew about all these guys, and I said these guys were important guys. These guys were in the inside, and they knew what was going on, and everybody just sort of said, well, Grant's having a bad day, it's just,
I sort of remember you being so big on that. And also,
Yeah.
I wanted to get back to just your analysis of this has all happened before with TTSA, because a lot of these names that you mentioned were directly connected with Bill Moore and the aviary, and you believe that this is some sort of government sponsored rollout, partial disclosure, or can you tell us more about your theory of connecting those two things?
I know Eric Davis now has come out and said that this is a conspiracy theory developed by people who make money on lectures and books. Well, when I lecture in the States, I don't request an honorarium because I can't really make money in the United States. I can't lecture, and I don't sell my books in the United States when I'm lecturing. So I do it for free. So the fact that this is a conspiracy theory made up by me and maybe whoever else, that this idea that the government is doing the disclosure. One of the documents I actually found in Stanton Friedman's files, I think is the most important document that I found. And that's where I'm looking for things that back up what I already knew. And one of the things was, if you're following this latest alien autopsy document, this whole thing about
I've been following you on Facebook with the stuff that's going on with that, and I think it's so weird that that's come back around, because it was kind of like, in my mind and many others, this is just thoroughly debunked nonsense, but now we're getting some sort of supportive
one of the documents in Stan's archives does support it, because what I say has happened is there is real film, and it was put into the documentary. There is about 2 minutes of film. There's 18 minutes of film. 2 minutes of that film is actual footage, and they put this stuff in there, and that will eventually, I think somebody's going to come out and actually expose that whole thing. But anyway, what happened was, when I went to Stanton's files, and I've been sort of debating with Phil Mantle, who says, he had all this, and he did a real good research effort on this thing. There was a whole other bunch of people who saw this document, and I said to him, this video, and I said to him, well, how can you associate all these other people? And he said, well, they didn't talk about it until after 1995 when Alien Autopsy came out. And I thought to myself, well, that's got nothing to do with anything, just because they talked about it after 95. But one of the guys that Mantle actually talked to was a guy by the name of Mike Maloney, who was the top photographer in Great Britain for 3 years. And he claimed that he was shown the film, and this is in the Fox special. He's interviewed, and he said, I saw that film, and I tell you, it is the same film. In fact, the one I saw actually had, the only thing that was different was there was a live alien on the floor. And he said, but I saw it, and he maintained it was the same film. And he had been shown it by somebody inside Disney. So when I talked to, I'm pretty sure I knew who it was. It was a guy by the name of Kimball, who was one of the 9 animators for Disney. He was fascinated in UFOs. And so when I was talking to Phil Mantle, he confirmed that, Maloney had said, it was Kimball that showed him this video, that he claimed that he'd been shown the alien autopsy, the video, in 1978, which indicates that there was a film, and the whole alien autopsy thing is one of these plausible deniability things. You take a part of the film, you make up this story, you give it to him, you set him up, give him these two minutes of film and say the rest all dissolved or it fell apart or whatever. We want you to put this in. They give him some money, he puts it up, and so it gets out, but then it falls apart. Everybody says, it's a hoax. And it was recreated, so there was a film done, and they put this film in there. So it all falls apart. Now, the thing that I found in Stanton's files basically supports my entire theory, and I say that this thing started back in the 1950s, with a documentary that Walt Disney was asked to do, because Walt Disney had done a lot of documentary material for the U.S. military. He was very patriotic, done it during World War II, one on syphilis, one on all these different videos for the U.S. military. And in 1979, at the MUFON conference, Ward Kimball shows up, and he shows this 1956 documentary done by Walt Disney. And we could never confirm this. Stanton told me, yes, I remember, I talked to him, yes, but we could never get it actually in writing. It's actually in Stanton's files. There's a brochure. That's the only place I can see, and it actually shows Kimball from whatever it is, 9 o'clock till 9:45 or something, and talking about this documentary. So it proves that there was a documentary. Now we got to find the documentary. Now the Ward Kimball's files is one of the ones I want to go after next, because I want to try to see if Kimball has the alien autopsy stuff or some reference to this kind of stuff. So Disney was given this documentary, and the story was the same story. It's always the same story. So he's a guy. He's on the inside. We want you to do this documentary. We're going to give you these videos. We're going to give you these. This is a story that Kimball told. We're going to give you these videos. We're going to give you these photographs and stuff into the documentary. So Disney does the documentary, and then at the very end they say, oh, the time isn't right. We can't give you the videos. We can't give you. We still want you to do a documentary, but we can't give you the hard evidence. And they pull back the videos and the photographs. The same thing happened in the 1970s with Bob Emmenegger, and I knew Bob Emmenegger.
I was going to ask you about this, because when you said you put a few minutes in and then you leave out the rest, and then you have plausible deniability, this happened before again.
Yeah,
with the Holloman, right? The Holloman footage.
And Bob told me, I knew him really well. I mean, I used to stay at his place, and I would ask him all these different questions, and he said his was, and he had dealt with Kimball. When I brought up the Kimball thing, he said, oh, they did it to Disney. He was floored. He said they did it to Disney the same as they did it to me, and he had dealt with Kimball at the same time when he was doing the documentary. Kimball was dealing with him. And he had the same thing. He was offered, and he was basically, he could use any videos he wanted. In fact, there's one that James Fox was working on that I let out the fact that they had this. They were given a film, if you're familiar with the very famous film at Vandenberg Air Force Base, where they launch and they have it, they're filming it going down range, and these UFOs come and they fly around it, and they sort of shoot this beam into it, and then the missile tumbles into the sea. They're testing this missile. Well, Bob Emmenegger had that film, and so when he was talking about the Holloman Air Force Base film, where they pull it back, and he said they take it back to the Pentagon, and then I confront him. I said, well, you said took it back to the Pentagon. There was 8 seconds. And he went, well, yeah, but it was just background. I said, what do you mean it was background? He said, well, it didn't show anything.
I remember you listening to you tell the story the first time I heard it in a lecture of yours, and I thought, that is not B-roll, pal. That is, even if it's 8 seconds, it's 8 seconds of actual footage.
But it's plausible deniability. It doesn't show anything. It just shows. They give
it's
it
like
to
a light descending.
It's almost like the
two
2 minutes of film in the Santilli film. It's like 2 minutes there in the Santilli film, 8 seconds in the Holloman thing. But the thing was, he had the actual film. He had this film from Vandenberg, because I said to him, well, because he was saying I could get anything I wanted. We had NASA footage. We had photographs, and I said, well, you talked about the one that was actually analyzed by the guy who did the Blue Book stuff. He mentioned the guy, and he said the guy analyzed it. And he meant, I can't remember, the name escapes him, but he named the guy, and he said, this is 1 in a million. This is for real. These are UFOs around this missile, and they had the whole thing on film. I said, so did that one go back to the Pentagon? And he said, no, I think Alan still got it. And I said, Alan still got the film? And he said, yeah, I think Alan still got it. I said, can you check if Alan still got this film? And it was top secret. And it had Quintanella's name on the canister. He told me this.
And so in somebody's garage somewhere.
Well, no, it's Alan. See, Alan was the intelligence guy. There was Bob worked with Alan Sadler. There's always an intelligence.
Okay. Yeah,
there's
always an alphabet soup guy mixed into these stories.
Yeah. Same as Bill Moore had Jamie Chandray, and Jamie Chandray was CIA. So was Bill Moore, but Jamie Chandray. That's why the MJ12 document was not mailed to Bill Moore or Stanton Friedman. It was mailed to Jamie Chandray. He was a nobody guy, and the question was, nobody ever asked, like, why did Chandray get the thing? Because he was the CIA guy, and so Alan Sandler was the CIA guy inside the Bob Emmenegger thing. Bob says quite clearly, and I've got the audios, and one time I'm going to do a PowerPoint presentation where I'm going to play these audios. Bob said there was a CIA guy. His name was Dick Betsky. He was a CIA guy, and he was on the set the entire time they were shooting the whole video. The same as Bill Moore told me when they did UFO Cover Up Live, and I got word that the real Falcon had been there. And I said to Bill, was the Falcon in the audience? And he said, well, I'll tell you what, Grant. He said there was 12 people in the audience. That's as far as I'm going to go, which basically confirmed, yeah, because what happened was that Bill Coleman, who was the guy who authorized the film for Bob Emenegger, the documentary UFO Past, Present, Future, who was in the E-ring of the Pentagon. He was the guy who was greenlighting everything. He actually had been at UFO Cover Up Live talking about the Holloman story. So he was there, and he told Billy Cox from, at the time he was, I think it was with Florida Today, now he's with the Tampa Tribune, and he told Cox, he said, I met the Falcon there, and he said, I can't believe this guy was involved. I was floored. I couldn't believe this guy was involved. And Cox said, well, who was it? And he said, I can't tell you. And so it wasn't Richard Doty. There's no doubt it wasn't Richard Doty. Cox, Bill Coleman wouldn't have known who it was. But if it was Richard Helms, which was one of the stories, it was Richard Helms, he would have known who Richard Helms was. And he said, I could not believe this guy was involved. So you get this thing. You get these guys. There's always a CIA guy in the background. And that's what happened with Emenegger. So they had the CIA guy in the background. He gets the film. They pull the film at the last minute. But when I made the fact known, I gave it to Angela Joyner, and she's the one that told James Fox. And James Fox was trying to negotiate. Now, whether this is in his new documentary, I'm not sure, but I know he was negotiating, and suddenly they realized they had Alan Sandler, as was described to me. He was the type of guy who could take a stick and a piece of chewed up bubble gum in the morning, and he would have made money by night with it. So he was actually wanting $25,000 just to view the film. So he has it. It's in a vault, and he's the guy with the producer. He had the production studio. Bob was just the guy who did the music for the documentary. He wrote the book. He did all the grunt work. He did all the interviews and stuff like that. But it was actually Sandler who was in the background, who was actually the real sort of the CIA guy behind the whole thing. So you see this. So you see Emenegger come up, and so Emenegger do the same thing. And as I pointed out numerous times, Bob told me the story. Well, he told me a number of interesting stories. He tells me the story about Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So I'm talking to him, and I said, Bob, if it weren't for the location and the time of day, the Holloman story sounds like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's the same thing. 3 UFOs come, they sit there and hover, one lands, and the other 2 take off. And he said, what, I didn't tell you? And I said, what, you didn't tell me what? He said, you didn't tell you I gave a copy to Steven Spielberg? I said, no, you didn't tell me that.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I told you, Andy Spielberg was a line producer for me. His sister worked for me. And I said, well, that explains where Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And he said that Steven Spielberg's mother had come to him after UFOs Past, Present, and Future, and after Close Encounters was done, and said to Bob, I just want to let you know, I've seen your version of the landing, and I've seen Steven's version of the landing, and I like Steven's version better. So again, you had them doing it. And then in the 1980s, there's these 2 guys that are running DAVA, the Defense Audiovisual Agency in Norton Air Force Base. And one is a general who was the first, agent for Reagan in Hollywood. General Glenn E. Miller was his name. And then there was this Bob Scott, who had 2 PhDs, I believe. And one was a general, one had 2 PhDs. And they come to Bob in the 1980s, and they say to Bob, the government liked what you did in the 1970s, and they'd like you to do it again. And so they bring him in, and that's when they want J.L. Hynek, and Vallee's talked about this. If you read his 3rd book that's just come out, he talks about this as well. He calls it the dangling carrot, where they wanted Hynek involved in this documentary, and they wanted Vallee, but they both knew what had happened in the 1970s, so they didn't want to get involved. But Emenegger tells the story how they were took Hynek into the vault at Dava, and he said to the what was his name, the security manager Paul Shartle, he said, I want you to pull all the UFO films and show it to Hynek. And he said, well, sir, General, I'm afraid you're going to have a requisition for that. He said, God damn, I'll have your ass. Pull the film and show it to Hynek. He said, sorry, General, I can't do it without you need a proper requisition to pull it. So they were going to do this again. And that's when Emenegger said, he said, well, is Reagan behind this? And they wouldn't answer the question, because the story was, and Linda Howe tells the story, and I was at a table when she confronted Bob Emenegger. She's confronted him a number of times, that she claims that she and another researcher whose name is escaping right at the moment, were at Bob's house in L.A. when he lived in L.A., and that he'd shown her a letter from Richard Nixon that said, thank you for your cooperation in the project we worked on.
Oh, wow.
So you see this going all the way through. So when Bill Moore came up, what happened with Bill Moore was the same thing. If you're on a prominent guy and they can use you to put the story out and get the message out. So Bill had written the Roswell. That the whole thing starts with the Roswell book, the Roswell incident, which sold 1 million copies, which is why Stan could never get along. He was supposed to get part of the royalties. He didn't get part of the royalties for the book. He was supposed to get a notation in the book that he had discovered Jesse Marcel Sr., and none of that happened. And Stan always was angry about this, that he had been cut out of this book, that Berlitz had shafted him, and they'd put a bunch of garbage in the Roswell book that wasn't true or that was questionable. And so that book starts at 1980. Bill Moore and Berlitz put out the Roswell incident. Before then, nobody knew what Roswell was. Nobody knew about cross saucers. Nobody knew about dead aliens. None of that stuff. In fact, I was at the 78 MUFON conference in Dayton when Len Stringfield did the first lecture on alien autopsies and crashes.
Crash recovery,
and there was,
yeah.
And he had the death threats and had to move him to a different hotel. It was a really traumatic thing because that was the first time I ever talked about it. So when Bill came out with actually legitimate witnesses, he's contacted within the first week when he goes on the book tour. He's contacted first by Richard Doty in Albuquerque, and then he's contacted from Offutt Air Force Base by a guy who I say his name is now his name's going to escape me. Major. He was DIA. He was in Washington. They'd moved him to Offutt Air Force Base, and his name has escaped me. But I believe that he was the main guy who got them. And they both said to Bill, "You're the only guy who knows what you're talking about." That's how you catch Bill Moore, because Bill Moore believed he was the only guy who knew what he was talking about. He was the smartest guy in the room.
And this may be how some similar folks have caught one former rock star, in my opinion, as well.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Well, that's what I said.
It's so close to the same story. Yes, in your book, Managing Magic, which I have to say.
I have the 5 messiahs. I say you need people who have ego, who believe, but people who have some power to change things. That it's not just that they're using the guy. The guy is actually doing some work in terms of helping this disclosure, slowly leaking the story out. So you get Bill Moore, you get Stephen Greer. And you get Tom DeLonge. And what I said is you need a huge ego, because you and I or anybody else, I mean, if you came up against what these guys have, I mean, you just walk away. You say, I don't need this crap. I mean, there's a tough job. They're taking a lot of criticism, a lot of backlash. They're being called all sorts of names and stuff. So you need this big ego. And that's when Tom DeLonge actually came, when I said it's the same story. They're just rerunning the same story again. They've got another guy who has this big audience that they can put stuff into the UFO community, into the general public, and he's got some pull, and they come to him. And I said, he has the same big ego. He believes that he's, walks on water and stuff. And that's when he went after me on whether it was Facebook or Twitter or whatever, and said, well, Grant's okay guy, but he doesn't have an inside source, which I did have an inside source on what was going on. And he said, and I don't have a problem with my ego. So he was very upset that I had brought up this ego thing. But
I sort of remember that happening. And just an aside, I thought I was on friendly terms with him too, and then I sort of asked the wrong couple of questions, but then I decided that those must have been the right questions to ask him, because since engaging in some form of discussion with him over some doubts that I have about this whole TTSA thing, I was honest with him like a friend and said, I have some questions, and here's the questions. Then he blocked me on Twitter, hasn't spoken to me since. So yeah.
I never deal with these guys. One of my rules is always
you stay insulated. You have a great theory. I wish I could do this. I gotta engage people. It's the only way I can get the information.
Well, I use people like you. So
sure, yeah.
Like I always say, I stay one step removed from my victim. So I know who to watch. That's why I said in the 1980s. I was telling people, watch these people. These people and they're not bad guys, and they're not government people. It's no government conspiracy. What they are is guys who, at some point during their career, had a encounter with the UFO subject in their job. and they became fascinated, or they're experiencers. Like a lot of them are experiencers. You got Jack Sarfati's an experiencer. He had the phone call when he was 12 years old. Eric Davis had this dramatic UFO sighting when he was having his graduation for his PhD. Hal Puthoff, according to Jack Sarfati, may have had a UFO experience. So all these guys are just fascinated. It's just that they're at a different level than you and I. They have security clearances. They have insides. So because Bill Moore put these guys all together and he gave them these bird names. They didn't know they had bird names. And Bill Moore and Chandray was using this so they could talk about these guys without people figuring out who they were talking about on the phone. And I guess this was their intelligence thing, or they like to play these little games. So they all have these bird names.
Like I said, it's like spy games, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all these guys got to know each other, and they had exchanges, and they have these email lists. And that's where the Eric Davis thing came from. That's what happened with the Eric Davis thing, is these guys exchange emails all the time, but they don't put you and I on the list because you don't have the security clearance. You got to, like me, I've got a big mouth, so they're not going to put me on the list. But I did see some of the emails. In fact, when I told you the story about Bill Moore helping me in the 1980s, he said, I'm going to send in a friend to talk to Eric Walker. And the guy he sends in is BJ, and BJ is the Blue Jay. Blue Jay is Kit Green. So in 1990, Kit Green is the big rock star now in terms of, all the leaked documents and stuff. But in 1990, he went to see Dr. Eric Walker at Penn State University on Bill Moore's behalf to question him. Is Grant Cameron right that this guy actually knows something? And the story was there. He goes into the office, and they had both worked on submarines. Like Kit Green was CIA, and they had both worked on the Glomar Explorer. So they were talking about the Howard Hughes ship, the Glomar Explorer, according to one email that I saw that had been floating around with these Avery guys all exchanging this. And they talked for an hour or half an hour or something like that. And the minute he brought up UFOs, Walker went totally nuts, and he started to yell and scream, "You're not the president. I don't have to tell you anything." And he was sort of looking at these books in the corner, trying to give Kit Green the idea that we're being listened to and I'm not talking to you, and basically threw him out of the room. So that's the thing, is Kit Green was trying to figure it out for himself. He's trying to figure out what's going on. And one of the big stories about Kit Green that I had heard many years ago was that he had tried to get read into the alien autopsy thing. He had been read in a lot of parts of the UFO program, but he's a physiologist. He was a doctor, so he wanted to be read on the alien autopsy, but he could never get read in. And you'll see that in this alien autopsy document. That confirms, I heard that 20 years ago, that he couldn't get in. And you see it in the alien autopsy document that he's there and he's trying to get briefed, and they would bring him into a skiff and they would sort of tell him something, but they wouldn't show him the video. You said I was going to see a video. Now you're not seeing a video. So these guys have been around, and they interact with each other because they can trust each other, and they're trying to put it together the same as you and I, but they're at a different level than you and I. They're like, I always refer to them like they're like guys who are collecting wild game animals that are illegal, and the only people that get to see what they collect is their friends. And my disagreement with it was not that they're bad guys, but I call them MJ-12 too. So what? You 12 guys are going to figure it out. That doesn't help anybody. And so I've always sort of stayed on the sidelines. I've always listened to everything they say. And the big one I'm sort of famous for is Ron Pandolfi, who's the supposed, I don't know if he's with CIA anymore. He's still operational. He's in the government somewhere. And because he's been at the CIA since 1983, or he's been in intelligence, he's no low-level guy. He's a very high level. Whatever he's doing, he's got an insight on this thing. He's playing some sort of role. I've never, ever talked to the guy. Everybody thinks people would say when I go to Mount Shasta or something, they'd say, don't bring your CIA with you. And I go, I've never talked to the guy. I'm just saying, you listen to what the guy's saying. I say, everything he's saying means something.
Well, actually, just an aside, I have heard you talk about him many different times. And I kind of tried to go down that rabbit hole. And it's a crazy, he posts some just bizarre, bizarre things, like Alice in Wonderland, kind of just crazy.
But they always do that. If you go back,
But what I'm saying is, it's like, I understand that you and a few other people have told me that this guy knows something and is read deep into the program, but then you get to some of the posts and stuff, and it's just this bizarre stuff. And he was talking about portals for a while, right? And he's got,
well, the portal thing I think is true. I mean, I've got him on the video. I mean, I've got him the only time he ever got caught on video, and he was really angry. Bruce Maccabee showed it to him, and he said that Cameron is a thief. but he put it on his wife's YouTube channel, and I grabbed it. He was on a cruise going through the Panama Canal, and they're having a discussion, and his wife, they call her the Princess Aaliyah, and she says, okay, Footman, what do you think? And that's when he says, well, people have always wondered what it's like to go into another world. The next time John, and his friend John is a guy he went to university with, is sitting beside him. John Sillison is the guy's name. He lives in California. And he said, next time John goes to the desert, a number of us here will go into the next world and come back again. And this is this reference, constant reference to the portal. Now, when it comes to the crazy stuff, they did this back in the Avery days, too. It was called the bird chatter. And if you go to Robert Collins writes a book called Exempt from Disclosure, and he talks about this bird chatter. It was the same thing. Or like Bill Moore, when they got the Cutler Twining memo, they were given these little rhymes and riddles. They were given these little things, and you had to sit there and figure it out. They like the intelligence people who are leaving them the clues want to play this little thing. You got to figure out the riddle. And so Moore and these guys would figure it out. Or when they had the thing with the live alien, that supposedly they had a live alien in Washington off the mall, and this is told in this Exempt from Disclosure book by Jamie Chandray, was by the time they figured out the bird chatter, the alien had already gone back, and it was too late when they finally got to this room. But they had all these messages were being sent to them, and they were trying to decode these messages. So what happened was with Pandolfi, one of the key things with him that shows that this is the real deal is that if you see To the Stars, Jim Semivan, I exposed Jim Semivan 8 months before Tom DeLonge ever went public. I said, Tom DeLonge, I said all this was going to happen. I had somebody inside that was telling me what was going on. I knew he was called the Big Man in Washington. I figured out it was Jim Semivan. They weren't told me his name, but I figured it out from a bunch of different clues as to who it was. And so Jim Semivan, the story was told to me without using his name, was that he had the UFO encounter, which he's confirmed that he had this encounter, the beings were in his room, and he goes to the CIA the next day, and he goes to Ron Pandolfi, and he says to Ron, he says, I need to know what happened in my room last night. And he sort of describes it, and Ron says, you don't have a need to know. And he said, I don't have a need to know. I tell you what, you bring your boss's boss in here, and we'll see who doesn't have a need to know. And so when I was told, and the source I'm pretty sure is pretty clear that told me that, was that they brought in Tenet, the head of the CIA, and he said, leave it alone, Jim. This is just going to ruin your career. Don't touch it. You just pretend it's a one-off. I remember that expression. Pretend it's a one-off. It only happened one time, and it'll never happen again. And the story was that when he retired in 2008, the story I was told that Ron Pandolfi walked in and briefed him. And if you see the Kit Green stuff, Kit Green mentions that when you're in the government, you really don't have that high security clearance, but the minute you retire and you go into private industry, then you get the high security clearances. So then he's told what's going on. Then he goes in and he helps Tom DeLonge. He becomes the co-head of To the Stars. And he's the guy that put it in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and Politico all the same day, which clearly indicates the government's behind this thing. But what happened was, so I knew that Jim Semivan was there. So when To the Stars first announced on October the 11th, 2017, I went to Dan Smith, who was very close friends with Ron. So I don't deal with Ron. I deal with Dan Smith. I said, okay, so ask Ron. Like, okay, here's Jim Semivan. So what's he got to say about Jim Semivan? And he came back to me and he said, oh, no, he doesn't exist. And I said, well, he does exist. What do you mean he doesn't exist? He exists. And no, it was maybe before that I mentioned, before he went public. And I said, ask him about Jim Semivan. And he said, no, he doesn't exist. And I said, no, he does exist. And he kept fighting. And he said, you got to quit posting stuff on Jim Semivan. Ron doesn't exist, and this is not fair. You're making up this stuff about Jim Semivan. And I said, you want to see some photographs of Jim Semivan? And then Dan Smith says, you got photographs? I said, yeah, I got photographs of Dan Semivan. And so when he went public, then they changed the story. They said, oh, yeah, he exists, but his name isn't Jim Semivan. And then it was this weird thing, and I'm going, like, why is he denying? If Jim Semivan ran covert ops for 2 years in the CIA, why is Ron, who's been at the CIA since 83, pretending he doesn't know who Jim Semivan is? And it's like, well, it's kind of evident he's working for Ron Pandolfi. They're all on the same team, and it's plausible deniability. So that's when, if you've ever interviewed Melinda Leslie, she has this conversation with Jim Semivan. That Jim Semivan, the only person he's talking to is Melinda Leslie. So she told me, and I know the whole story. It's a very wild story, which she can't tell it, but I know what the story is. Who set this meeting up? But so I knew this meeting was being set up. The Jim Semivan was coming to Sedona, and she says, well, what do you want to ask Jim Semivan? I said, I only got two questions for him. Number one is to the stars. Is this a government operation? Is it constitutional? That's what it was. Is this a constitutional operation? Is this something that is being done by the book? So is it a plausible deniability? The government's operating this thing and they're doing it through plausible deniability. You got the government's green light on this thing. Or are you a bunch of rogue guys who are trying to steal stuff from the government and stuff? And he said, no, it's a constitutional. It's as far as, it's a legitimate operation, and that it was green lighted by the Pentagon. So that was the one question. The other question was, what the hell's wrong with Ron Pandolfi? Why is he denying you exist? And Jim Semivan's answer was, well, he's just trying to distance himself from the story. And that makes sense, that he's just putting all this stuff out because he's actually the guy that may be running the whole operation, that he knows what's going on, but he can't come out and say, oh yeah, okay, I know what's going on, and expose the thing. It's always this plausible deniability thing. So you put it out, you pull it back. You put it out, you pull it back. And that's what I say happened in Area 51. That's what I say happened, and it's happened. So you have these Avery guys start with Emmenegger. So Hell Put Off is with Emmenegger. So is John Alexander. All these guys were with Emmenegger in the 70s. Then when Bill Moore comes along, Bill Moore goes to these guys because they've got information. They've been inside the government. They've got little bits of the thing. Then they all sort of join together. Then John Alexander has this group in 1985 called the Advanced Physics Theoretical Working Group, which I was the one that exposed the name of it. Then John started using the actual name of the thing because I got the notes from the meeting. And then John said, well, nobody's supposed to have any notes. And then when he found out I had notes, then he said, well, nobody's supposed to have notes for the meeting. And so then they all gather in 85. And it's always the same thing. So you have these guys who are high-level intelligence people or military people who are trying to figure it together. They're friends with each other. So every time somebody comes along, so John Alexander's having this meeting in the skiff, 20 people, top secret SCI clearances, so they're going to go to the meeting. You're not going to miss
absolutely.
this meeting because everybody else has got answers. You're trying to figure out what's going on, and these other guys may have the answers. So in these notes that I'm going to be releasing, you're going to see they have these discussions, and they're going like, are we cut out of this thing? Is the government run this thing? And we don't know it's going into a black hole. And then one of the other guys says, yeah, that would be about sum it up and stuff like this. And this very unique conversation that they really know what's going on, and these are these top guys, so they're trying to figure it out. So, and then in the 1990s, you have the NIDS thing formed. So Bob Bigelow's got money, and he's hiring these guys at huge money. They're bringing these people in. So he's bringing in Kit Green, Hal Puthoff, John Alexander, that same crowd. They're bringing them in because these guys know what's going on. And Bigelow's trying to figure out what's going on, and Bigelow's going to pay you. So why would you not go to Bigelow's NIDS meeting and join the meeting? Because you're going to get paid huge amounts of money. And all these guys who know what's going on, and maybe Bigelow's got some contacts in the government, they're all just trying to figure it out. So they go to the NIDS. Then along comes Joe Firmage, who's got like millions, tens of millions of dollars, and he starts, and they all join up with Firmage. And then when that all folds, and when NIDS folds, then Bigelow gets the money from the government to start the whole ATIP thing. Then they realize, oh, there's more money, and we've got the thing. We're inside the government again, and everybody joins the same crowd. So it's the same guys that are cycling in and out, because they're going where the money is and they're going where the information is. And so they cycle through, and Tom DeLonge just comes along, and he provides an opportunity for the government to do this plausible deniability thing, because he actually goes to Lockheed Skunk Works, if you know the story. He goes and he says, this is my pitch. You guys can't get it to the young people. You're screwing this whole thing up. I've got X number of Twitter followers and Instagram and Facebook and stuff. And I think I can sort of work between you, and you can put it through me, and then I'll put it to the people, and you've got plausible deniability. And the one guy says, this may actually work. And so then Podesta joins the crowd. They start sending him, and it send him to Washington. He picks up those two intelligence guys. They send him to NASA. They picks up a guy there. Then they send him to Ames to pick up a guy there. Then they send him to the general. Then the general gives him another general, and he puts this whole group together of all these high-level people who are feeding him material. And it's the same story. So Bill Moore was the same thing. He had all the same high-level people. In fact, there's a document that I'm releasing a book called The Alien Documents. And in there, I was given documents by, it's a manuscript that was done by a guy named Frank Rand. Now, nobody's probably ever heard of this guy, But what happened was in 1968, James McDonald, who was the top sort of researcher that went to the UN, he was from the University of Arizona, big UFO guy, spoke at the UN with Hynek and Stanton Friedman and people. And McDonald was pushing, he was friends with President Johnson. So he was pushing Johnson for a study. So Johnson orders an eyes-only study for the President of the United States. So they run this eyes-only study. And the people that are on it are identical to Tom DeLonge. So Tom DeLonge has Robert Weiss from Lockheed Skunk Works, the head of Lockheed Skunk Works, until the WikiLeaks exposes them. Then he's got to run for cover, and the two generals, and they sort of pretend that these guys disappear. They're still there, but they pretend they disappear. They disappear in the background, and then they bring out the B team. They bring out Justice, who's like a lower level Lockheed guy. So he has Lockheed Skunk Works, head of Lockheed Skunk Works. The eyes only study had Kelly Johnson, who was the head of Lockheed Skunk Works. They have the CIA guy. They have like Jim Semivan. The 68 study for Johnson had Art Lundahl. Art Lundahl was the guy before Kit Green. He's the guy that ran the Weird Desk. Then Kit Green ran the Weird Desk. Now Ron Pandolfi runs the Weird Desk. So you have the same CIA guy. Tom DeLonge had a 2-star general from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The 1968 study had a 4-star general from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Tom DeLonge has a general at the National Reconnaissance Organization. The 1968 study had the second head of the National Reconnaissance Organization. It's the same level of people. It's like if you're going to do a UFO study, you need head of Lockheed Skunk Works. You need a guy from NRO. You need a general from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It's the same. It's like just replaying the same story over again. And when you see this kind of stuff, then you see this game that they're playing that I think they know a lot less, and that's something that
it's like they have a playbook that they keep going back to time and time again. And you've more than anyone, I would credit you for spotting these patterns over and over
and it would
again.
make sense because I worked in the government. I worked at a university, so I worked in a government environment, and I know that everything in the government, it's the old joke. Everybody forgets when it comes to UFOs. They think there's a bunch of rogue people running around in the government and doing stuff. In the government, it's like 6 levels of paperwork, and you don't know what it's that sort of thing, and that's the way it's done. So I say that the UFO situation, you've had 14 administrations who've had to deal with the UFO subject since Roosevelt. 7 Republican, 7 Democratic administrations, and they've all done the same thing, which would tend to indicate to me that they are working off a playbook, that that at high levels, they are all doing exactly what has been planned out. Because if it was unconstitutional, that was the question I asked for Jim Semivan. Is this constitutional? Because if it's unconstitutional, I absolutely maintain somebody's going to walk. Somebody's going to leak it. Everybody's playing the game. Everybody's saluting. Everybody's doing it because they all believe they're doing the right thing. What I've really changed in the last 2 years is I now believe the government really doesn't know anything. That's the big cover-up, that they know UFOs exist. They've got films, they've got bodies, they've got crafts, they've got all this kind of stuff. But beyond that, they know diddly squat. They have no idea. And the proof of that, I don't know if you follow all these different debates. You know the one with the metamaterials, which I say have nothing to do with. You don't come across the galaxy and then little pieces start falling off flying saucers. Everybody's got this crazy idea that you're going to get this piece of metal and you're going to back engineer it and build a flying saucer. It's total crazy stuff.
And that I tend to wholeheartedly agree with you. And this is another thing that is a replay, because these parts that TTSA are talking about were already sort of vastly debunked as being nothing special. This was art's parts, and we have science. Well, there's a lot of science that says there's nothing to indicate that they were alien in origin, though.
Well, they may be alien. I'm saying the aliens are dropping them as a ports, which I'm giving a lecture in a couple of weeks in Boulder, Colorado on this, on the ports. It's kind of a new, very complex story that I think that. But if you can prove that it's extraterrestrial, if you can prove it's different, it really doesn't solve anything. Even if you can prove that it wasn't made by Black Ops, there's always going to be the argument that some agency of the Black Ops has developed this sort of thing. So I don't think you're ever going to be able to prove that it's actually off planet. But even if you prove it's off planet, that doesn't prove anything. It's like a UFO photograph. You see the Nimitz thing, the videos, you're going like, no, that's not our stuff. I mean, so what? You proved it's off planet. I had a sighting in 1975. I knew this in 1975. We are wasting our time proving UFOs exist. We keep proving UFOs exist. We keep trying to convince our friends and relatives, and you got to get beyond the thing. Yes, there's something going on here. Now, why are they here and what are they doing? And nobody's doing that. We're still into this thing, well, if we can get this piece of metal and we can prove, and then everything's going to change. And it's no, even if you can prove, like Jacques Vallée said, we've been working on this for years. And if you can even prove, like with the isotopes, where you have these 2 isotopes are missing, 3 are at the wrong proportions and stuff, that there's no metal that has that kind of isotope thing. Even if you can prove that, it really doesn't prove anything. So, but what happens with this whole thing is you see in the latest thing, and these are the 2 top guys, and Sarfati and Eric Davis are having this argument on the internet. And Sarfati has the phone call when he's 12 years old from the computer on board the ship, and there's 400 guys that are going to give him the information. And so he's had this whole lifetime thing that he's been called by the computer on the flying saucer to do this mathematics. So him and Eric Davis, and it used to be Hal Puthoff, we're always fighting about who's got this 0-point energy, who understands best about how this 0-point energy thing works. And they've been arguing, they've been fighting for years. So they have this argument just in the last couple of months where Eric Davis comes to him and he says, look, you've been putting dots together that don't exist. You're just totally destroying physics. You're totally off base. This piece that Linda Howe had came from a lab. It's not extraterrestrial. And says, you're totally wasting your time. Go back to consciousness physics. And so me and Dolan are having a discussion. And Dolan's saying, well, I think Sarfati's right. And I said, it really doesn't matter who's right. The fact that these 2 top physicists are arguing about floating a 2-ounce piece of metal off the table, that they're arguing about how to float a piece of metal off the table, indicates they ain't got deadly squat. If the 2 top guys are arguing about how to do this, the same as I had the thing with I followed very closely Joe Firmage, and a lot of people give me a hassle. I watch him very closely because he's got a lot of contacts, he's got a lot of money, he's in there, and he's trying to levitate this thing off the table. And he's got this Dan Marriott from the Marriott chain who's saying, I'm not going to put on all this money until you can get this thing off the ground, X number of feet off the ground for X number of seconds. And I'm going, well, I mean, if we're flying crafts to other star systems and we've got bases on Mars and the moon, why is Joe Firmage, who had hundreds of millions of dollars,
why is he wasting his time
trying to levitate? Yeah. Or why is Eric Davis and Sarfati arguing about levitating a small piece of metal if we've got all this other stuff? It indicates we don't have anything. Yeah, and that's exactly what Eric Davis says. He says, we shut the program down in 1989. That's when the Lazar thing happened. We shut it down in 1989 because we could not back engineer it. Robert Collins, who was known as the Condor, he was the Air Force guy, the physicist at Wright-Patterson, who was the guy that really set up the Avery. He said there's one at Crete Air Force Base that's totally intact. And you starting to hear the story. There's one that's totally intact. They can't turn it on. And that's because it's got this consciousness technology. That's where you got to get past this nonsense about, are there UFOs? Are they coming from somewhere else? I don't know where they're coming from, but there's something going on here. And the technology is consciousness based, because I've got 50 people and 14% of all experiencers say they've flown the craft, and you do it with your mind. And so it's like my cell phone. You can't turn my cell phone on. You can be the smartest guy in the world. You can't turn it on because you need my fingerprint to turn it on. The same as if it's a consciousness technology, you need the consciousness of the person to turn on the craft. You can have the craft, you can do whatever you want, but you have to be able to turn the craft on. They can't even turn it on. And even George Knapp makes these indications, he makes these hints. And I think even Eric now has confirmed this, that every 7 or 8 years they take it off the shelf and they try to look at it and put it back on the shelf again, because it's so far removed from everything we've got. We have no idea what this technology is. We're just watching it. Yes, we've got videos. Yes, we've got all this kind of stuff. And the one story I got from Stanton's, which will show you how dramatic this stuff is. There's a story that I knew that existed before. This is the story about the Cuban scramble. 1967. Stanton worked on it in the 1970s. He got this story from a guy, and I know who the guy is because I found it in Stanton's files. And he gets the report. So it's a naval air station in Florida is monitoring communications from Cuba. They got this UFO coming in 1967, and they're listening to the communications, and they scrambled 2 MiG-21 jets to go after this UFO. And it comes into Cuban airspace. They call out to it. They demand that it identify itself. It keeps going. It won't identify itself. And then the order is given to shoot it down. So they're picking up his communication. So they got the front guy, the back guy. The front guy arms his missiles and locks onto the UFO. And then the naval station picks up the communication in the back of the guy in the second plane, starts screaming, "It's gone!" It just disintegrated. The whole plane just poof, disintegrated into nothing. And as soon as it had locked on, as ready to fire, the thing just disintegrated. This is picked up by the NSA. So Stan sends it to Bob Pratt, who back in the 70s was the top guy. He was from the National Enquirer. He had unlimited amounts of money. He was a really, really sharp guy. So they give it to Bob Pratt to file. So he files with the NSA for the tape, for the transmission of this thing that was picked up. The NSA comes back and it's in Stan's files, and it says, national security, we can't say about anything, whatever. They don't deny it. They just say, no, we can't give you anything. And then it goes back to Stanton Friedman. Then Stanton Friedman goes to a guy by the name of Todd Zeckel. Now, Todd Zeckel ran CAUSE. He was the guy that sued the CIA and got the CIA to release the documents during the Carter administration. Almost all the UFO documents, FOI stuff, came under the Carter administration because Carter was backing this stuff. So CAUSE sues the CIA. So Todd Zeckel is a no-nonsense guy. He's going to play hardball. So they give it to Todd Zeckel. So Todd Zeckel contacts the NSA, and he says, you either give me this stuff or I'm going to phone the Cuban embassy. And that same afternoon, 2 FBI guys show up at his door and scare the living daylights out of him. And so he sort of, that's where it sort of stalls there, where everybody sort of runs for cover. And you see in Stan's correspondence, he's talking to the guy and he's saying, they can't get your name, I'm protecting your name and stuff like this. But you see this kind of stuff where if that's true, if that story is true, that, we've got these stories, we're shooting them down. As far as I'm concerned, and I'm almost 100% sure, because I've looked at so many people who have this high level. In fact, Pandolfi is telling people that I'm interacting with, he's saying, I absolutely assure you, we do not have anti-gravity. Now, maybe he's playing games, but you see the same thing. Kit Green says, there's a 12 years ago, he said, Uncle, he's referring to Uncle Sam, Uncle and the intelligence community are clueless. And he said it numerous times. We don't have anything. We have no idea what's going on. There was the core story. If you've heard the story about the core story that Bill Moore had, this is 1987. Jacques Vallée, Hal Puthoff, and Kit Green. Now, these are guys, Hal Puthoff and Kit Green probably have the longest held, maybe the longest held top secret SCI clearances in the United States of America. These are not low-level guys. These guys are guys who know what's going on. They meet at a Denny's restaurant in 1987. And they come up with what's called the core story. And you'll hear, if you watch the Kit Green, Pandolfi, all these email stuff going around, they keep referring to the core story. What the core story is, these three guys sit in a Denny's restaurant and they say, so what do we know for sure? What can we've heard lots of stories, lots of rumors. We have these high-level intelligence connections. We know what's going on. What do we know for sure? What they know for sure is UFOs, we are being interacted by some sort of, whatever it is, extraterrestrial, space, spirit, interdimensional, whatever it is, something's interacting with us. There has been crash material recovered, and we have gotten nowhere with it. That's the same story. That's this big debate between Eric Davis and Sarfati. This proves the case. We've got the material. We've got bodies. We've got crafts, but we have no idea how to back engineer anything. We've got nothing. And that's what the cover-up is. If these two physicists are arguing about it, there's nobody going to convince me that somebody else has it, because Eric Davis has an intelligence background. He worked for U.S. Air Force Intelligence when he was taking his degree. He's got also security clearance. Hal Puthoff has very high security clearances. So does Kit Green. Kit Green has been with the CIA since 1969 or 1970. These are not low-level guys. And if they're saying we don't have anything, then that would tend to indicate that a lot of this stuff is being put out. And that's where Kit Green says there's some intelligence people playing bad games. And that's this thing where we want to, instead of coming and kill you, what we do is just throw mud in the water. We just throw these weird stories, almost like the Bob Emmenegger thing. So Bob Emmenegger tells me, and Bob had the thing. He had 6 o'clock in the morning, 4 cameras. He had every detail about the Holloman Air Force Base, how it was filmed, where it was filmed, all this kind of stuff. He was on the base. He was allowed to wander around the base, look in hangars and stuff like that. He said it was May 1971 when that Hull Man Air Force Base thing was filmed. So as soon as that comes out, then Richard Doty pulls in Linda Howe and says, no, it wasn't. It was April of 1964, and the aliens landed in the wrong spot. So now it's like they want me and Linda to start fighting. Oh, is it 64? Is it 71? And it just puts a big question mark on the whole thing. So that's what they do. If you've got a good story, all they do is send you a second contact who tells you exactly the opposite thing. That's what happened to Stephen Greer. Stephen Greer had some legitimate sources, but what they do, instead of killing the guys, they just send in people who tell Stephen Greer a bunch of garbage, and then somebody gets exposed as telling a fib, and then Stephen Greer goes down with the whole mess. And that's what they do. They just put in good witnesses, bad witnesses, so you don't know which is the real stuff and which is the phony stuff.
Well, Grant, now's a good time for us to take a break for station identification and a few words from our sponsors. Thanks for joining us, folks. We'll be right back with more Grant Cameron.
I have often thought that a lot of the motive for a lot of UFO products is just money making. Some of it's a good story, but I'm more interested in where's the meat on the bones, and it just seems a lot. You're right. It's like they're trying to muddy the waters with garbage to kind of throw people off of the real trail. Is that what you're saying?
And the money aspect is important. That's what Pandolfi keeps saying. The minute New York Times came out, of course, I immediately contacted Dan Smith within minutes. I said, okay, so what's Ron got to say now? And he said, it's a techno scam. It was done in front of a, what do they call these things? Where they train pilots and stuff. It was done, and they added the audio and stuff, and he called it a techno scam. And I thought, Ron's just playing games again. But he has said that repeatedly. I've got, I don't know how many emails he sent to various people, and he said, like, when are you gonna catch on? This is a techno scam. And he actually identified, and I've heard these stories that Joe Firmage is always given the bad thing. Oh, Joe Firmage is ripping people off for money, and he's taking people's money. That's how it works. So you go, and if you figure you got anti-gravity, you got a cure to cancer, you got to go get some money. And if you're not going to get it from the government's got all the research money. If the government's not going to give you research money, then you got to go to the big money guy. So they were going after the guy with Church Chicken or something in the United States. He was a big billionaire guy. They went after Firmage because he had a lot of money, and they went after a guy in Canada by the name of Charles Bombardier, who they went after him, and now Dan Marriott is involved. You got these big money guys, because that's what you need. If you want to, say if you're Joe Firmage and you want to develop this technology that you think you've got from an alien, and you're on the very verge, you need billions of dollars to produce this thing. And Ron used to say, these rich guys, they would rather get involved in one of these stupid get-rich-quick schemes than pay their damn taxes, and that's true. So now you have
yeah, absolutely.
That's what the whole Tom DeLonge thing is, and that's what if you interview Melinda Leslie, that's what she asked Jim Semivan. She said, anything that you don't want on the record, tell me what you don't want on the record, and he said, that's fine, that's good. So they made this agreement, whatever. And she said, what would I have to do to have you stop talking to me? And he said, don't mess with the money. And she said, he said it 4 times, don't mess with the money. So what you have, it's the same thing. We got to cure cancer. We're gonna float this piece of metal. We're gonna build a flying saucer. We're gonna go to the stars. We're gonna have free energy, all this kind of stuff. So you need money. So these big money guys, you run out of these big money guys. So what you do is you go after Fort Knox. And so that's what the whole Tom DeLonge thing, my impression is, they're going after the money. So what you need is, you don't want disclosure for you and me. What you need is, you need the disclosure. That's why you drop the Nimitz thing. That's why you drop it in the New York Times. You're not trying to convince me, the UFO, and they admitted this right from the word go. I said it was, they couldn't care less with the UFO community, because we're going to argue with them. Like, you go to Tom DeLonge, you ask him serious questions, and he gets upset. We're just going to attack him. We're going to ask him all these serious questions. So they don't want to deal with us. And I thought at first they wanted to deal with the public. Now, part of it is the public, but it's not. They want to convince the Congress that UFOs are real. Because if you go into Congress, if you remember back in the Obama days, what was happening then, it wasn't Tom DeLonge. Then it was Leslie Kean was the big show in town. And Leslie Kean was working with John Podesta, who was the campaign manager. He was the top legal advisor to Obama. Very powerful guy. So she was working with him. He helped her with the FOIA on the Kecksburg crash. So she's working, but what they were doing, the big threat they had was, oh, it's a threat. And if you read her book, it's a threat to commercial airline traffic. So then they go to Congress, and Congress goes, get out of here. Like, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. Like, come on, get out of here. It's crazy stuff. So nobody believed that. So what you have to do is you've got to convince Congress that is real. They're not going to give you any money unless they actually believe that there are real UFOs. So that's why you leak the Nimitz. That's why you leak this material. And Melinda Leslie asked Jim Semivan, is this green lighted by the Pentagon? And he said, yes, of course it's green lighted by the Pentagon. So the Pentagon leaks this material out. And what it is to convince Congress, yes, this is for real. Then you go into Congress and you do these briefings, and they're dealing with the Intelligence and the Armed Services Committee. You're not going to deal with NASA. Why would they deal with NASA if it's outer space? NASA's budget is actually cut. They don't care about going to outer space. They want the weapon thing. So you go into the Armed Services and to the Intelligence committees, and you say, UFOs exist. Look, we got these videos. You bring in the Navy guys to do the briefings, and they realize, yeah, there is this thing. And then you do the old spin, the 190-degree spin. Oh, we got evil Russians, evil Chinese, evil Arabs, evil Mexicans, and now we got these evil aliens. And we need some money, and they're going to get the money. That's the whole deal. You have to present a threat. So they're saying this is a threat. They may not have souls, as Tom DeLonge says. Some people say they're here to eat us. And you first you convince the Congress guys that it's for real, and then you do the threat. So instead of doing the airline traffic thing that nobody's going to believe, you say, well, look, they're shutting down nuclear missile silos, which I say we should nominate them for the Nobel Prize. Forget about,
Yeah.
threat. I mean,
Yeah,
if they can
absolutely.
shut down all nuclear missiles in the world, they get the Nobel Prize for eternity, from now till eternity. And so you present these threats, and you scare the living daylights out of Congress, and you get the money, and you walk out, and everybody walks out with a suitcase full of money. And that's what it's about. It's about money. It's about your industry, and that's where I always refer people back. People always refer to the Eisenhower, last speech of Eisenhower, and where he said, beware the military-industrial complex. If you actually go to the Eisenhower Library and you actually read the oral histories of people who were asked about it, for example, Milton Eisenhower was the president's brother, and because they were all asked, what do you think that speech meant? And they all said the same thing. It was not beware the military-industrial complex. It was beware the military-industrial congressional complex. And that is that once you get a circle where you've got everybody with their hand in the pot, and you've got a congressman in there who's backing it and who's got jobs in his district that rely on the money, it's a complete circle. And the prime example that can be shown for this is the Abrams tank. In the first Gulf War, the A-10s were shooting these, just, the missile didn't even know. I mean, the tank didn't even know the missile was coming. And it's just like, poof, they're gone. And it's like a target practice. And the U.S. Army realized we don't need tanks. They're a total waste of money. You
Sure,
drive these
yeah.
things around, you can just pick them off like target practice. And so they said, we don't want any more Abrams tanks. And they could not stop the government from building the tanks, because now you've got a congressman in the middle who says, I've got 10,000 jobs in my district, and I'll be damned if you're going to shut down that factory. And that's what Eisenhower's warning. Once everybody's got their hand in the pot, and you've got a $730 billion defense budget, you cannot shut it down. So they want to get into that cycle where you've got all the congressmen invested, you've got all the military and industrial people invested, you've got the government invested, and you can't shut it down. The money just starts to flow, and they get the money for the research or whatever they're doing. Hopefully they're not getting it for weapons, because we're
That's
in
what I
lots
like
of trouble.
about these black budget projects, like the USAPs. It's like when you look at the money that they go through, and we don't ever see anything. I mean, well, I guess when's the last time that we saw something out of the black budget? The stealth bomber, that was quite a long time ago, and they're sucking up all this money every year. Michael Schratt does some great work on exposing some of that financial, where does all that money go? It's a black budget or a black hole, because it just disappears, it vanishes, and we never see anything for it.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. It's always about money. I mean, it's whatever and it's not necessarily like a real bad thing. I mean, it's like if you got a cure to cancer, you got to go raise the money. I mean, you got to find somebody who's going to finance it. You may believe in it, and in order to do the technology thing, you're going to need a lot of money to move this thing. And I just say that technology and this Cuban thing just shows it. If they think that they're going to back engineer this thing, I say no way. I'm saying They don't know as much as they think people think they know. I say it's going to be way less physical than people think. It's going to be way more spiritual than people think. It's going to be like the Jacques Vallée thing. It's going to be like fairies. It's just going to be like Zippo technology you're getting out of this. In fact, if you go down the technology route, you are going the wrong direction, because it's really.
I wanted to pivot to that, because that was one of the other things that fascinated me about you and following a lot of your work and reading your books, is that you were once a very nuts and bolts and give me the science and the data and the documents guy. And then everyone always applauded your work, and this guy really knows what he's talking about. And then you sort of pivoted in your thinking about this whole phenomenon into consciousness, which was fascinating to me, because I'm the science and data guy still, and the nuts and bolts guy, and you got me looking more into that. Can you tell us why you sort of made that realization that it was somewhat consciousness based?
Okay, well, what it came down to was what's called a noetic experience. Until about a month and a half ago, I didn't even know what noetic meant. So you have I've always talked about left brain, right brain. So your left brain is your rational analytical mind. 2 + 2 = 4. 5 times 20, it's 5 times 0, and then 5 times 2 is 100, and all this kind of stuff. Where you're just like reading music, like you're doing this rational analytical thing. So there's that type of thinking. But then there's the right brain thinking, which I wrote a book called Tuned in the Paranormal World of Music, where I go through the fact that, the vast majority of the major musicians couldn't read or write music, and that they sit there and wait for something to pop in their head. They do. There's nothing rational analytical about this at all. That a lot of the inventions, the theory of relativity, the quantum atom, the periodic table, all this kind of stuff came in dreams. Major books, the Harry Potter, the holographic universe, all these books were sort of like download books, where they just sort of came. So these are called noetic experiences, where the thing is, it comes to you, it's sort of in a moment of enlightenment. And unless you've had one, you really can't express it, because it comes with absolute certainty. And this is the part that when I try to explain this to people, it's very hard to explain unless you actually know. Like people say, it's more real than the real world. This is the dream. This is the real thing. And that's what happened to me. Is I'm watching a lecture Colin Andrews is giving in 2012 in Phoenix, Arizona, and he's talking about consciousness and crop circles. I have no interest in being in the room. I'm not interested in crop circles at all. And yet I realized he's this prominent thing. And there was this big controversy that he had said 20% of all crop circles are created by the aliens, and the other 80% are hoaxed. And there's this big controversy. I go, wow, this is a big guy. I'll go to this lecture. I want to see how he's going to handle this, because he was in the doghouse at the time. So I went into the lecture, and how these things happen. I'm writing a book called Contact Modalities, which will be out shortly. And in these contact modalities, what it is you shut down part of the rational analytical part of the brain. And so you disassociate, you shut down the part of the brain that's doing the ego and all this kind of stuff. And what happened was I was sort of zoning out. So I didn't want to be in the room. I really wasn't paying attention to the lecture. I'm just sort of daydreaming. And a lot of these things happen during these daydream periods where you shut down this rational analytical part. And it happened instantaneously. And it was boom, boom, boom. These three things came into my head that basically were things I had researched my whole life. It wasn't that it was anything new. And the three things were, number one was the top secret memo from the Canadian government. It's the only real top secret UFO government document. Canadian government doesn't deny it exists. It comes in the Department of Transport. It's in their files, all this kind of stuff. And in that, Wilbur Smith is talking to the Americans, talking to Vannevar Bush, who was supposed to be running the program, and at this very high level. And it's a top secret document. And he said, we were told by the Americans, flying saucers exist. It's the most highly classified subject in the United States. There's tremendous significance to the Americans. The Americans aren't doing very well because they've said, if we're working on it, they're willing to exchange credentials. There's a small group trying to figure out what's going on. And then what popped into my head in that experience, and it happened instantaneously, popped into my head was the very next line, which I'd never talked about. I talked about the document numerous times, about the fact that the Canadians have been told this is for real and all this kind of stuff. But the very next line in the document says, and we were also told by American officials, then remember, this is November 1950. This is before anybody ever talked about any of this kind of stuff. November 1950, before there was even a contact. Adamski hadn't even had a contact. We didn't even know it was aliens. There was no alien contacts in 1950. So he said, we were also told by American officials that other things might be associated with the flying saucers, such as mental phenomena. And that popped into my head, mental phenomena. And it was like, well, how did they know mental phenomena was involved? And the second thing that popped into my head was the story of Jan Hartson talking to Ben Rich. And when you do the Lockheed Skunk Works and Tom DeLonge, you always have the head of Lockheed Skunk Works. So Jan Hartson has this experience at 9 years old with the UFO, and he's fascinated. He becomes an electrical engineer. He's trying to figure out how flying saucers fly. He has Ben Rich in the room. Ben Rich makes this joke. We now have the technology to AT home, which he'd put at the end of every lecture. He made this joke, and Jan's going, what? And then he goes, and he realizes this is my chance to ask the guy who should know, because the rumor was that Lockheed was doing the back engineering. So Ben answers questions, and he's leaving the building, and he says to him, I need to know, Ben, how did they get here? I've worked on this my whole life. I need to know, how does the propulsion system work? How did they get here? And he turns around and he says, let me ask you a question. What do you know about ESP? And Jan goes, it means everything in time and space is connected. And he said, that's how it works. Same thing, this mental phenomena thing. And the third thing that popped in my head, and these all popped in at the same time. The third thing was we had chased this Dr. Eric Walker around for like 8 years. And this guy had 14 honorary doctorate degrees. He'd co-developed the homing torpedo. He had done engineering studies for Eisenhower. He was like a major guy. President of Penn State University for 15 years. And we were talking to him about the control group. MJ-12. Is it still just 12 people? Is it is it all Americans? A guy from Great Britain is interviewing. He stops. He says, let me ask you a question. We know about ESP. And then the guy in Great Britain doesn't have an answer. He says, look, unless you understand about ESP and how it works, you will not be taken in by the control group. Very few people understand how it works. And it was at 2012, February 26th, when suddenly I go, oh, that's what Walker was talking about. And it came with absolute certainty. I knew this was the answer. This was the whole deal. It had to do with consciousness. This is because in 75, what happened, I had my sightings. And then I tried to publish this book about the sightings. I interviewed all these people in this small town, and I thought, oh, this is the biggest story of all times. I'm, sell 1 million copies, whatever. And I couldn't get anybody to publish it. And the local publisher said, Mr. Cameron, you may believe in this kind of stuff. Count me among the unbelievers. I was floored. I said, okay, that's it. No more sightings. Sightings are a waste of time. They're interesting, whatever. This is not getting us anywhere. I'm going to try to find the person who knows what's going on. Somebody's got to know what's going on. That's why I chased the Canadian government. That's why I chased Eric Walker. That's why I chased the President of the United States. That's why I chased Ron Pandolfi, because somebody's got to know what's going on here. And you're trying to find the guy with the answer. And so when that thing came into my head, it was like, oh, that's the answer. And since then, I really have I've never really been sort of wanting for what's going on. I was like, I know what's going on. This is what I've been waiting for since 1975. And I had another experience that was way more dramatic. This happened, and I remember exactly where it happened. I remember exactly on what street it happened. I remember what time of the year. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 years ago. I'm guessing 3 years ago. I'm walking down the street. I just had coffee at McDonald's. That's my routine. I go to McDonald's first thing in the morning, and I'm walking downtown because this is how I get these noetic experiences. I walk. So I'll walk 10 miles or whatever, and it sort of puts your brain to sleep. You're just walking, and you're thinking, and then this is what happened. I'm walking. It's very cold. I've got gloves on, and all of a sudden, boom, it starts coming. And I know what it feels like. It's like, oh, it's coming. Something's coming. Get a piece of paper. And I get the pen out. I take my glove off, and I start to write this stuff down. And then it comes for maybe 4 or 5 minutes, and I put the pen away, put the paper away. I start walking, and it starts to come again. Grab the paper, and and it was 24 things. And it was much more complex than the first time. It was a noetic experience that came with absolute certainty, and all these things have been more confirmed as I go along. So it's the whole nuts and bolts thing. So basically, what this thing was saying to me is the world made out of nuts and bolts? If it is, that's one world with different rules, with all the rules. But if the world is made out of consciousness, which makes the nuts and bolts, if the basics is consciousness, that's a whole different world, and the rules all have to change. So that was one. The other one was, is it one life or is it multiple lives? If it's one life, then that's one world. If it's multiple lives, if you live reincarnation, that's a whole different world. All the rules change. Is it a random world? Is it just a random, meaningless universe? Or is it pattern? Is the universe following pattern and learning? And it was these things. There's 24 things, one after another. Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? And it came. And I'm trying to write these things down. And luckily, I wrote them down because I've never had time to really sort of do the book. I've got the 24 things, luckily, in a draft. and just these 24 things and a couple little notes or whatever. And so that's what happened to me. I had these 2 noetic experiences. And the thing with the noetic experience, it's like remote viewing is a noetic experience. When it comes to you, that's not a rational analytical thing. When you pick off that there's a submarine inside this hangar or inside this building in Russia, that didn't come rational. It came from out in the field. And what happens is that if you take a look at experiencers, which I say you got to listen to the experiencers, the people who have
and
interacted
you know what? Actually, based on your advice or your saying, I've heard you say that you got to talk to experiencers, and I got to tell you that before I really listened to you, and I mean deeply listened and tried to understand where your research was going, I took that back onto the table for myself. Before I said, I don't want to talk to experiencers. They have a story. They don't really have any proof or evidence or science. I don't want to talk to any of them. Never do I want to. So I started talking to some of them, and I have to say that I think I'm getting a little more insight into what may be happening because of speaking directly to them. Because like you, I have found that some of the stories are similar. Some of the mechanics of how they say things worked.
Yeah.
When they have these experiences are similar, eerily similar, to the point where I got this kind of weird, almost, like when you get deja vu, but it's not necessarily good deja vu, like a chill up my spine. That's what I was getting when I was talking to some of these people and hearing some of the same stuff over and over again.
Yeah. And that's what changes you when you get that feeling up your spine. That's like the noetic thing. It's like, this is for real. And the free survey, which a lot of people ignore, and that's why I say, like, people say, oh, it's just anecdotal. And I say, it's all anecdotal. That was one of the things that came to me. It's all anecdotal. It's like you think you're explaining things. You're just describing. You're just watching things happen. We really don't have the answer to anything. We're only describing what's happening around us, and we think we know what's going on. But when you get these experiencers, when you see the free survey and you see these like 4,000 or 6,000, whatever the number is, they have official ones and then ones that were added on later after the numbers came out. Now the numbers are sort of, you can't really use them that much anymore because everybody knows what the cues are. For example, 14% of all experiencers say they've been allowed to fly the ship. And I remember when I had the download experience in 2012 about consciousness, I was lecturing, my first consciousness lecture was at the UFO Congress, and they weren't going along with it. I mean, they're still sort of in the nuts and bolts world and technology and Tom DeLonge and all this kind of stuff. But I gave the lecture, and one of the people from the runs MUFON in Phoenix said, "Oh, you're gonna talk to Pam Dupuy," and I said, "Yeah, I guess so." I thought, well, I must have agreed to talk to this woman. I don't remember agreeing, but I say, okay, whatever. So it's Pam Dupuy. She's in her 70s. Comes to me. This is the first time I heard this. I mean, you got to remember, I'm 37 years into my career here, and this Pam Dupuy comes to the house where I'm staying on Monday. She says, "What did Stacy tell you about me?" I go, "I don't know. I'm supposed to talk to you." So that's good. Comes walking in with her partner, and they sit down, and she starts talking about I'm abducted and this and that, and it's like, oh, whatever, I've heard all these stories, she's telling, and then she says, "Oh, and I was flying the ship," and I went, yeah, what? And I'm thinking, this is the first time I've ever heard this in my life. I'm going, you're flying? I'm looking at this woman, she's in her 70s. I'm going, you flew the ship? Like, why would they let you fly the ship? Like, you flew the ship, the flying saucer? And she says, yeah, I flew the flying saucer. I've flown 3 different models. And then I'm stumped. I thought, man, I'm ready to throw you out of the room, man. I couldn't believe that she was saying this. And I said, so how do you fly a flying saucer? And she says, well, you do it with your mind. And as soon as she said that, I realized why they'd set me up to talk to this woman. And now I've got 50 people, and I know from the free survey that 14% of all experiencers say they've flown the ship. I've got 747 United Airline pilots. I've got retired U.S. Air Force colonels. I've got everybody you can think of, and I can. And they'll say, I had one just the other week. I was in Toronto, and the woman's telling me the story. She's talking with her, and then she says, "Oh yeah, I was flying the ship." And I go, oh, "Stop! How do you fly a ship?" And she says, "Oh, you do it with your heart and with your mind." And I go, "Thank you." It's like they read off a cue card. You're taken in the ship. There's beings behind you. You don't know whether they're human or whether they're alien. You come into the ship and you're standing there, and then you're standing there. You don't know what to do. And then the beings say, the voice behind you, they don't know whether it's aliens or whether it's humans, and they say, "So go ahead, do it." And the retired Air Force colonel says, and they all say the same thing. It's like reading off a cue card. Say, "I don't know what to do." And they go, "You know what to do. Just do it." And this Air Force colonel tells me, goes, and there's this panel. He goes at this panel. He puts his hand on the panel. So either people have a panel or they have a ball, like a beehive, or they put the hand on the beehive. There's 2 different models. And you put your hand on there, and you become one with the craft. This is one of the things I had. Is it separation or is it oneness? That was one of the things that came in this download experience. So you become one with the craft, and whatever you think is what the craft does. This is this whole thing why you cannot turn a craft on. You can have the craft intact at Creed Air Force Base, and you can't do anything with it because you need the hand. You need the person who's interacted with the craft. So you see that. So you 14%. And I remember I was arguing with people. I said, well, we should talk to these people. And they said, well, people experience a lot of stuff on the craft. And I said, yeah, when you get 14% of people saying they're flying the craft, and they're all saying the same thing, don't you think we should listen to these people? And the other thing is 40%. This comes to this noetic experience thing that I had. 40% of experiencers will tell you that at one point during their experience, they knew the answer to everything in the universe. And I say, people will tell you UFO sightings, it's all anecdotal. They'll tell you whatever. It's all anecdotal stuff. It's all going through your conscious mind. But when somebody says they knew the answer to everything in the universe, even Donald Trump wouldn't make that up. Even he wouldn't say that. I mean, this is not something you're going to make up. If 40% of people say they knew the answer to everything in the universe at one point during their experience, don't you think we should at least talk to these people? 42% of all experiencers say they have mathematical, scientific, or technical material in their head that they did not learn in school. Why would we not talk to these people? There's a woman that just came out with a book in Norway. She wrote an entire book on the downloaded technical stuff from the craft that she put out. She was contacted by the university in Oslo, and they said, where did you get this stuff from? We are just starting to get into the stuff that's in your book. We need to know where you got it from. She says, we have to buy the book to find out. So you get these kind of people. I had a woman come to me in California. She showed me her cell phone with one of these papers, and it had all mathematical formulas she's going through, and I go, oh, that's pretty cool. So 25 pages long on her cell phone. Says, oh, that's cool. Did you write that? Did you get that in a download? She says, yeah, I got it in a download. I'm a secretary. I've never taken science. And that's the kind of stuff you find. Like, why would you not talk to these people? And you see these patterns.
I have a similar story because I have an experiencer person that I talk to who is a waitress, and I don't want to say she's uneducated, but she's like didn't graduate high school, and experiencer, and I have a background in computer science, and she gave me some of the most advanced math that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And she doesn't know where it came from. She just claims that it was just given to her. It just appeared in her mind, and she could not write it all down.
Yeah.
And it wasn't garbage. This was legitimately advanced math.
Exactly. And that's why you have the MILAB thing. I mean, if you take a look at the Avery guys, they're just guys who are trying to figure it out the same as you and I. They're not government people, evil agents, or anything like that.
That's another part to your story that I think is very interesting, because almost everybody else kind of goes by this Men in Black. There's this evil shadow government group that is covering this all up, and we got to fight those kind of people to get this information out, and they're trying to hoard the technology, and that's what the narrative seems to be from a lot of researchers.
Yeah.
And yours is that it's not the case. It's that there's
the ones I've met.
Some of them are good people, and they have a genuine interest, and they're just operating at a higher level. And some of them want to get this information out.
Yeah, to me that's the thing. Is I don't believe. I always have this fight about the good and evil aliens. I mean, to me, it's a Christian idea that there are, you're either going to heaven or you're going to hell. There's just good people and bad people, and therefore, if I'm going to heaven, so you got to be going to hell. And it's this idea where we do this dual thing, which is one of the downloads I got. It's not dual. It's all one. It's oneness. Separation is where the problem is. We start to believe things are separate items. So you have these guys who are simply trying to figure it out for themselves, and that's why you get the MILAB thing. It's not that, because I was talking to Melinda, I said, well, this whole idea that this is a pretty risky thing. If you're kidnapping American people, but the way you're doing it is you're trying to figure out what's going on as well. So they at least know that you grab the experiencer and you drug them and you bring them in and you say, what did the aliens tell you? What did you, and I asked Melinda, I just did an interview with her a couple days ago, and I said to her, is this true, the story that Hal put off? Richard Doty told me when I interviewed him that he had worked for Hal for 12 years, and Hal confirmed this. Not worked for him, but it was working with him for 12 years. And he confirmed that, he said that they were bringing pieces to Hal to figure out what is this? And Hal could never figure it out, like pieces from the craft. And he could never figure out how it works. But the story in the MILAB thing, and I asked Melinda about this in the interview, and she confirmed this, that they bring in the experiencer, and then they bring in the piece of the craft, and they give it to the experiencer, and you know what to do with this, and the person knows what to do with it, and they go, okay, we got another one. And they know this person's an experiencer because they can make the craft work. It's the whole idea, this oneness thing, that you've been one with the craft and you can make it work. Whereas if you've never been abducted, you've never been with the aliens, you can't get these pieces to work. So Hal would always send these pieces back that he couldn't get anything to work. He didn't know what this stuff was for, but you give it to an experiencer. Or Melinda told me the story that she was in the room, and I heard a second witness who was there at the same time. She told me the same story. So I got it from two different vantage points where they were in there, and they had this panel board with these levers on it, and they told her to make something else move, and these levers started to move on the panel, and they said, oh, we got another one. And so that's why they watch these people, because these people are able, and they're trying to figure out how are these people able to levitate stuff? How are the beings teaching them to do this kind of stuff? And they can tap into this. That's why they went to Skinwalker Ranch. If you look at the Skinwalker Ranch thing, the DIA went to Skinwalker Ranch. There was no UFOs at Skinwalker Ranch. There was an orb or two, but there was no UFOs. It was all apport material. This is what I'm lecturing on now. It's this whole idea. This is what the metal is. They're dropping this metal. They want you to go, wow. They want you to go, oh my God, what is this? You know, that's why they got lights on the craft. They want you to go, wow.
Yeah, this is another one of your theories, which I love, which is the circus theory. Can you explain a little bit about the circus theory?
Yeah, to me, it's all, no matter what it is. It's like the whole thing with the cattle mutilations. They grab the cattle, and I always say to Linda, like Linda, why is it bloodless? Why do they take the blood out all the time? Because if they didn't take the blood out, you wouldn't care less. It's got to be really weird. It's like, wow, how did they do that? And then they fly the thing out. So they got the cow, and they take it out, and then they fly back into the war zone and drop it in the front yard of the farmer. And I said, well, why would they go back and drop the cow? They've got the cow. They don't have to come back and drop the cow. They're dropping it because they want Linda and everybody else to go take pictures and put it on the front page. Because if you take a look at Perkins, the guy who has supposedly had the biggest catalog of cattle mutilations, he said everything was downwind and downstream of nuclear power activities and nuclear testing. And he said if you took a map of the high cancer rates and put them on, and the cattle mutilation thing, it was a direct match. It was all west of the Rockies. Once you got into California, it all stopped. It was where they were testing the nuclear power stuff. So you may not know why they picked up that cow, but it's a signal. It's like the government saying, did you see where they dropped that cow? Wow. And they know it's a monitoring operation, and they're sending signals. Why do they do the crop circle thing? They just want you to go, wow. And that's the same thing I'd say with the metals. So when you get the metal stuff, I say they're dropping these pieces of metal to get people to go, wow, something's going on here. This is weird. It's got weird isotopes or whatever. And everybody says, oh, it's extraterrestrial, but it's getting you to think we're not alone. Something's going on here. Try to figure it. That's why they put marks on people's bodies. They don't have to put triangles on people's body. They do that so you go, oh my God, it wasn't a dream. I thought it was a dream, but look at my arm. It's not a dream. And that's what the Skinwalker Ranch. So when they went to Skinwalker Ranch, it was all apport material. And they do this weird apport material. And I only got into this in November of last year. I'm finishing a book on it. It's just bizarre, the apport material. And most experiencers have this. You always say to them, like when they're talking about experience, you say, because they don't think it's related, you say, you ever have anything sort of fly around the house, or something sort of appears or disappears and then reappears someplace else? And everybody, even Steve Murillo, who runs UFO MUFON LA, I mean, he even told me these really bizarre report stories. So when the DIA goes to Skinwalker Ranch, they're not looking for UFO stuff. They're looking at this thing where the wife comes home with the bag of groceries. She puts the groceries on the counter. She puts them all away, and then she goes in another room, comes back in, and all the groceries are back in the bag. Or the guy is worried about his cows or his bulls. He goes running outside, and the bulls are gone. And he's going, what the hell happened to the bulls? And then he looks at this trailer. I wonder if it's in the trailer. And this locked trailer. And he opens the trailer, and the bulls are in the trailer. And there's 20 incidents that are in the Skinwalker book, and it's all apport material. It's like throw the post hole digger disappears and it's 50 feet up in a cottonwood tree. It's that weird stuff where you're going like, what is? And that's what the DIA went there. They wanted to see this weird stuff, because if you can make stuff disappear and go through walls and this kind of stuff, it's got military potential. That's why they're studying it. Well, they weren't studying it for UFO material. They were studying this apport, weird stuff, or portals opening up and all this weird kind of stuff. The nature of reality, which is I think what it comes down to. When you understand this second download I had, when you get down to this, you're looking at it, what is the nature of reality? Is it nuts and bolts? Is it consciousness? Is it pattern? How do they get, if it's an apport thing, where they can make something appear, whether it's a body, a craft, a piece of metal, or whatever, it's coming out of some sort of other dimension and it comes across. Or when you talk to experiencers, I have the one experiencer who talks about them going the other way, and this is very common with experiencers. How does the being get into the room and leave the room? It comes in a ball, and the ball turns into an alien. Or the one, this Israeli guy tells me the story, the beings are in the room, they give him this thing about oneness, the main message is oneness. The whole message, the number one message they have is oneness. He gets this oneness, he's writing his book on oneness, they tell him all this stuff about the oneness, and then when they leave, they hold hands and they make a circle and they start to walk around in a circle, and it goes faster and faster and faster, and suddenly they turn into light. The light gets smaller and smaller and smaller, going to a little ball, and they disappear. And that's the whole thing. So
I've often, even in listening to some of the consciousness-based, sort of deep digging that you've been doing, it made me think that maybe this whole nuts and bolts aliens from another star system is totally wrong. And maybe, just maybe, these beings are some kind of beings that have learned to alter and create reality, or transmute reality. So the normal laws of physics don't mean anything to them.
Yeah, and that's, if you take a look, and the example I would point out is, I will maintain absolutely, I don't care what anybody says, there was no Greys before 1961. And the Greys, when Betty and Barney Hill saw them, had hats on. And so before then, it was the blonde, blue-eyed aliens and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, the Nordics.
In 1890s, the ships were wooden ships with propellers and guys hanging off of ropes and stuff like that. And Jacques Vallée will go back and say it was fairies. And if you take a look at people like, if you've ever interviewed Sherry Wilde, who had a very dramatic encounter over and over again, was writing a book. There's a movie going to be done on hers. She was dealing with an alien by the name of Da. And she said to him, she says, "Are you actually an alien?" And he said, "No, not really." And she said, "Well, why do you come as this ugly-looking gray thing?" And he said, "What do you mean, ugly-looking gray thing? You ever look in the mirror? When you got those big teeth, when you smile, we think you're going to eat us." And so it's the whole idea that a lot of people have asked the alien, "Are you actually an alien?" And no, or you get this thing with the screen imaging thing, where I just put one on Facebook yesterday, where the guy's, this guy that wrote the book on near-death experiences, Ring, one of the top guy, he was into UFO stuff, and he had the connection between near-death experiences and UFO experiences about the guy in Alaska. He sees this moose on top of the hill, and he goes up to the top of the hill to see the moose, and there's a flying saucer there. And then he goes on the craft, and they let him fly the craft, and then they drop him off again, and he goes home and tells his mother he saw a moose. And you see the screen imaging, the rabbits, owls, moose.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've seen the owl thing like over and over again.
Or you have the one guy who was, he's not around anymore. He was one of the main guys that started with the whole thing about the people seeing the screen on board the ship. 39% of all experiencers see the screen, where they're showing the environmental devastation of the earth and stuff, this screen. And he was the first to bring this up, and his name always escapes me, but he was an early on guy, and he knew about the screen imaging thing, where he said to the alien came in looking like a military guy, and he said, "You're not a military. You got the wrong uniform on." And he said instantaneously, the uniform changed to the right. They had the right stripes on it. Instantaneously, this alien changed from one to another, and that's the whole thing about screen imaging. Or you have this story where people will. A kid will freak out and they'll turn into a clown, or they'll turn into doctors to calm the kid down. And that's what they're doing, is they're trying to, rather than throw you off, they come as playmates, or something else that you think it's something and it's actually something else. So what they actually are is the whole deal is, if they can come from that other environment, whatever it is, they're not physical. That's how they get here. That was the whole question between Jan Hartson. Jan Hartson says to Ben Rich, "Ben, how do they get here?" And he said, "What do you know about ESP?" That's how they get here. And it's the whole idea is that the way they get here is that it's the oneness concept. It's all one thing. There's everything in time and space is connected. So they can move from one place to another, but you have to become into this sort of like consciousness thing. You can't come as a physical thing. So they move into this sort of a spirit type thing, or whatever it is, and then they can emerge through a ball of light, turn into a physical being, go back into the ball of light, and that's how they get here. Nobody's flying across time and space from one planet to another. Once you are able to learn this consciousness thing, that you can transport yourself into this sort of a spiritual environment, or whatever you want to call it, interdimensional thing, then you can move to another planet and reemerge. We just think that you're just physical. That's all there is physical, and consciousness is an epiphenomena of the brain, that it really doesn't exist. It's not there. The consciousness is the primary thing. So they can come in, become physical. They can drop physical objects, any object they want. They can make them produce whatever they want. They can come in, they can go back again. We just don't believe it because we don't realize that everything is actually what they are. And that's where the one alien said, we come to you in your dreams because now you're in our world. And when you start looking at the crossing the contact modalities, you start looking at lucid dreaming, you start looking at psilocybin and stuff like that, you start to realize that you have these crossovers.
Actually, I was going to ask you, because I don't think that I've ever heard you really talk about this, but you know, I have a big interest in some of these things like psilocybin or DMT, and I wanted to know if you've ever, I don't know if it's too personal question, but if you've ever experimented with some of these hallucinogens in a quest for greater understanding, or you mentioned some of these contactees thinking at one time they knew all the answers of the universe, and it made me think of some sort of psychedelic experiences can be like that, sort of transcending reality, and you feel like you're in another time and space, and you feel connected to everything.
And that's the whole thing. That it's the same thing. That's when I do a book. Ray Hernandez from Free wanted me to do a chapter in their new book on contact modalities, and he got pulled off the freeway, and he got pulled out of his car into this sort of a spirit world or non-local world where they're showing him this spinning wheel, and in the wheel it has UFOs, paranormal phenomena, psychic phenomena, near-death experiences, psychedelics, all this sort of stuff, and it's all the same thing. So I was going to do the thing, and I said, well, I'm going to look at all these contact modalities. I had 70 of them. It's all the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. It's just a different way of some people call it like a permission slip, whatever you need. So I never did the psilocybin stuff, but I studied it an awful lot, all the John Hopkins and all the research that had been done on, and lucid dreaming. I tried repeatedly lucid dreaming, but all those things, what you see, whether it's a near-death experience, psilocybin, or whether it's lucid dreaming, what you see is this world where it's much more plastic. It's the world that they're coming from, where you can screen image, you can appear as whatever you want, and it's the same sort of thing. So that's where the people get the thing about the evil alien. And I say, well, if you happen to run into an evil alien, the more lesson you learn, whether you're doing psilocybin at John Hopkins or whether you're doing lucid dream research at Stanford University, what they tell you is, do not walk away. Be open, accepting, walk towards the evil alien, the devil, whatever it is. Treat it with unconditional love, give it a big hug, and it will turn into a positive being and give you a positive message. So that's the whole thing behind the aliens. There's actually a thing. There's an interview. If you will go on YouTube, you'll see an interview that was done between Bud Hopkins, who believed they were all intruders, they were bad guys, just nothing good about alien abduction, and you had John Mack, who believed it was a spiritual type phenomena. So they're having this debate in Boston, and that's when Mack stands up and he says, Bud, it's kind of unusual, it's kind of strange. I'm the psychiatrist here, you think I would be getting all the real bad ones. And he says, and I'm getting all the sort of the spiritual seekers, and you're getting all the bad ones. Maybe, Bud, that has to do more with you and I than it does with the aliens. And that's what I now believe is whatever type of alien you are attracting, you are manifesting that part of the thing. Because what you see, if you start looking at actually talking to experiencers, you realize that nobody ever sees the same alien their whole life. And it always bothered me. It's like, well, why are these aliens all working together? I mean, first you see like Travis Walton, you see, these sort of the gray type aliens, and then you see the human type alien, and everybody has multiple aliens, and it's like, well, what's going on? And all these things, and it's this idea that your experiences can change and the aliens can change, that you have to accept the fact if it's like the lucid dream world, it's the thing where you are part of what you're experiencing. We have to believe this thing that it's separation, that there's no oneness, there's separation, that we are like a cork riding down the stream and we're being buffeted around by different forces. And when you get into what I think is the nature of reality, you're going to realize, no, you are manifesting what is happening around you. You have much more control than what you think, and that things will change. And I'll give you a really interesting story. And I didn't realize, you always hear this thing, but there's no time and space, that this is all illusion. And I didn't realize this until last year. I'm with Barbara Lamb in Los Angeles, and we're having lunch, and she's talking and she's telling stories, whatever. I'm just listening to her. She's, when I regress people, they're very, very afraid. They're, especially the first time when they're talking about being on the table, they're very afraid. So what I do is I try to distract them. And so what I say to them is, you're on the table, are you scared? And the person goes, yeah, I'm really scared. And do you know what they're doing to you? No. Would you like to know what they're doing to you? Yeah. Well, then go ahead and ask them. Now, you got to remember, this did not happen the first time around. They did not ask the alien what happened. So she's, go ahead and ask them, what are you doing? And then the person says, they're looking at my kidney. They said there's something wrong with my kidney. I should go to the doctor. And then she says, look on the side. Look, what's the wall look like? And she's doing it to distract them. But what's happening is that she is changing a past event. So there is no past event. You can go back to a past event and live in that life and change it just by going back. It's not carved in stone. We have these illusions about how reality works. The other thing she had was the whole thing about space. So she's talking, and I've heard this lots of times. Lots of abduction regressions people will tell this story, where suddenly the alien wants to talk to them. So she says, well, the alien's through this person. The person says, oh, Barbara, they want to talk to you. Okay, what do they want to know? So this person is like relaying messages back and forth between the alien and the person who's doing the regression. Now, this event happened like 20 years ago. And so Barbara's telling the story, the alien saying this, that, whatever, and talking about something Barbara was doing. She's working in her garden. I can't remember what the story was. I didn't catch it till she was actually finished the story. And it was like, wow. But she was in the garden or something, and the alien's telling her this happened, and Barbara says, oh, really? Were you there? And then the alien says, or whoever it was, the being says, through this person that's on the table says, no, Barbara, I've never been to your planet. And that's the whole deal. There's no time, there's no space. We're making all these false assumptions. And when you start talking to the experiencers, they start telling you these stories that of these things that really mess up. So when I did the contact modalities, I say it's all the same sort of thing, that when you get into looking at whether it's lucid dreams, psychedelics, near-death experiences, it's all the same thing, where you can actually change the characters, where everything is very pliable. And those people come back and say the same thing that I said in my experience. They'll say, it was more real than the real world. This is the dream. That's the real world. And unless you've had that experience, you say, that's crazy. How can that possibly be? And yet, when I ask these people, and I've asked people, they say, I knew everything in the universe. And I say, well, how do you know there wasn't something on the far side of the universe, number 7, 8, 9, that they didn't tell you about? And then they'll say exactly what I will say about my experience, which comes with absolute certainty. They'll say, I'll say, well, how do you know? And they'll just say, I'm not really sure, but I just know for sure. And that was with me. I know for sure that what I was told in these downloads was real. It was absolute. It comes with absolute certainty. You don't have to question it. And it has turned out to be true, that everything that I've gotten has been reinforced as I go along. And I realized that was the right material. And it's this noetic experience. And that's where you should be talking to experiencers, because they have these noetic experiences. It's not something they sat and rationally figured out or tried to calculate or had some bizarre idea, whatever. It's something that's coming. So all the information, if it's true that they knew the answer to everything in the universe, and as I asked the people, how long did it last? How did it fade away? And they say, usually within the day. It's like a dream. It's disappearing, and you're trying to remember all the things that you were told, and it's fading away, and you're trying to recover it or whatever. So if at one point they knew the answer, then why would we not try to hack that and get into that field where all the answers are? And that's ancient literature, the Akashic record, all this kind of stuff. Even the lecture I'm going to do in a couple of weeks, I actually play a tape where a guy's doing meditation, which is another contact modality. So the guy's doing meditation. He has this experience where he knows everything in the universe. And he basically says, I'm there, and suddenly I know everything. I'm the universe. I'm everything. Everything is there. And the other one that I play, the other tape, is the guy is there. And if you start looking at these experiences, people who have the life review, And what you see in a life review, it shows you how complex the universe is. We think, oh, we got to solve the UFOs. You got nothing solved. When you see how complex the universe is, that people in a life review will say, I was shown every event in my life in like a second or two, every single event, everything that went, but I didn't see it from my vantage point. I saw it from the vantage point of the person that I was interacting with. So if I told my ex-wife she was an idiot, I was my ex-wife, and I could feel the pain of how she felt when I said that. So if that is true, and I'll guarantee you everybody's going to tell the same story, then not only is memory perfect, that all the memories there, the Akashic field, but all the memories are interlinked, that somebody's putting all these memories together, that you have your memory and you have the memory of the encounter and the person, how they felt on the other side, that it's all linked. And people say it actually how you affected the world, how you affected the universe by everything you did. If it's all that linked and all these things are connected together, we haven't even scratched the surface of how the universe works. And that's a mistake we're making. That's why you got to talk to the experiencers, that rationally, analytically, you're never going to figure this thing out, especially if you go down the road of nuts and bolts, because I will guarantee it is not nuts and bolts. Everything, if you break down you break down the human body, the world, it comes down to energy. There is no, it's all space. It's all these illusions. We believe the world is flat because we see it's flat. We learn now, no, it's not flat. We think the sun's going around the earth. We believe what we're seeing, and we don't realize that most of what we're seeing is illusion. It's wrong. We're moving at 1,000 miles an hour. We think we're stable. We're just sitting here. We're moving at 1,000 miles an hour into the east. We just don't realize we're doing this. And the more we learn, the more we realize that the world is very, very complex, and that you have to find a way to get actual material. And the actual material is the material that's in the field, that those people say, I knew the answer to everything in the universe. The material is there. And I think it's totally insane not to try to crack that, to get these people to get their, what did they give you? Take a look at their material, try to put it together, cross-index it. You can give them lie detectors, do whatever you got to do if you don't believe them, but at least talk to these people.
Yeah, and I absolutely, I'm one person that is absolutely glad that you're one of the people out there doing it. Can you tell my listeners how they can find out more about you, or maybe buy some of your books, which I highly recommend?
Well, my books, I have about 6, and I have 6 more coming within the next, well, I'm not stuck with the Stanton Friedman stuff, but Amazon is where the books are. But most of the stuff, if you want to see the Stanton Friedman stuff, we may put it up on a website. I'm not a website guy, but it'd have to get help to put it up on a website. But we're going to, most of the stuff I put on my Presidential UFO Facebook site. I'll put up various documents as I find them on the site. So for the last 2 weeks, I've put maybe, I don't know, 20 documents, 30 documents, and explain why these are
I've been
important.
definitely following you there and looking at some
and
of
the
this
other
stuff.
one
It's
I
really
do
great
is,
to see it.
Yeah, and my White House UFO YouTube channel is where I'm going to do, I don't know if it's been broadcast yet, but I did one PowerPoint on Stanton stuff. I've got 4 PowerPoints. So maybe I'll talk for maybe an hour and a half on what I found in the files, and I show these various documents that were in the file. So it's the Presidential UFO Facebook, and the White House UFO YouTube channel is where my new material, as I put it up, comes.
All right. Well, I want to thank you so much for joining us.
Sometimes the truth is hidden in the strangest places. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Sometimes the truth isn't hidden well at all, and it's easy to find. There should be no penalty to anyone who finds the truth that is easy to find. But some people are trying to stop people from publishing basically public information. This is extremely flawed and wrong on so many levels. But this is what's been happening, and I'm tired of seeing it happen. And maybe I should do something about that. maybe I will. Yeah, maybe I'll start looking into that. It's not what these people want. But maybe it's what has to happen. Until next time, folks, my name is Stephen Campion, also known as the Mystery Man, reminding you that it is far, far better to be smacked in the face with the truth than kissed by a lie. Good night, folks.
This program is a legacy program which was recorded some time ago. Views and subject matter are products of the time in which they were recorded and may not reflect current news or cultural stances.
Welcome back, my friends, back to the Midnight Hour. I'm happy to say that some of you may actually be listening to the Midnight Hour at the Midnight Hour. Imagine that. For our premiere of our exclusive interview with Stephen Bassett of the Paradigm Research Group. This man has been on the front lines of the so-called disclosure movement since its inception. Have there really been attempts by people inside the deep state or the United States government to actually push and make official UFO disclosure and alien visitation disclosure actually happen? You're going to be surprised about the amount of evidence that people inside the government have tried to push the government into disclosing what they know about UFOs and aliens and about an apparent extraterrestrial presence that our government has known about for quite some time. Now, this sounds like the start of a good science fiction movie, but I gotta tell you, folks, there's plenty of meat on the bones, and there have been people at the forefront of this movement for quite some time. And my guest tonight, Stephen Bassett of the Paradigm Research Group, has been on those front lines since the beginning. And I gotta tell you, listen to a few of his lectures on YouTube. Just Google Stephen Bassett Paradigm Research Group or Stephen Bassett Lecture. And I gotta tell you, you better buckle up, because the man is at a bumpy ride. He's got a lot of good things to say about disclosure and about what may happen and about government people that have pushed for disclosure. And he's got the inside track, and he always has the inside track on this subject. For many years now, he has been on the trail of this thing. He's been on the forefront of this thing. And first of all, I want to thank him for that, because that's a crazy mission that I can't imagine trying to undertake. But he's done this with courage and with intelligence and with integrity over many years. And he keeps at it. And I gotta tell you that I admire his perseverance, if nothing else. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know about UFO and alien visitation disclosure, is it really happening? Is it coming? What's going on? Because there's some great evidence that there's some drip form of disclosure and they're getting us ready for a big announcement. That's what a lot of people are saying. And like I said, our guest tonight has been on the forefront of this thing since it began. This whole movement to try to push our government into spilling all of the secrets that is held for all these years. There's a lot of secrets in there, and he knows a lot of them. And I'm hoping that tonight he just may share some of those secrets with me and with you, my friends and my listeners. Now, friends, without any further ado, we have Stephen Bassett of the Paradigm Research Group standing by on the mystery phone. Let's get into it.
I think where I would like to start is, when did you start your research group? And more importantly, why did you feel that that was so important to dedicate your life to something like this?
It's one of those decisions that emerges sometimes organically and you don't anticipate it. But I set up Paradigm Research Group as a lobbying entity in late 1996, in the fall of 96. But this is after I spent 4 months volunteering with John Mack's organization up in the Boston area. That was the Program for Extraordinary Experience Research, PEER. And this was a very interesting time, but it really wasn't a fit for me. And I was thrilled to have my first engagement of this formal engagement of the issue be with John's contact research work there. But it wasn't a fit for me. It's a very academic setting, and that's not really my background. So I had to decide what to do next, and it just came to me one day in the office. I was sitting there trying to decide, what am I going to do? I've got to pretty much move on here shortly. And then there it was. I lived in Washington off and on for years. I had family that goes back there, 80 years. I knew Washington well, and I thought the key point that I had come to understand was that the problem with the extraterrestrial issue was not science; it was politics. There had been enough science to prove it many times over, enough evidence. It wasn't resolved because it was a political decision on the part of the government that it would not be resolved, that it would be embargoed, it would be suppressed. And so the solution was a political solution. Therefore, let's engage it politically. How would you do that? Well, one good, simple way, which is easy and doesn't cost anything, is to register as a lobbyist. Well, the moment that thought came in my mind, it occurred to me that probably nobody had ever done that. And that was true. So I needed to get myself down to Washington and register as a lobbyist in case somebody else beat me to it. And so I got down there. I arrived on July the 4th, believe it or not, 1996.
That seems fitting.
And shortly, it is fitting. And shortly thereafter, I registered as a lobbyist as the first person to do so. That registration was picked up by the news people. The Washington Post interviewed me, and off I went. So it was a really wonderful coming together of instinct and circumstance, and also my connection to Washington that led me to be the first lobbyist. Finally, about a year ago, the second one finally registered, and that's Chase Klodsky.
Oh, that was going to be my next question. Are you still the only one, or is there another now?
No longer. Chase Klodsky was number 2. It only took 20-some years, 20.
Yeah. Maybe the two of you can gang up on some of these senators and things, I guess.
I anticipate work with her when I get back to Washington later this year, yes.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. And I guess the next question, I really want to talk to you in depth, if possible, about the Rockefeller Initiative, because for people who aren't really aware of some of this history, it's kind of mind-blowing that even happened, or almost happened. Can you tell us, because I've heard you speak about this in detail, about what was the Rockefeller Initiative and what happened with that?
Certainly. By the way, for your listeners, almost everything we're talking about, you can find a lot of material on my website, which is paradigmresearchgroup.org, or just Google my name, Stephen Bassett. It comes right up.
Yeah, and you've also got some excellent talks about all these subjects on YouTube. You just search Paradigm Research Group or Stephen Bassett lecture on YouTube, and you'll find a wealth of information, more than we could cover today.
Yeah, and I have a channel, of course, Paradigm Research Group, where a great deal of this and more very soon has been consolidated. So there's like hundreds of videos up there, and quite a few of them are about my presentations. Look, the Rockefeller Initiative was one of the most important things in the history of the disclosure process, of the disclosure movement. It was a touchstone event, or milestone event, rather, which has influenced a great deal of what's happened since. For a lot of reasons. And again, I give 2-hour lectures on this, so let me try to be brief. But the long and the short of it is that when the Cold War ended, the principal barrier to a political solution to the ET issue was lowered. It wasn't the only barrier, but it was the most important one. For the 44 years from 47 to 91, the military intelligence community and the political power structure was not going to allow acknowledgement of the extraterrestrial issue. Not while there were tens of thousands of nuclear weapons on immediate alert that, if launched, would have destroyed basically human civilization. It was just too big a variable to drop into that mix, so it wasn't going to happen. The ET issue was always a national security matter, and you combine that with mutual assured destruction, and it's a national security on steroids. So when the Cold War ends, that barrier drops. And a lot of people, I think, at the time, though they may not have said so, even at the high ends of politics and economics and what have you, thought maybe it was time for the people to know the truth. One of those was Lawrence Rockefeller, billionaire, environmentalist, philanthropist, who had been involved in issues like this for a while, had supported people like John Mack and others. He was an advanced thinking guy. He wasn't like his brothers. He was very different. He was kind of like not the black sheep of the family, but certainly the odd sheep of the family. He made the decision, whoever won that election in 1992, he was going to approach that administration in a concerted effort to convince whoever the president was to release all the files, which is essentially code words for end the truth embargo. Because if you actually released all the files, meaning declassified all the files in the government archives regarding the phenomena going back to the 40s, it would be the end of the embargo. It'd be over. And that's what he wanted. He wanted disclosure. That term was not in play yet. I helped to bring that out later and make that term stick. But he made that decision. And so he approached the Clinton administration with a faxed request through his attorney, Henry Diamond, on March 29, 1993, about 2 months after Clinton had taken office, very, very quickly. And thus began the Rockefeller Initiative, which Clinton was kind of forced to entertain because Rockefeller was a big donor to the Democratic National Committee and other Democratic candidates. They knew him. It wasn't like they could tell him to pound sand. But Clinton really came into Washington as a out-of-nowhere governor of Arkansas with no military intelligence connections, not a lot of political clout, had some popularity. But the military intelligence complex wanted nothing to do with him. And so it wasn't going to be easy for him to engage the issue, but he's the one that won. If Bush had won, he would have approached Bush. And frankly, if Bush had won, I think we'd have had disclosure in the 1990s under a Bush administration. But
yeah, because he was in bed with the intelligence community, being a former CIA director, right?
He was more than in bed. They were married. They had been living together very long.
Absolutely.
And he was highly respected. And so it would have been a much more comfortable enterprise under a Bush administration, but it was Clinton. So this initiative lasted for 3 years and was wrapped up in October of 96. Clinton was stonewalled, without question, by his own administration. He got angry. He forced them to try to do some things, but ultimately he couldn't get it done. But nevertheless, a lot of very significant, important people were connected to this initiative who would continue to be in play politically for the next 25 years. And that is Bill Clinton as the ex-president, Hillary Clinton as a senator, a Secretary of State, candidate twice for president, Leon Panetta, who would become Secretary of Defense, and see, what was the other thing he was? Might have been CIA director, I think it was. John Podesta, political operative, constantly in the news. Al Gore knew about it. George Stephanopoulos knew about it, but he went into media, and all the time he's been a news big shot, he's never addressed the issue, which is something I'd like to ask him face to face one day. Webster Hubbell and others. These people were not going to go away, and they knew about this initiative. They knew about the stonewalling, and they made the decision as Clinton is running for his second term with scandals at his door that, okay, it didn't work. Let us never talk about this again until it's appropriate for us to do so, meaning one of us is president. Gore just missed. Clinton just missed twice. And as a result, this connection to the ET issue, which begins by a significant political team, the Clinton team, which begins with the Rockefeller Initiative, March 1993, finally becomes a significant matter in the 2016 election. And so there is a through line all the way from the Rockefeller Initiative to the 2016 election, which I am extremely familiar with, and in due course I'm going to write a book about from my perspective, if I can ever sit down and sit still.
Yeah, you're a pretty busy guy.
Yeah, I'm a ADDH guy, so it's not easy for me.
Well,
that's a short answer to your question.
Yeah,
I can talk out.
In regard to the 2016 election, like you mentioned John Podesta, and there's WikiLeaks emails where he's like talking about UFOs still, and he has that famous tweet where he said something like, "I wasn't able to force disclosure." It was one of his regrets.
That was PR. That was me. That was PRG behind all that. That story's not well known, but it will get known because there's several profiles in significant publications, I think, coming about all that and PRG, though it'll be later this year, August, September. But I got about 40,000 together, and I came to back to Washington in November of 2014 with the very simple and straightforward goal to force the ET issue to explode into this huge, expensive campaign. Because one, Hillary Clinton was the leading candidate to win the presidency, and two, the Rockefeller Initiative connection, the whole Clinton ET connection, which had been covered and was kind of known, but they'd managed to stay away from it in any way that was significant. But now, under those conditions, we thought we could force it, and we did. We forced the issue out. Hundreds of articles were written, and there was so much pressure on the Clinton team that members of that team, including President Clinton, Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, even Barack Obama, had to give controlled, limited hangout statements about the ET issue, which generated even more press and got a lot of people's attention. It didn't hurt her in her campaign. I don't think it cost her a single vote, might even got her votes. And that was my work. I was working with my publicist in Washington for 2 solid years, and we had hoped that the debates, it would get into the debates, but the presidential debate system is it's terrible, it's corrupt, it's awful, and a waste of time.
At the very least, they were entertaining this time around. That's for sure.
Entertaining as far as helping America advance its interests, not really.
Yeah, exactly.
And because the entire debate moderating teams never ask a single ET question, in spite of articles all over the world on the subject of Clinton and ETs, she was able to pretty much get through it, and then they never spoke again after June 2 of 2016, and then the public learned more about this connection when the WikiLeaks emails were released.
But I got to tell you, I was on that thing, typing in search queries as soon as it was up, and I found some of that stuff earlier than most people, and I was shocked and amazed by what they were talking about in some of those emails.
Certainly. At my website, in the blog section, Disclosure Wire blog, I've actually got all 95 of the emails in the Podesta file with an ET reference are shown together with commentary and links to the actual email in the WikiLeaks files, so people can go and look at them all. The most important thing that emerged out of that was the fact that the To the Stars Academy people, eventually it was announced in 2017, that Tom DeLonge, representing that project, had already approached the Podesta, the Clinton administration through Podesta, because they were pretty sure Clinton was going to win, and so that came out, thus increasing the connection. But again, that did not cost her the election. If she had embraced the ET issue and her connection to it, and really shaken the trees,
yeah, that might have put her over the top.
It would have won her the White House. I would be happy to debate any member of the Clinton team in any decent public forum that simple question: had you spoken truth to power on the ET issue in that election, would it have hurt you or helped you? And I would be very persuasive that it would have won her the White House.
Yeah, now you mentioned To the Stars Academy. I've got a lot of listeners that wanted me to ask you specifically about them, because even people that are intensely interested in these subjects, I don't want to say they're extremely distrustful. Let's just say they're distrustful of this To the Stars Academy initiative. Mm-hmm. I hear a lot of things, mostly because it's like a poor for-profit kind of thing with them, and he's also sort of, I guess, kind of like just kind of stalled. They made a lot of promises, and then it seems like if there is anything coming from them, it's just such a slow drip. What do you think about them? And then the other reason that people distrust them is because of the number of people that are in that organization that are former intelligence members. And what is your take on them?
It's understandable that most people simply don't know enough about it to arrive at the understanding that I have. But I get that. First of all, the military intelligence complex and the political structure in America have earned massive distrust from the American people. The lies, the bad wars, the whole nine yards. Trust in government, trust in the Congress is extraordinarily low, and the trust in media has dropped off. But let's just talk about the military intelligence complex. And so, not surprisingly, anything that's going to emerge out of there is going to be viewed with distrust. I fully expect that. As far as the fact that part of the To the Stars Academy's launch was a public service corporation so they could raise money to do what they do, what can I say? You've got Elon Musk, you've got Jeff Bezos, you've got Branson, and they are engaging space as for-profit companies, and people are loving it. So that's just to me that's a moot point. When it comes to the ET issue in general, the truth embargo and the suppression has made it nearly impossible to raise money for this, and which is what you have to do, whether you're a nonprofit or, well, if you're a nonprofit, certainly to raise money. The government's lied about it for 70 years. People are scared of the issue, so you can't raise money. So if you can turn it into a for-profit public service company where people can actually make some money from it, that may bring some money in. It did. It brought $2.5 million. But one of the ways the government has maintained the truth embargo is to try to shame people. If you talk about it, shame. If you try to study it, shame. If you bring it up at a university, shame. If you try to get money to do what you're doing, shame. If you do anything to make money or make it a for-profit thing, shame. This is crap. This is the government which has got so much shame to account for. I mean, it will take the rest of this century, the United States government, to account for all the things that it has done for which it should be shamed. So I have zero sympathy for that. And I hope they raise another $25 million. Not
Yeah,
a
I
problem.
kind of leave them off the hook of the money. Personally, I do. A lot of people don't, but money makes the world go round. If you're going to do anything, you're going to need money. But
It's not about money. It's about what you do with it.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. I mean, money moves mountains, and if you're going to go on this huge mission, you're going to need funding, even if just for. Apparently, they have metal samples and some other things, and that is very costly to get the analysis done on that kind of stuff, to study the materials. So I give them a pass on the money personally, but I am extremely distrustful of anybody that's a former intelligence community member saying we're going to bring you disclosure, because they're the people.
That's not what they've said. Well, they haven't said that.
Okay, then you can correct me.
Let me just turn that around. And you have people that worked at the highest level of the Department of Defense and the CIA, and even at Skunk Works, working under high security clearances that have made very good money in their life, though they're not wealthy. And they sign up on a public project, which is an interactive project with the military intelligence complex, in which information is going to be released without breaking any laws through this organization to the public. And people think, well, that's easy. No. They don't need that. Every one of those people could be making very large sums of money doing standard stuff or working in additional classified projects as contractors. They could be making, oh God, I can't even imagine how many times and much more money. They have given up huge financial opportunities and put themselves at risk. And made themselves vulnerable to attacks from all sides, inside, outside,
and
all those people that distrust.
Well. Yeah.
And so the idea that, oh wow, this is some clever agenda, and they can't be trusted. These are the people you can trust. The ones you can't trust are the ones right down in South America right now trying to overthrow the Venezuelan government. Again, this stems from a fundamental distrust. Look. The United States government lied us into the war in Vietnam, which was a complete catastrophe. The United States government's political class then lied us into a war in Iraq, which will ultimately make through a bigger catastrophe than Vietnam. And so, what can I say? There is plenty of reason to be angry and distrustful of the government, but those were about lies. Those were about misrepresentations. Those were about the abuse of secrecy. These people have come out in the open. They're using their names. They're telling us what they're doing. And so I'm sorry for those who distrust them. I get it. My answer to my statement to them is get over it. Now the second point, involving what they've been doing, I'm going to give you my assessment. I don't have documents to prove this, and I'm not having direct conversations with anybody in the TTSAS, but the plan, I believe, was to put that project together because they saw the writing on the wall. They realized that Clinton was very likely going to disclose when she got to the White House. They knew about her ET connection going all the way back to '93. They were aware of all the things that Podesta had said over the years. They're seeing all these articles turning out in major newspapers, and then they see her and her husband and Podesta talking about the ET issue in controlled circumstances. And it looked like pretty much it was the ball game. The marathon was about to be over. And they had a real problem in that they were going to be holding the ball. They were going to be actually holding the bag. The politicians might disclose the ET presence. They might get the Pentagon to go along with it, but they were going to then blame the Pentagon, blame the military intelligence complex for all the embargo and all the years and all the misrepresentations. Wasn't us. They made us do it. And these people don't see themselves that way. They don't see themselves as lackeys or enemies of the state. They see themselves as national security defenders of the nation, which they've done a pretty good job, with the odd exception of getting in. But remember, when we go to Vietnam and we go to Iraq, it's not the DOD taking us there. It's the political class taking us there. All right? The DOD did not force the American people into that war. That was a trick played on us by George Bush and Dick Cheney. So again, their job is to follow orders and defend the country. They've done an incredible job of that, and they've been abused by the political class far too many times. Let's hope that changes. And so when they see what's coming down, I think they made the decision they need to put a project together, and they needed somebody to front it that wasn't a member of the military intelligence community, because it would have been a lot more difficult if the To the Stars Academy had announced and launched itself and had, say, Luis Elizondo as the head of the operation, the CEO, because he was obviously 30-year career intel. And so it turned out that Tom DeLonge had been approaching people for some time, for years, with his ideas about getting this out and having them participate, having the military intelligence complex be a proactive participant in the disclosure process. And he had lots of money, and he's very knowledgeable about the subject. And I think they decided, fine, let's have Tom be the CEO. And so I think the plan was them to build a program together, hint about it, which they did a couple of times, but not beyond just some basics. And then once Clinton won the election, launch the To the Stars Academy in late November of 2016 during the transition, before she became president. Thus, they would have been out in front of the issue and already probably they would have already generated those 2 huge New York Times articles. And when Clinton gets in, they're ready to help her out. And if the DOD comes along and Clinton discloses, everybody wins. But when the Clinton email, when the Podesta emails sort of got dumped early, that created a problem for them. It was not supposed to happen. And then when she loses the election, it blows everything sky high. And so most people, though, didn't know this. This was not a complaint of the general public. This was a problem for people like me who knew what was going on. It blew their project up, which I knew was coming, and it blew my work up. Okay, so it took them 11 months to regroup and decide how to launch the To the Stars Academy, or not. They could have maybe waited 2 years. But they made a decision in October to go ahead and launch and announce and put the website up, which they did, and the announcement came on October 11th, 2017. And then see what happens. The problem they had, and one of the reasons they delayed it, was that if losing the election had upset the apple cart, the Trump administration and the political chaos that it has been creating blew the apple cart away in a whirlwind, and probably never to be found again. We have been operating in the middle of the worst political crisis in American history. Worse than Teapot Dome, worse than Iran-Contra, worse than Watergate. This is a political crisis and a constitutional crisis on multi-levels. It is a Force 5 hurricane. And so trying to advance an issue as important and complicated as the disclosure process in a hurricane is impossible. I went to London. I went to London for 8 months. I knew I couldn't do anything. I went to London and tried to do some work, and I did get an interview in Moscow, which may eventually end up prove interesting. But even that, when it was announced, the media ignored it. It was like, yeah, you talked in Moscow about Putin and disclosure for the first to ever do that. So what? We've got to cover Trump here, and so they have had to slow down. It's no point firing your arrows into a 150 mile an hour headwind. They're just going to fall to the ground.
Yeah,
and
I remember seeing all this political turmoil and all this investigating Trump and Mueller, and I that's immediately what I think about all that stuff is like, there's no way that any of this disclosure stuff is going to move forward, because it's just there's too much chaos right now for that to reach the forefront when there's all this other stuff going on, right?
But they made their move. They launched, and then they delivered 2 major stories to the New York Times, which checked them out and published them on December 16th, 2017, and waited to see what happened. And what happened is it generated a lot of press for a while, and then we're back to the new norm. And so they realized they're going to have to step back and work behind the scenes. And so throughout all of 2018, they were doing what they could behind the scenes. They talked a little bit. They gave some presentations and did some interviews, but overall, and that created problems for them, because again, this is a complicated situation right now. Not only do we have a political hurricane, but then as you referred to earlier, there's all this distrust of the military intelligence complex, which they had to deal with. So they started having behind the scenes meetings with History Channel and television, and also with some people in Hollywood. Mostly Tom DeLonge, I think, was doing that. And then they had some meetings on the Hill, basically lobbying, though I don't think they've registered as a lobbyist. But private, not announced, no disclosure of content, who they talked to. But it leaked. It was kind of rumored that they were having these meetings. And that's fine. In other words, the hurricane is raging outside. If you're in a room somewhere having a private meeting, it's not going to affect you. That doesn't mean that much is going to come from those meetings right away, but you're laying some groundwork. So they used that time to do that, waiting to see what would happen. Well, now we're in the 27th month of this hurricane, which is now at Category 5, and there's not much they can do. But there's not much they can do, but there's some things. One of the most significant things that we've learned about is that the History Channel, which had been filming them for many months, is going to go ahead and launch a 6-hour series about the To the Stars Academy called Unidentified. That starts on May 31st, which is just 31 days from now. And I imagine they're hoping that things will settle down a little bit so the show will have maximum impact. But it's a sign that things are picking up, and I anticipate more developments later this year. How powerful those developments will depend directly on how the Trump situation is resolved. And there's a number of ways that can happen. So there's a lot of uncertainty there. But History Channel, Project Blue Book, which is it's not a documentary, I guess. I think it's a theatrical, in a way, theatrical documentary.
It's highly fictionalized, that's for sure.
A fictional documentary. That was an easy call, and not really a disclosure issue per se, but it got tremendous ratings, and that's good, right? But that made it easier for them to launch the 6-hour series, which will also get great ratings. But I assure you, the disclosure process needs more than just a 6-hour series on History Channel. Nevertheless, they're in play, but they slowed the pace down because of the political realities in America. Now, there are a lot of people out there that wouldn't get that. They wouldn't understand that, and I appreciate it. So they're irritated that they're dripping. But I can assure you, and I talk about this in I've done 20-some lectures, maybe more, since they launched. And I talk about it all the time. So I'm doing what I can to educate the public about the reality of that particular component of the disclosure process, the To the Stars Academy. And I support it, and it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's the most important development in the history of the disclosure movement.
Well, I definitely give them credit for at least this. For how many years now has the government said, since Blue Book ended, they said, no, we don't investigate UFOs, we don't look into that. And at the very least, To the Stars Academy approved that was a lie. They have been studying UFOs, they just haven't been telling us about it. And I always believe that to be the case. There's no way that they're just going to let these things fly around in our atmosphere and not do something about it. Even from just a defense standpoint, you want to know what that is and what is it doing here and why is it invading our airspace.
Yeah, but that was obvious 40 years ago. I mean, what is brilliant about the maneuver that was made? This is before the To the Stars Academy. In other words, To the Stars Academy is not. There's plenty else that's happened prior to the TTSAAS. And one of them was a brilliant strategy by who I consider a pivotal figure in all of this. Very private, you don't see him much, but he has $1 billion+ bucks, so that makes it a lot easier
Bigelow, right?
Pivotal, yeah, Bigelow. They came up with a brilliant idea. So what he did was he pressed Harry Reid, who was pilot and had been talking to John Glenn. Maybe he helped convince Harry Reid, when he was the Senate Majority Leader, with a lot of power, by the way, and could not be ignored, to press to get a program, I guess you could say a study, at the Pentagon. And the Pentagon's attitude would be, "Are you kidding? We don't want to." And Reid basically said, "Yeah, you do." And let's just say that he could cause a lot of problems for the Pentagon if he wanted to. They really didn't have any choice. Plus, he agreed to get the money. In other words, he agreed to earmark the money with the help of 2 other senators, so that it would all be pretty much hush-hush. And so they'd have to go tap into their own budget. And so they couldn't say no. And so this program gets launched in 2007-8. And it's not a declassified program. It's just on the QT. In other words, it's not operating as a USAP, but almost no one knows about it outside the Pentagon. A lot of the work was being done by Bigelow, and Bigelow was operating very privately, and he's not exposed to FOIA requests. And so the thing was just clipping along. But the brilliance of the strategy was that I know Bigelow would have known that eventually that program was going to be known. It was going to come out. Maybe he didn't. He may not have known it might be as a follow-up to the announcement of an organization like the To the Stars Academy. And then what would that mean? It would mean that the public would learn, oh, they are studying the phenomena. But that's all show, in a sense. In other words, the program that they ran, whatever they accomplished, and I'm sure they accomplished some things, is a drop in the bucket compared to the research that's been going on in the dark world, the full black world, the USAP, unacknowledged USAP world, the unacknowledged special access world, for 70 years. Billions and billions of dollars have been spent. Now, that is absolutely secret, it's classified, and as far as the government's concerned, it doesn't exist. Now, Bigelow couldn't out that, and Reid couldn't out that, but by putting this program together, knowing it would eventually come out, they essentially, in the public mind, confirmed that they've actually studied the phenomena, and let others read between the lines and go, yeah, of course they do. And they've been studying for 70 years. So it was a brilliant strategy, and it worked very well. And I hope they found something. But what your listeners have to understand is that our government has spent hundreds of billions of dollars since 1947 studying everything they possibly could about everything related to this extraterrestrial presence. Nonstop, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. And the To the Stars people can't say that because it would violate understandings that they have, and maybe their non-disclosure agreements. But I don't have a non-disclosure agreement with the Pentagon. I can say whatever the hell I want.
You know, I often wanted to ask you too, is what is it exactly that you believe, as far as, does the government have materials, recovered materials, or anything like that they've been studying? Because I trust your judgment more than let's just say some people that are just out to sell a book, or you know what I mean. We hear all these stories about Area 51 for years, and I don't know what to believe. One thing I've always thought, though, is that if we did have any materials, you hear these stories about back engineering, and I've always thought, you know, this is like handing an iPhone to somebody in Jesus' time and saying, go ahead, figure that out. I don't think that we really could figure this stuff out. What is it? Well, what is your belief about it?
I'll respectfully disagree. First of all, there's this misconception that the ETs are millions of years ahead of us. That's not true. They're not that far ahead of us. That's probably the reason why they're the ones that are here at this particular time. In other words, we're closer to them in terms of our development, in terms of our technology. And therefore, it's a little more comfortable engagement. I think ETs, if any civilization is a million years ahead of us and still out there, I'm thinking they could care less about us. They wouldn't bother to be here. They have much more interesting fish to fry.
Yeah, but if
And
they're
so
just a
if
few
you're not
thousand,
bored-
right, then we could possibly grasp some of their science and things like that. If
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That's the first point. And the second point is that, well, no, to answer your key question, your audience can take this to the bank. Our government has had crash vehicles and everything that's in them, including the material science, for decades, going back to the 40s. Efforts to re-engineer have probably been nonstop. I believe that I have a very strong a pretty strong conviction that they reversed engineer the anti-gravitic tech, and we have our own versions of craft using anti-gravitic tech out there secretly. I'm not suggesting that the B-2 bomber is anti-gravitic tech. I don't think it is. If they could incorporate some ET-derived technology without any risk of it creating a problem for the truth embargo, they might have done that, thus giving our planes a little extra whatever. Don't know. But they also have ET bodies. Very likely they've had a living ET, at least one or more, for various periods of time.
Yeah, and
Whether or not
that is mind-blowing that if we have had something like that. Because, there's all these stories, and I don't know, I tend to believe a lot of these deathbed confessions. Some of these people, especially with Roswell and things, like, they don't have a reason to just make up some crazy story, and they're all telling a similar story to their relatives as they're passing away, and, it's just crazy. Like, I believe that they do have these things.
And you'd be correct. So that you can take to the bank. What is a little less clear is whether they've reverse engineered the energy systems. That is a tricky. Of course, that's been a big point of discussion. That they have extraordinary energy. It'll change everything. 0 point or super cheap. Very possible. But a lot of that thinking stems from the operation of the craft. In other words, these craft can go to extraordinary speeds, make radical turns, which would imply huge energy expenditure. And the craft are not very big. So it's perfectly reasonable to assume that they're not able to do this on gasoline, aviation fuel, maybe not even fusion reactors. However, there's a problem because they're anti-gravitic. Now, the anti-gravitic tech could be separate from the propulsion. They could be one technology doing both at the same time. Could be two technologies. So if it's two technologies, then the anti-gravitic system has the ability to zero out the weight of the craft so that it has to weight. And once you do that, well, you don't need a lot of energy to fly the thing at 4,000 miles an hour. Imagine if it was possible to completely negate the mass of a F-35 or F-22 fighter, so that essentially those jets were driving a few ounces. They would go pretty fast.
Yeah,
the only
absolutely.
thing that would impede them would be friction, air friction, and this anti-gravitic tech may have the ability to affect the space around the craft, eliminating even that. So it's possible that makes it a little less clear as to what energy, what's their energy paradigm. Now, having said that, we have no idea how much energy would be required to create the anti-gravitic effect. It may be enormous. I would intuitively think it would be huge. And so once again, we get down to to what degree of paradigm shift is their energy technology? Have we done it? Have we reversed engineered it? I don't know. I used to think we had, because we were I used to say that years ago because of the way, because I know that we had developed anti-gravitic craft. We have that, but you can't. It's obvious if a craft is anti-gravitic, but you don't know what the energy system is. Anti-gravitics is self-evident. Energy is not, and so what we don't know. However, whatever energy system that craft is using, I do not believe it is any system that humans have.
Yeah, it's definitely not fossil fuels, in other words.
Or anything else, and therefore anything that we have in operation, and therefore there's a reverse engineering potential there, and therefore, given the fact that an energy break paradigm shift is the one thing that could spare, it's probably the most critical component of fixing human society circa the 21st century. We're headed for a world of hurt and pain, suffering, and unpleasantness. The rich will avoid it to the very last. I mean, they'll hire security people in droves. They'll armor plate their cars. They'll move up to 100 floors in the air. They'll put in a security system. They'll do everything they can. But the rest of the people are headed for major hurt. And then, of course, it'll catch up with the rich eventually, which has been the case for thousands of years. So this is a bad century we're heading into, and we have to fix it. And the one thing that would do more to help fix and solve our problems would be a paradigm shift in energy, where the cost of energy could be dropped by 90, 95, 98%, and the impact on the environment could be reduced to 1% or 2% of what we have now. Is that embedded in the ET presence? It is very possible. And whatever the possibilities are, the sooner the entire intellectual capacity of the human race is brought to bear on that problem, as opposed to a limited number of scientists working underground under deep security clearances, the better.
Yeah, I've often heard, too, a lot of people seem to think in a conspiratorial sort of way that part of the truth embargo is directly related to these energy systems. Because if we had free energy, I mean, you would have to work as much. Free energy for all of humanity would be it would change everything for the entire race. And I don't know, there's a lot of conspiracies. It's the oil barons and, the people that run all these, they don't want that shift in energy. They want us paying $5 a gallon forever. And I'm not sure what I think about that, but it makes sense that could be part of it, that these energy systems could be so, that could just, if we had free energy tomorrow, everything would change. Everything would change. You wouldn't need gasoline or fuel or.
Let's clarify this.
Sure.
There's no such thing, Steve, as free energy. There will never be free energy.
Well, you know what I mean. There's 0 point energy, or like you said, like energy that costs 95% less than it does now.
Well, but that's significant though, because you have a lot of people out there that have bought into this whole free energy concept, and it's warping their ability to understand what's happening, what's unfolding. The human race huge amounts of energy.
Yeah.
And that energy has to be delivered. And so and whatever technology is used to manifest that energy, that technology is going to amount to huge amount of infrastructure. And that infrastructure is going to cost money. That's not going to be free. And then it has to be delivered to you. Now, it may be that the energy concept in the alien or the extraterrestrial paradigm can be made small. That there is certain there's fundamental aspects of physics here that are scalable, which means that someone could have a device in their home that would provide enough energy to run that home forever. Mm-hmm. And so essentially the only cost to them would be the cost of buying the machine or replacing it if it breaks down. Well, look, we almost have that now. If solar power can achieve some modest increases in efficiency, there could come a time when you put the solar panels on your roof in most parts of the world and you never have to buy outside energy again. But you will have to upkeep the panels and so forth.
I'm a big fan of solar power. In fact, I have an off-grid cabin in the woods. It's completely off-grid. Everything is, we have water tanks and solar panels and battery systems, inverters. You wouldn't know it unless you saw the solar panels, but I can run anything. I can run microwaves, TVs, VCRs, computers, whatever I want, and it's all self-contained. It was expensive to do it. I did it over time, but it's totally doable.
Yes. Now, the amount of energy, though, that we're consuming as a society is not just heating your home.
Sure.
We have vast industries that absorb huge amounts of energy. And so whatever infrastructure is going to take to supply, that's going to cost a lot of money. And that money is going to be transferred to customers. But again, a 95% decrease in energy costs, or what I like to call the cost of an electron, because we are going to be an electron-based civilization for a long time. The infrastructure in place already is so vast that the idea we're going to try another modality is not likely. What we can do is increase the efficiency of electron-based energy by improving the lines that carry the power, and so that you have a lot less loss and other factors, and that's doable. But we're going to be electron-based, so it's the cost of an electron. So if you reduce the cost of moving an electron from point A to point B by 95%, that in and of itself is a vast paradigm shift in terms of being able to make complex societies work, particularly complex systems that are already trillions of dollars in debt. But if that modality of energy production also has a fraction of the environmental impact, that is also a massive paradigm shift. And so we need to know whether those paradigm shifts are embedded in that tech that the government has been sitting on for 70 years. Now, if the government comes out and says there's ETs here, and we've studied the tech, we've studied the energetics and energy, and we can tell you that the paradigm shift we would love to have is not there yet, and we're able to back up that statement, then we could all make decisions more appropriately about what are we going to do about the situation we're in. But one of the things that I like to mention from time to time, because this whole history of the ET issue and the government involvement is filled with dogs that didn't bark. They're all over the place. It's a whole kennel of dogs that didn't bark, which is a reference to a famous Sherlock Holmes story where he solves the case because a dog who should have barked didn't bark. And so it's interesting as we have approached and learned about some very major problems, like potential meteor impact that could have, which we've known about for many decades. It could destroy us. The government's been real slow to respond. When we talk about, again, some of the climate change issues, about the impact of fossil fuels, the government has been really slow to respond. It's always been slow to respond. And the only reason we're getting action now is from enormous pressure from the public. So why did not, particularly the U.S. government and some of the other major developed countries, why were they slow to respond to these obvious issues, and instead putting money elsewhere, bombs, jet planes, missiles, whatever, or new wars? Why didn't they not respond? Why didn't they bark, in other words? Is it possible that the major governments, which includes the U.S., China, Russia, and quite a few others, know about this technology? They know about the ET presence, have been working on this technology. They know that eventually this technology will be available to the human race when they're ready to divulge it. But they know it's there, and therefore they don't have that same sense of urgency about addressing these problems, and they just sort of stand back. Everybody else is going, oh my God, what are we going to do? And the people in government are going, we'd love to tell you, but it's not a problem. But they can't tell us. I mean, this is why truth embargoes and massive secrecy and everything is a very bad way to run a country, to run a nation, and to run a planet. And if we don't get over our addiction to secrecy and lies, we will destroy ourselves. So this is a theory I have, and I'd love to see it explored in greater detail later on. But I have the feeling the government knows that things aren't as bad as you might think, but we can't tell you. And a perfect example is meteors. If a meteor were to turn up of great size, say the size of Mount Everest, like the one that hit the Yucatan Peninsula, I assure you, the jig is up. All right.
That's an extinction. That's what's called an extinction level event.
It's an extinction. Right? Look, plenty of species will be extinct. It won't be humans because humans are very clever. But the number of humans around after this that are alive will wish they were dead. The human race will go on, but I'm sure it's over. And so this simply cannot happen. And I'd always marveled at how little, from almost all of my lifetime, 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, how little the government was doing about this. Meaning, well, we'll just roll the dice. But guess what? If you have anti-gravitics, if you don't have to shoot a rocket the size of the Saturn V, and with minimal maneuverability in order to get somewhere, if you had anti-gravitics, and you could fly craft at extraordinary speeds and maneuverability, then if any substantial object turned up, even if you only learned about it a month before impact, you could go out to that object using anti-gravitic technology craft and divert it, just move it.
Yeah, easily
out of orbit.
You wouldn't even need to blow it up. You just need to modify its trajectory.
No, you don't
right?
blow it up. No, you definitely don't blow it up. You just simply move it out into a different orbit. And I believe they've had these craft for a very long time. And so there are certain people inside that have always known, look, this meteor thing is not a big deal, but we can't tell you about it. So, make your movies, be insecure, be worried, whatever, wish we could tell you something, but it's all national security. That's the best example, but there's many, many other versions of that same thing. So all I can say is, until we get disclosure and we start getting some real information from these governments, this ridiculous kabuki theater will continue while the world, by and large, is decaying on multiple levels, and we are headed towards huge pain and suffering. And by that, and I, the way to calculate pain and suffering is how many people are dying unnecessarily, and perhaps dying very badly. And those numbers in this century are going to spike to levels that will make the losses we experienced in World War II seem trivial. Hundreds of millions of people and kids and women and other animals are going to die badly and early, and they're going to be and everybody and all their relatives are going to be very unhappy about that, and they're going to act out, and things are going to continue to get worse, a lot worse. And so we either get our act together now. If you're my age, I'm not going to experience it, but if you're young or if you've got kids, you should be banging on the government's doors. If everybody who had a kid in this country knew the real truth about what we're facing, they would be pouring money into the disclosure movement. They'd be funding everybody in a movement that's doing anything worthwhile, but they don't know, and the government is damn well intends that they don't know. Meaning, be stupid, be uninformed. You don't know anything. We got it covered. It's all secret, but don't worry. What can I say?
Well, Stephen, it may not be the best plan, but I can tell you that there's a reason that I have an off-grid cabin in the woods, and it's not just to take vacations there. Just in case,
All right.
Because I have children, and I worry about these things probably more than most people. My eyes have been open to some of this stuff for quite a long time. Obviously, not as long as yours. And I appreciate your analysis of this stuff.
Well, you know, Stephen, that a lot of very wealthy people have built extraordinary underground bunkers, lush, deluxe bunkers.
Yeah, that's strange.
Where they, oh yeah, you can Google this. You can see them. They got photos. This is and a lot of them are building them in New Zealand. This amuses the hell out of me, because I know what's coming if we don't get our act together, and I can assure you those bunkers are not going to save them. They ain't gonna save them, because while they're down there living in the lap of luxury with jacuzzis and 25 years of stored frozen lobster, there are going to be hundreds of millions of people roaming the surface in utter desperation, knowing full well that these bunkers exist. And the only way you could possibly avoid a bad outcome is if they are deep and they have an absolutely, completely internal air supply, which requires no contact with the surface at all, as well as access, which is utterly impenetrable. Meaning that unless you don't even know they're there, except that a lot of these people above are going to start. They will find technology. They will avail themselves of surface penetrating radar and other tech to try to find these bunkers. It's not like the tech is all going to be gone. It's just going to be bad times, and so they'll hunt for them, and they'll pull those people out and probably set them on fire, and then go down and raid the bunkers. So there is such a misunderstanding of what we face as a civilization amongst people. That's what I do. Why I do what I do. But I can't simply become I'm not a conspiracist, and I'm not an apocalyptist.
Yeah, you're definitely not a doomsday prophet from all the lectures that I've seen of you, but it's still revealing to know that you have these concerns.
It's not. You're not being a doomsday prophet to point out what is going to happen if we don't fix something, right?
Sure.
If somebody has got, if somebody is driving a car that all the lug nuts have fallen off, and you know this, and you tell them if you don't stop and fix that, you're going to kill yourself. And that person looks at you, oh, you're just a doomsday prophet. And then they climb in their car and they go kill themselves. No, that's not what I am. I am basically an activist involving an issue that, by its very nature, encompasses a broad spectrum of other issues and forces me to look at many threads. And when you actually look at those threads, it's not hard to see what's going to happen. And there's also the fact that quite a few significant entities and government entities have published reports predicting all this already. But these reports don't get a lot of attention because nobody wants to read that kind of stuff, and there's not a lot of effort to publicize them. But the 21st century is pretty easy to figure out if we don't fix pretty quickly what we need to fix. And right now, the only chance we have of making any serious progress in this fixing process, which I would call a reformist process, is to end the truth embargo and the ET question. That has the best shot of changing the game, the rules, and opening the doors for reform. Nothing else even comes close to it. Not some conference or some peace conference, not a couple of clever books. We're way past that. We need a massive worldview change and a refocus on a global level, and it's going to take an announcement of the power of a disclosure to have any shot at that. And there's no guarantee it'll work, but I'm optimistic it would.
And
so that's what's at stake.
One of the other important questions that I wanted to see your analysis of, because it's just an observation of mine, but after that To the Stars Academy New York Times piece and this and that, it seems like, to me at least, that the media completely changed the way that they cover UFOs and this kind of thing. It used to be that you would hear a UFO story and it was kind of like they kind of made fun of it, like, oh, aliens, and it was funny.
Yeah.
And now it seems like, at least to me, that their coverage of these things has shifted to be more serious and science-based.
That's been underway for about 20 years. At my website, I have logged, linked to nearly 11,000 articles going all the way back to 1947.
Wow.
In other words, you could go to my website and read 11 mainstream articles now. I'm not talking about UFO magazines, paranormal press. I'm talking mainstream print, going all the way back to 47. And if you were to read all these, you would see that the coverage of this issue has evolved and gone through phases. And that will be a significant course of study someday at major universities. But it has been improving since 2000, particularly 2001, but still not adequate. But then it took I think the citizen hearing on disclosure, which I produced back in 2013, made a shift, created a shift, helped. The political campaign of 2016 really changed the equations, and probably has had the most impact on media coverage of this issue, and of anything that I'm aware of. And then the To the Stars Academy benefited from that. Mm-hmm. But when the To the Stars Academy announced, it was in October of 2017. By then, PRG, I had generated out of DC 400 plus articles, seriously covering the connection between Clinton and the ET issue and other ET issues, of which there maybe 1% maybe 1 or 2% was ridicule in nature. And so when they announced the total number of articles is probably more like 450, 480, they were stepping right into a much more favorable media coverage reality. Now their announcement and the work they've done has further improved the coverage of this issue. And if it were not for the constitutional the political hurricane that we are living in right now, where the media is at, we would have disclosure. They're ready to cover this in huge at levels way above. But this political situation simply won't permit it. But the political situation will eventually pass. The media prepared to truly engage this issue will still be there, as will the activist movement will still be there. And so we just have to wait out this hurricane. I've gone through hurricanes. I used to go through them in Florida. When the hurricane comes through, you wait it out. You don't run out in front of the house and yell at it.
Yeah, you just got to wait it out. Exactly.
You have nothing. All you can do is wait it out, and we're kind of in that situation. This is a storm that we simply have to wait out. Though, admittedly, the analogy is not perfect. There are quite a few efforts underway to end this storm quicker than others. I guess like weather modification. They're trying, and we do have technologies that are being used to try to break up hurricanes, believe it or not. And I guess you could say that's what's going on with this political hurricane. There is some efforts to break it up so that it doesn't last any longer than necessary.
And another question I wanted to ask you is, a lot of people have asked me about disclosure, and it seems to me, and many other people, some people have a theory that the government or the powers that be are sort of getting us ready to get our consciousness raised to say, okay, there's life on other planets. We're not the only thing in the universe. There's all these stories, the exoplanet stories. There's water on Mars, and all these other stories that seem to be like, a lot of people believe that they're getting us ready. Do you believe that?
I don't quite see it that way. They are. Let's just say that throughout the 70-year period, there have always been people in all levels of government aware of the ET presence that wanted the world's people to know about it. But there were people that didn't. And so over the years, from time to time, those that favored it would maybe be able to do something that would help advance that issue. Generally nothing that would get them into trouble, though on occasion it has. And so there's a certain amount of that going on. And then there is the problem that the military intelligence complex has in that they need to be able to historically show some effort to that supportive of a truth process. They're limited in how far they can go there, but it's very helpful because they're going to have some huge public relations problems post-disclosure. And the TTSA is, of course, the extreme version of this. But over time, getting something out, it also keeps pressure off the truth embargo. To the extent that the government would completely lock everything up, so it was an utterly impenetrable wall, the anger with this embargo would be greater, and the incentive to press the issue greater. By letting a little something out here, letting something out there, they're sort of giving people, look, you got a life to lead. This is eventually going to resolve itself. Leave us alone. So there's a certain amount of that. The idea that there's this orchestrated, careful program designed to bring the truth to us at some predesignated time, I don't think so. However, they know that anything they do that supports the disclosure movement gets us a little closer to the finish line. And that's a good thing. So I view it with, in other words, I am not a conspiracy theorist. I don't jump to the conspiratorial explanation of things. That is never my first approach, first line of thinking. Why don't you get to anybody that gets to the point where the conspiratorial explanation is the first one to be dealt with, they really negate their ability to be effective and to get things done and to reach understanding of what's going on. And what can I say? It's entertaining, it's interesting, it's almost addictive. I get it.
Absolutely.
But it's not a luxury that I can afford.
The other question I wanted to ask you, because I don't believe you may have, and I may have. I wanted to ask you specifically about the Vatican and some of the things that they've said, and the fact that they run one of the world's biggest observatories, and some of the things that have been coming out of the Vatican in the last bunch of years. Have you followed that, and what do you think of what they're doing and what they're saying?
Yeah, I'm well aware of all of it. The Catholic Church is one of the most organized, structured religions in the world in terms of infrastructure, resources, protocols, and everything else. They've known about the ET presence forever, a long time. And their observatories wouldn't be a factor at all. An observatory was a terrible way to look for extraterrestrials that are picking up your brother-in-law every couple of months for checkups. I mean, but the Catholic Church long ago created one of the most powerful communications accumulation concepts ever. No other religion has this, and it's called the confessional.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And
I grew up Catholic.
So
I'm well aware of this. Yeah.
So they created the concept of confession. They instituted the idea that it's absolutely private; it can't be broken. In fact, in a lot of countries, I don't know about some of the more dictatorial, authoritarian countries, but like the United States, you can't break the confession. It's very difficult. And so essentially, the priest absolutely keeps your confessions private to the commons, to the people. That doesn't mean they're keeping those confessions private to the church hierarchy. But nevertheless, the point is this. ETs have been engaging us for a very long time. And the kind of contact that we've been hearing about now for the last 40 years, I suspect it didn't just start 40 years ago. And I also believe that the stories of demons and all kinds of bizarre interactions that people have talked about, in fact, have ET origin. I'm a big fan of Ancient Aliens, love it, and believe that a great deal of what they have been talking about will prove true. A lot of it won't. It's okay. And so over the centuries, you've got people encountering ETs with not the slightest idea what the hell they're dealing with, scared out of their wits, and almost certainly, if they're Catholics, they're going to take a fairly predictable approach to it, and they're going to go to their priest, and they're going to tell them about it.
Yeah, and then their priest can go to the bishop or the cardinal, and therefore the pope, and
sure,
it all goes up the chain.
Now, how long it took for the Catholic Church to figure out that some of these things being reported were not what what they might think, meaning they're not demons, they're not angels, they're not this, they're not that. I don't know. I doubt they were thinking that way in the 11th or 12th or 13th century. But at some point, the Catholic Church probably started to figure out, and this probably would start to become a possibility with the Copernican revolution, Kepler, and so forth. As we started to learn a little bit more about the solar system and what have you, they might very well have started to. Some people within the church would have started to go, is it possible that what our parishioners or what our members are reporting to us are in fact other beings from somewhere else? But they've had this information flowing into them forever. And of course, as their numbers grew to 500 million, 600 million, 700, that's a lot of confessions. All right. Okay, do the numbers, do the math. And so the church has known about the ETs for a long time. But for any number of reasons, it chose not to, maybe good reasons, not to make this a matter that they were going to openly address. However, that started to change within the last 25 years. The Catholic Church started making very clear, decisive maneuvers, which absolutely was positioning the church on the right side of the issue and preparing their 1 billion members to be able to deal with the reality of the ET presence once it was disclosed. And also, just like with the TTSA and the Department of Defense, by making these statements and maneuvers, they were mitigating the public relations problems they were going to face when the announcement came out. And so the Catholic Church is totally ready for this. I'm not worried about that. And that's
when I heard some of those statements coming out of them, I was very hopeful that maybe they were getting ahead of some pending announcement or something. Like, I really thought that it was just around the corner when they started making these statements, because it just seemed like it just seemed crazy to me that out of nowhere they're just saying, things like it wouldn't affect the religion if there was other beings in the universe. We're all children of God and all these things. And I was like, this is crazy that they're coming out and saying this stuff. Maybe something's happening that they know about or will be happening shortly. But you're right then that they were on the right side of history then.
There are things they know about, but around the corner is relative. Certainly it's not. 25 years is not a long time in geological terms. So it's been about 25 years since the Catholic Church started to make some bold pronouncements. There had been a few things in the past going back. It wasn't like it'd been totally silent, but really, you saw a sea change about 25 years ago. 25 years is not a long time. And as I pointed out, we could have had disclosure under Clinton if things had gone a little differently. We could have had disclosure under George W. Bush if he'd won a second term. We could have had disclosure under Al Gore if he had beaten Bush. The political situation, and of course also the status of China and Russia, Soviet Union and Russia, has been a serious. They've been major determinants about whether disclosure might happen, definitely can't happen, could happen, this type of thing. It's been a very complex 28 years since the end of the Cold War. The world has gotten, population has increased by several more billion. The technologies have advanced. More nuclear nations. The degree of complexity that human civilization is facing now is a magnitude or two higher than it was facing in 1900, even 1945. And so, while disclosure, I'll tell you, I like to talk about this. Then we'll have to wrap here pretty soon.
Sure.
But we almost had disclosure in 1947. We came within hours, maybe, certainly 24 hours, of having disclosure in 1947, which would have completely changed the course of history. Very few people know this, but in fact, it's self-evident if you know enough about the subject. The fact is that the Roswell Army Air Base got its hands on a flying saucer and put out a press release. They didn't know not to. They hadn't been told not to. From their point of view, this was a big deal, and we got it, and boy, here we go. But of course, this was a huge problem, potentially, for the government. And so I'm sure the word of this press release got to Truman within hours. And immediately they started to figure out, what are we going to do about this? But the press release was out, and it hit the wire services, and so there were papers all over the country learning about this, and they immediately dispatched reporters to go find out what was going on. I mean, think about it. You're the New York Times or you're the Atlanta Journal, whatever, and you get a press release from the Roswell Army Air Force Base that they have captured one of those discs that had been seen all over the world since the early 1947. You're just going to go, well, we'll wait for the government to... No. You send you put a reporter and a photographer in a car, on a train, and in a plane as fast as you can. Well, guess what? In 1947... cars, planes, and trains were not quite as fast as they are now. And so it was going to take time for those reporters to get there. But Truman moved quickly. He ordered Roger Ramey, and we have no record of that order, but you can be damn sure he did, to immediately hold a press conference and refute that. And they put it together really fast. They got... Jesse Marcel Sr. on a plane. They got they got him on a plane. They needed him. And they got him to Dallas-Fort Worth, the base. Got him in a room, handed him some Reynolds wrap that was probably wrapping up General Ramey's fish in the kitchen, and said, "Hold this up. It's a weather balloon," and got reporters in there and got the story out that same day. July the 8th. And all those reporters that were on their way turned around and went home. Maybe one or two might have showed up, but it would have been pretty much easy to deal with them. Now, what would have happened if, like in the case of the attack on Pearl Harbor, when key information that could have been used to defend got back to Washington, and the military chief marshal, but he didn't get it because he was out riding his horse. So what if Truman was, I don't know, at the dentist, and then maybe Roger Ramey was out riding his horse, and so this information is not getting dealt with, and time is going by. And so another 10 hours or so, if they hadn't been able to come to a decision and get that press conference, because if they hadn't done it when they did, you can't hold a press conference at 1 a.m. They would have had to wait till the morning of the 9th. Reporters would have been arriving in town, and they would have been looking for anybody they can find to interview them. Anybody.
Sure.
Military guys, private people, whatever. And they would have been very aggressive. They would have been taking photos, certainly, of people they were interviewing. And this thing would have exploded. It would have not been possible to put the toothpaste back in the tube. And we would have learned of the extraterrestrial presence in late July of 1947. That's how close we came, within hours. And the truth embargo would have never got started. And I would love the opportunity to have a wonderful discussion debate with some history professor at Harvard on one of their big stages with all the faculty and the students out there, and speculate about how that second half of the 20th century would have gone if disclosure had happened in 47.
It'd be a whole different world, for sure. Absolutely.
A way different world. In fact, I believe that a great deal of the terrible things that happened in the second half of the 20th century wouldn't have happened. And we would be way further ahead right now as a civilization. This is one of the most unfortunate misses in all of human history. Now, the ETs, obviously, if they wanted us to have disclosure in 1947, they could have had it. I mean, they could have done it anytime they wanted to, or 48 or 49. And so I can't dismiss the fact that whatever benefits disclosure might have provided, the ETs did not allow that to happen. So, but they had their reasons, and that's their business. We had the power to bring about disclosure because we had the craft, we had the bodies, and the press were on their way. And so it was in our hands at that point. And we were able to avoid it. And then the 20th century played out, as we all know. So this idea of disclosure being never going to happen, I hear this all the time, it's nonsense. The issue is not whether disclosure is going to happen. The issue is whether disclosure is going to happen soon enough. And that's my job. 23 years in, haven't gotten it, haven't seen it happen, did what I could. There's new players in town. They're going to help. I'm going to try to be as helpful as I can be. And that's where we're at. When I went back to Washington in November 2014, I had raised $40,000, which allowed me to do the 2-year political initiative, which generated the 400 articles and forced the Clinton campaign into the issue during the campaign. And then she lost and I was broke. The time is coming for me to go back to D.C. and that could very well be July. And re-engage the Congress and the political media in my lobbyist role, because things are happening, and I think I could make a difference. And plus, the people need their own representative. The people need a public representative who is not under any non-disclosures or never worked for the CIA or the DOD to represent their interest. The DOD and the CIA, they're going to have plenty of people representing their interests. So that's my job, is to represent the people, not the Department of Defense. And that's fine. I mean, I expect all the agencies of government to be lobbying for their interest in a post-disclosure world, or even in a pre-disclosure world, though there's not that much of that. So I'm heading back. I needed $40,000 last time, but that was for 2 years. This year, I'm going to go back 1 year at a time. So I need to raise $20,000 between now and July. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for me to be effective. I didn't play the guitar much. I played a lot, but I didn't practice. I was just not that good.
Yeah, I've heard you say this.
And so he made millions of dollars, and I didn't. And so I only operate on support. I need, I have a lot of people that send a little bit of money in, but it's most of the people that follow this field generally are not business icons. But I'm sure there's some. I just basically am one person to come forward and say, look, you got to go back. You got to go back for a year to lobby in Washington, D.C. on this issue. Here's $20,000, and do what you can. And that's what I need. I'll be getting a little bit of money here and there, but I'm going to need it's going to take a single person to come forward that believes that the people need to be represented in these final months of the truth embargo, and that the lobbying needs to happen now, because we never know what's going to happen. There's all kinds of events that could take place that could push us back, take us backwards. And so if we're not constantly pressing forward, we could end up losing even more ground. So that's the game plan. Get 20 grand, go back to D.C. probably in July, start full-time lobbying the Congress and the political media, using my contacts, and generate media, more of that good media you're talking about, and hopefully get back on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and so forth, which I used to be on, but they haven't been in touch with me in a long time. However, I think the timing is right for me to be back on those programs. Because when I go on one of these shows, I have no limitations on what I can say.
Absolutely,
none.
Yeah.
Zero. And I will say exactly what I believe to be the truth. I will not hedge it one iota because I don't want to offend this person or that person, or I want to make sure I get invited back. No. I'm a political activist. My job is to speak truth to power. And so that's one of the reasons I think that they kind of stopped inviting me, because they were used to having very humble ufologists who were embarrassed almost to be there because the subject is so taboo and blah, 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 and easy bait for debunkers like Phil Klass. They figured out pretty quickly, that ain't me. And the guy comes on and he says he says what can't be said, right? And so
I've always followed you and thought you were one of the most courageous people that I've ever seen, and I want to thank you for that, because we need that. You're right. We all the people need someone like you to do what you do. It's important work, and it's probably pretty thankless, but let me at least thank you.
Mm-hmm. I get appreciation from within. I have enough following that I get appreciation. And as far as courage, believe me, there are so many journalists out there that are unbelievably courageous, that are risking their life every day, and of course being called fake news and whatever, or being not being properly addressed, their stories not getting out, and they're getting killed all the time. I'm not in that situation. Nobody's going to kill me for what I'm doing. It's the courage of saying, but the most that I have to deal with is that I'll lose. I'll get invited on CNN. I'll tell the truth. They won't invite me back. I mean, that's not exactly awful. Or I may get some trolling tweets or something. I mean, no, it doesn't take that much courage. And yet, the truth embargo is so effective that there's an awful lot of people that won't do it, who could. Look, here's an example. Robert Bigelow in May of 2017, knowing that in 5 months the To the Stars Academy was going to be launched, that stories were going to be delivered to the New York Times, which is going to out his program, and the research he was doing for ATIP. Knowing all of this, very deliberately, when he was interviewed by 60 Minutes, and this is up on my website and it's elsewhere, knowing he would be asked about his interest in the subject, told Laura Logan flat out, there's extraterrestrials here. Boom.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then he doubled down when she asked him again. Now, he's a Bigelow aerospace engineer with a multi-$100-million contract with NASA. By the way, nothing's happened to him about that. And he says there's ETs here. Now, normally that would have created a massive media storm, except for the political hurricane that we talked about. But why did he do that? The reason he did it is that Bob Bigelow, who's one of my great heroes, he knew that the men and women of the To the Stars Academy could not say that. They were coming forward, they were going to do what they were going to do, but that is not something they could say, but it's something that he could say, because he isn't a member of the To the Stars Academy. He just happens to be connected to them. And by doing that, it made it easier for them to not do that, meaning that Luis Elizondo or Christopher Mellon is not going to say there's extraterrestrials here, but they're going to say just about everything up to that. And because of what Robert Bigelow did, everybody's going to figure out, well, yeah, that's what they really mean. Mm-hmm. You see how that dynamic works out? Okay, fine. But that raises a question. Why hasn't Elon Musk, who seems to be not shy about saying what's on his mind, come forward and said there's extraterrestrial here? He knows damn well there is.
He's got to answer this. I've thought about this, though, with Elon Musk. He's got to answer to stock people and investors and board members, and so he's got to toe the line. You see how much trouble he got on for taking a puff of a joint on Joe Rogan? It was in the media for days and days and days. Well,
yeah, but I mean, it's one thing. Well, the problems he got into were very much connected to improper statements under SEC. Saying there's extraterrestrials here has nothing to do.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I agree with you.
With his board of directors on Tesla, and it happens to be huge. Would be hugely embellishing of his SpaceX project. And what about Jeff Bezos?
Oh yeah.
Why, you think somebody's going to give him a hard time? Jeff Bezos.
He's got more money than God.
Jeff Bezos was able to just disembowel an effort by the National Enquirer, which is basically nothing but pure excrement, to mess up his life by interfering in the personal processes underway with his wife and soon-to-be ex-wife and a mistress. And he basically just shoved it right down their throat. So you think Jeff Bezos couldn't announce there's an extraterrestrial presence by Bigelow and somehow that was going to cause him a lot of trouble? I don't think so. And what about Branson? Branson's part of SpaceX. You don't think Branson knows there's an extraterrestrial presence? When you are a multi-billionaire, let me give you a little. I'm not a billionaire, but I'm gonna give you some I think fairly reliable information. When you are a multi-billionaire, there are people lined out at your office door, all the way down the hall and out of the building, wanting to tell you stuff that's really cool that you might be able to use. And so the idea that nobody has taken one of these multi-billionaires that are all involved in civilian space programs aside and say, by the way, if you didn't already know, there's ETs here. And so Bob Bigelow did it. Why aren't they? Because there's still enough fear in them, still enough concern that there'll be a problem. Nothing's happened to Bob Bigelow. And the problem they have is when disclosure does come, they only have two options, Mr. Branson, Mr. Musk, and Mr. Bezos. They can say, I'm so goddamn dumb, I didn't actually get it. I didn't notice. I missed the whole thing. Or they can say, I've always known, but I just couldn't say anything. Neither one of these are a good look for these men. And so they need to really think hard, not only about coming forward and telling the truth about this issue, but supporting the effort of people who have 1/10,000th the kind of money they have. 1/10,000% trying to push the government on this issue and paying very heavy prices for that. So in terms of sacrifice, not in blood and sweat, but in terms of sacrifice, they need to think about that really hard.
Well,
and that's about all I got.
Oh, you know what? The one last question, and you can be as brief as you want. I've never heard you talk about this, and I've always wanted your analysis of this. Mm-hmm. You believe that extraterrestrials are visiting us. Many people do. You've been studying this phenomenon for so many years, and I like to ask people like Stanton Friedman and you this question. Why are they here? Why do you believe they're here?
I have a 2-hour lecture on that. So how do I answer that question in 2 minutes? I believe that, one, we've been engaged by extraterrestrials for as far back in history as you want to go. Possibly even before humans were here. But a different type of engagement, to be sure. The ETs that have engaged us in the past may not even be around now. Probably aren't. It's possible that some of the ones engaged against now have in fact been visiting off and on for tens of thousands a year. Don't know. But we've been engaged. The nature of that engagement changed dramatically when the bombs were dropped on Japan. We built them. We didn't mean we were going to. We drop them on people. We tested them. Didn't mean we would drop it on people, but then we dropped them on people. And so something that changed the relationship between these ETs and our status, and that triggered the modern era of extraterrestrial engagement, leading inevitably to disclosure. So that explains. That doesn't explain why they've been here for. Well, let me put it this way. That is my answer to the question: why are they active now to a significantly larger degree, and so forth? Okay. In addition to, but one of the reasons they're here is they're paying attention. they're paying attention to our planet and a lot of other planets. So that intention, in our case, and probably other cases, includes being here from time to time, if not intermittently, then on a continual basis. But their attention is about what? I mean, they're not just. It's not just an attention like, well, you're there. We should probably no. They're very interested in this planet. Why? Because it has a biosphere. I assure you, they have a tiny, tiny fraction of interest in the moon and even Mars at this point. But we have a biosphere. And a biosphere is the most complicated thing in the universe, as far as I'm concerned. I don't expect to ever hear differently, frankly. It takes billions of years to create one, and the degree of complexity is off the charts. If somebody's got a better example, I'll listen to it. But so if your planet has a biosphere, it's the most complicated thing in the earth. That is what advanced sentient species are going to be interested in. So they're going to be involved. They're going to check it out. They're going to be engaging it in ways we can only speculate. But one of the most important ways will be on the basis of genetics, because at the heart of a biosphere is genetics. Genetics is essentially the foundation of life. Atoms are the foundation of the physical world, the inanimate world certainly, and of course also the foundation of life. But DNA, genetics, is the co-foundation of life, along with what we call particles. So that's where their interest is. And the most complex life on the planet is humans. The most complex entity on the planet is the human brain. And so they're interested in that. And they're engaging us in various ways. And a lot of that engagement is genetics, which includes contact and I believe the creation of hybrid activities. This is a big deal. And that's why they're here. But the reason why, in addition to their fundamental engagement of our planet going back however long, there is a new reason that they're here. And that reason begins in 1945 and involves nuclear weapons. And the easiest way I can state this, a very complex idea, the simplest way I can put it is this. If you are an advanced species capable of traveling between star systems and the galaxy is at your disposal, but you are not destructive, meaning you're way past the idea that we must go blow things up. Mm-hmm. Why? Understand, study, explore, blow things up? No. And they don't. And they're not going to allow themselves to be blown up. So, and you are tracking several tens of thousands of biospheres. And on a given day or a given point, you notice that one of these biospheres and the sentient beings on it have just hit the beginning of the extreme technical curve. In other words, the technological advance is now the curve on that is going to start standing up on its end. And they're heading towards major technological breakthroughs. Fine, you know that. And then, of course, they crack the atom and start developing atomic science. That's notable. They start developing a lot of things, which you're noting, but one of the things you're most interested in is weaponry, and that's atomic bombs. This would be true of any planet. Atomic physics doesn't change from galaxy to galaxy. It is what it is. Cracking the atom, an atom bomb would be the same here as it would be on any other planet, anywhere in any galaxy. And so we build atomic bombs. And you're pretty much aware of our general state of physics, quantum physics, and everything else. And you are smart enough, and you've been in a number of rodeos to know that the moment we dropped those bombs, and given the technological curve we were on, we were very close to not only having atomic bombs, but interstellar travel. Okay, fine. Why do you care? Because if you are an interstellar species and you don't blow things up, and you have no intention of being blown up, the one thing you will not permit, and you might permit a lot, is you will not permit a civilization, say human civilization, to build interstellar starships and put atomic or hydrogen bombs on them and fly off into the galaxy. That is not going to happen, period. Now, there's various solutions to that. You could incinerate the whole planet. Be easy to do. Problem solved. But you don't blow things up. You could take over the planet and control everything. But why? I mean, my God, I can't think of a worse job. You can travel the galaxy. What, you're gonna have a bunch of you're gonna manage the human race? Oh my God. What might you do? Well, I believe what they're doing, and one of the reasons they're here now, maybe the most important for us, is that you begin a process that you fully intend to see realized before those starships and atom bombs come together, in which you push that civilization towards a self-acknowledgement of their presence, of their existence, a civilization toward the point they realize they're not the only game in town. You don't push it too hard. You try to be respectful. You have other work you're doing, which you will continue. But by bumping things along in various ways, and there's a lot of things they've done, ultimately you arrive at a point where that planet, civilization, self-acknowledges their presence. Meaning, it's disclosure day. All the heads of state tell all their wonderful citizens, we're not alone, there's extraterrestrials here. And thus begins a very intense learning curve, a year, 2 years, in which the entire planet tries to learn everything it can about extraterrestrials. What the government knows, what the researchers have found, everything they can, as well as untold millions of hours of extrapolation and speculation about what could happen next and what would go, and so forth. And after about 2 years of that, open contact, meaning it's time to start talking with these governments in an open fashion in which the people will know what's happening. Open contact with these civilizations that have been engaging us. Not 50 years after disclosure, not 5 years, probably 2 years. And then here's the deal. Now they know you're here. We know they're there. We know they're here. And we've gotten past disclosure. We've gotten past open contact. We've settled down. We're calm. We're not worried about being eaten or taken over or anything like that. And the ETs let it be known to us, through our governments, that we're not going to be allowed to bring those atomic bombs into space. Not going to happen. So if you build a starship and you plan on putting a bomb, we're just going to destroy that starship. We're not going to blow up your nuclear weapons piles because we don't care. I mean, it's less of a concern to us that you nuke yourselves. Mm-hmm. It would be awkward and unfortunate, but it's a big galaxy. It's okay. But you're not going to nuke us. And so we're not going to blow up your nuclear weapons, but we will blow that starship up. On the other hand, if you will wake up and realize you're in a new world, new paradigm, get rid of your nuclear weapons, probably get rid of your biological weapons too, and get into full agreement that you're not going to be a destructive influence in the galaxy, then you'll be able to be part of our world. You will be part of our alliances or whatever. You will have a role, and you will benefit from it, and things will get a lot better in your neck of the woods. I believe that's what's going on, and that's why they're here. That's one of the key reasons they're here now, in addition to whatever else they're here for. So we're going through a transition leading to disclosure and open contact, because it's absolutely not going to be possible for us to take our weapons into space and do to them or try to do to them what we're doing to ourselves. So this would be the most powerful inflection point in the history of humanity, or in the history of this planet going back 3.5 billion years. That's how big a deal it is. And that's why it's tough when I'm confronted with people that are simply clueless or refuse to listen, or reporters that don't see the importance of the story, things like that. I get a little frustrated, and frustrated with people in government that know full well how important this is, but still can't step out yet. But again, ultimately, as long as we don't take those nukes into space, We're good. It's just a matter of, in other words, it's not about the ET's well-being per se. They are not threatened by us. They will never be threatened by us. It's about whether we're going to fix our situation and whether we're going to have maybe some assistance from them. That's what's really involved here. And ask yourself, have you ever heard a single member of the established academic world, the established media, or any politician, either campaigning or in office, who has ever said what I have just said in the last 15 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely not.
There you go. And so I need $20,000 to get back to Washington and start getting on CNN, where I will be happy to say exactly what I just said to you.
Absolutely. I want to encourage my listeners to contact you and see, maybe we could get you some help with that. And I would be happy
the website,
to do that.
It's all the website. Yeah, the website's got it all, the contributions and all that stuff's all right there. ParadigmResearchGroup.org. If I can get enough together, I'll be back hopefully in July, barring any dramatic events happening, God knows what. But in a very good position to make a difference, but I won't be alone this time. In 1996, I was the only UFO lobbyist in the world, maybe. And there was nobody else well, that's not true. That's not true. There was one other, well, there were a couple of other groups of people that were kind of pressing on the government a little bit. One was Stephen Greer. The other was the Operation Right to Know. I wasn't alone, but it wasn't much. All right. It was tiny compared to what's going on now. And so if I get back in Washington this time, I'm going to have a lot of, there's going to be a lot more players involved. And I'll be part of a bigger picture. And again, the goal is to get disclosure this year. It's doable, depending upon the political resolutions. Certainly next year, but not much, not too far in the future. And let's keep in mind that apart from whatever the situation here in the United States, whatever the political dilemmas or problems or barriers we have here, there are other heads of state that can to end the truth embargo tomorrow. Heads of state that don't have the problems and resistance that heads of state here have had. They can go out, microphone, tell their people, and provide them all the evidence they would possibly want tomorrow. And all that glory would go to them, and we would be in the post-disclosure world, but the U.S. would be holding the bag. That can happen at any time. So, but given that, plus what's happening here, disclosure could easily happen very soon. Next week, next month, certainly at the end of the year, but not necessarily by the United States. And long term, it doesn't matter, Stephen. It doesn't matter long term. Believe me. I don't care what nation does it.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I don't care who does it either, as long as it gets done. I could care less if it was China or Russia or anybody else, England, you know.
But yes. Short term, though, as an American citizen, it's hard for me not to have some care and concern.
Yeah.
Because the impact on the United States, if we're not the first disclosure nation, is going to be significant. And it may not be in the best interest of the world. In other words, the U.S., in spite of its many flaws, might be the better nation to launch this initially. I can make that case. Short term, I can see the wisdom of it being the United States. Long term, it doesn't matter. Now, whether anybody else in the United States, Washington, D.C. believes that, I don't know, but I'm sure there are. I know there are plenty. I'm sure they have gamed this. They have gamed this event 8 ways to Sunday. They got some pretty powerful supercomputers at the Pentagon and elsewhere, and I assure you, they have gamed the disclosure event and the contact event every which way you can look at it. Of course, fully classified and secret. But the idea that they haven't done that is absurd. Right? These are very smart people.
Sure. I believe that they have, absolutely.
They're not idiots. And so the idea that they just, we just won't even deal with this until we have to. No. So they know what they're going to do. But the American people don't know what they're going to do. And who's going to help them with that? There's not a lot of people that are ready to help them with that, but there are some. I consider myself one of them. and I'll do the best I can.
Well, I want to thank you for taking the time to do this interview. It's been eye-opening and revealing, and you've been on my list of people to talk to forever, so I could check that off my list. Thank you very much. I can't thank you enough for taking the time to inform both me and my listeners of all that you're up to.
I appreciate it, Stephen. Keep up the good work. Happy to come back in the future. We shall get disclosure, as they sometimes say, one podcast at a time.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my friend.
Well, my friends, that music means that our time here on the Midnight Hour show is running short. I want to thank you for joining us here on the Midnight Hour and remind you that new episodes of the Midnight Hour show premiere every week at midnight right here exclusively on The Fringe FM. My name is Stephen Cambion, reminding you that disclosure just may come, but they're not just going to give it to us. We might have to take it from them. Good night, folks.
This program is a legacy program which was recorded some time ago. Views and subject matter are products of the time in which they were recorded and may not reflect current news or cultural stances. Greetings and salutations, Truth Seekers, and welcome to another exciting edition of the Midnight Hour, the Mystery Man Show, with me, your host, Stephen Cambion. Because who better than a magician, a man trained in the art of deception and misdirection, to investigate for you some of the greatest mysteries on planet Earth. Broadcasting from a secure and secret location somewhere in the United States, traveling to you at light speed through the miracle of this thing called the Internet. Tonight, we're going to go down one of my very favorite rabbit holes again, and that is on the subject of UFOs. Are extraterrestrial spacecraft really visiting Earth? Are alien intelligences really interacting with members of the human race? Let's find out. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited and delighted to let you know that tonight's guest is none other than UFO researcher, author, and lecturer Stanton Friedman. Stanton Friedman has been called the godfather of ufology. He was the original civilian investigator into the Roswell incident and is largely responsible for why people even know about Roswell today. He is quite possibly the most respected ufologist or person that studies the field of UFOs in the world today. And with good reason. When Stanton talks, people listen. He is a man of science, a nuclear physicist who believes in UFOs and extraterrestrial spacecraft visiting Earth. He's one of the most respected authors and in-demand lecturers in the field today. And you know, all of his lectures and books are based on solid evidence, solid science, and great research, which is why I can't wait to talk to him. So without further ado, let's go to the mystery phone.
You know, I don't even know where to start. I've read all your books and everything. I guess the first question I have for you is, what really got you, from your background, interested in UFOs, and what kept you so interested?
Well, it's pretty straightforward, actually. I was working as a young nuclear physicist for General Electric Aircraft Nuclear Propulsion Department in Cincinnati way back in 1958. And it was a big program, and it was exciting work. Work was classified, but it wasn't a black budget program. And I was ordering books from Marlboro Books, I think in New York at that time. I don't know where they are now. And I needed one more book. I had no particular interest in UFOs. I had read a lot of science fiction when I was young, but that was different. And I needed one more book so I wouldn't have to pay shipping. I'm a cheapskate. And there was the report on unidentified flying objects by Air Force Captain Edward J. Ruppelt, who had headed Project Blue Book in the early 50s. And the Air Force was a co-sponsor of our program, so I was pro-Air Force, and one thought was, gee, if these things are real, and I didn't have an opinion, I don't believe you're entitled to an opinion if you don't have any facts at hand. If these things are real, it would certainly help our program in getting more support for nuclear airplanes. And so I ordered the book. And, it wasn't costing me anything because shipping would have been $1 if I hadn't ordered that book. So I read the book. It intrigued me. It didn't convince me, but it intrigued me. And I loaned it to my neighbor, Charlie, who was 10 years older than I was and a good engineer. And he was more impressed than I was. And that impressed me because I was impressed with Charlie. And a funny thing, 10 years later, he attended a lecture I gave at an electrical engineers group. And he said, the first thing he said was, we knew you, his wife was with him, when you didn't believe in flying saucers. That was good to hear. Anyway, I read that book. I went off to California, read 10 more books, had a good librarian. And some of them were trash. If I'd read them first, I'd have never read another one. Sure. And then I made a shocking discovery. At the University of California, Berkeley Library, I found a copy of the largest study ever done for the United States Air Force, Project Blue Book Special Report 14. The trouble was, it wasn't mentioned in any of the books that I had read. And they included whoever put Dr. Leon Davidson, who worked at Los Alamos, had put this together. It was published in 1955. This was already 1961. And he included a copy of the press release, which got very wide distribution, but the report didn't get wide distribution. And I was totally shocked to find two things. One, the enormous amount of data, charts, tables, graphs, maps. I was in data heaven. But in the press release, the Secretary of the Air Force, Donald Quarles, said, on the basis of this study, we believe that no objects such as those popularly described as flying saucers have overflown the United States. Even the unknown 3% could have been identified as conventional phenomena or illusions. Well, that was a total lie, and I don't like being lied to. I mean, I had the report. Here are the charts, the tables, the graphs, the unknowns, and they looked at 3,201 cases. That's a lot of cases. That's why I say the biggest study ever done. The press release, incidentally, didn't give the title of the report, and some newsman would certainly have asked what happened to 1 through 13. One time the excuse was given, well, there was no 13 because, like some buildings don't have 13th floor. Which is nonsense, Anyway, looking at the data, not only were 21.5% unknowns, which is a long way from 3%, where I come from anyway. But they had a quality evaluation. The better the quality of the site, the more likely to be unexplainable. They had a separate category called insufficient information. If there wasn't enough data available about a sighting to reach a conclusion, it was listed as insufficient information, which is not what the Air Force said.
That's a little different than explained, too.
Yes. And they also found, they did a cross-comparison between the unknowns, they're the only ones we're interested in, and the knowns. On the basis of 6 different observables, apparent color, size, shape, speed, that sort of thing, they found the probability that the unknowns were just misknowns was less than 1%. The two groups did not match. And so I got angry. I don't like being lied to. I mean, having a security clearance, you get used to sort of sometimes tiptoeing around the truth, but flat out blatant lying like this? The press release didn't mention who did the work or where the work was done. Their connection between Battelle Memorial Institute, which did do the work, in Columbus, Ohio, very well-respected research and development firm. They run a couple of the big national labs. I visited there on business later on. And so I got determined. I joined the 2 big UFO groups, APRO and NICAP, Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, and National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, Major Kehoe's outfit, and to get their newsletters and stuff, and started talking to guys at lunch about UFOs. And, I must have set a record for working on canceled government-sponsored research and development programs, because I moved on from there. You spend the money. And incidentally, many people have no idea how big these programs were, how much money was spent. When I was working on GEANP, Aircraft Nuclear Propulsion, our budget in 1958 was $100 million. We employed 3,500 people, of whom 1,100 were engineers and scientists. This wasn't 6 professors and 20 grad students. It was a major program. Yeah, and I like I say, I enjoyed the work because I had access to all kinds of exotic materials, lithium hydride, for example, beryllium, other gadolinium hydride. That was one of my favorites. You don't see much of that on the market. Anyway, I moved to Indianapolis to work for General Motors on the military compact reactor program and other stuff. And when I was there, I got to know Frank Edwards, who was a journalist, and he was on the board of NICAP. He was very interested in UFOs, and he wrote a book, a best-selling book, Flying Saucers Serious Business. And I got to know Frank, and I moved to Pittsburgh to work for, because the GM project folded, to work for Westinghouse Astronuclear Lab. And Frank gave me a copy of his book, and I called him, and I said, Frank, you know everybody, and he did. I want to go public on this subject. So he gave me some names, and one of them was the producer for a radio talk show called, would you believe, Contact, honest to God, in KDKA Pittsburgh, which is the biggest, you probably know about KDKA, but the biggest media outlet in Pittsburgh at that time anyway. And I called the guy who was the producer of the show, thinking that being a Westinghouse nuclear physicist in Pittsburgh, which is a Westinghouse town, he'd of course want to have me on. No, he didn't. Don't call us. We'll call you. Well, less than a month later, he called me because somebody had canceled at the last minute. Could I please go on the show at 7 o'clock? This is 6:30. And I often wondered how many people did he call before he got me.
Yes.
I lived close to the station, so I could make the show. And because of that show, and I wasn't as adept at that time as dealing with the nasty, noisy negativists as I am now, but somebody at work at Westinghouse, a woman called me and said, Stan, we have a book review club, and we're reading Frank's book. Could you give us a talk about flying saucers? So my first lecture was in somebody's living room in Pittsburgh. And I did the show many times, and I did a lot more lectures. And then, things happen. There must be a reason. I don't know why. But I'm riding to work one of 2 days in a 3-year period with a supervisor at Westinghouse, a woman who had a PhD from Carnegie Mellon. And my car was in the garage. I needed a ride. And Westinghouse Astronuclear Lab was out in a small town called Large, believe it or not. And I'm talking to Joanne, and I said, "Gee, I'd like to speak at Carnegie Mellon." He said, "You talked to the dean?" "Well, no, I talked to Dr. So-and-so, and he wasn't interested." She said, "Stan, the dean's my husband. He's heard you on the radio. Why don't you give him a call?" Okay. So I called him, and we arranged for a date 3 weeks later, and in the afternoon, so I'd have to take some time off work. His last question was, "How much do you want?" How about $100? Thinking he'd knock me down to 50. This is in 1967. Sold. He bought me for 100, but then he told me he sent a nice letter to the agent who booked the other 3 speakers I booked from that agent, and Gene told me what he was paying these guys: $1,500, $1,700, $1,600. Woo!
That's a lot of money back then. Yeah.
Yeah, and so,
well,
yeah, and he sent a letter to the agents after I had done a good job, and we had a good crowd and lots of questions and so forth. The agent booked me in a very important talk for me, the Engineering Society of Detroit. Now, I may buy Japanese cars, but I certainly respect the Engineering Society of Detroit. And they paid me $300 plus expenses. And what was shocking to me, frankly, is it turned out they were sold out 3 weeks in advance for 1,008 people for dinner and a talk. And there wasn't one negative question. That impressed the heck out of me, because I had to respect these people. These weren't little old ladies in tennis shoes, the old expression. So I gave more talks.
Some science background, and they still have a huge interest in this.
Yeah, which came as I had no idea what to expect. And so I gave them talk, was still giving talks whenever I could. And I asked my boss, I need some advice, I said, guidance. I like talking. Turns out I'm a real Leo. I enjoy being on the stage. And at that time, I had a great memory, so I could count on my data being right. I said, I need some advice. What restrictions and so on, because I don't want to lose my job. I want to lose my clearance. I got a mortgage and family and so forth. And the comeback was, look, 3 rules we would suggest. 1, you can say whatever you please, wherever you please, on your time. 2, you can identify yourself as a Westinghouse nuclear physicist. And 3, we'd like you to start your talk with a disclaimer that the views you're about to hear are mine and mine alone, and not those of my employer. Who could ask for anything more? Well, I did ask for something more, because I got a call from an associate at Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico. He was working on radiation shielding for nuclear rockets, and by this time, that's what I was working on for Westinghouse. So I saw him on business a couple of times. Stan, how about speaking to the local section of the American Nuclear Society? Oh, I'd be delighted. I'm a member of the Nuclear Society. And he said, no, I mean on an expense account. Oh, I don't make those decisions. Checked with management. Yeah, they paid for me to go from Pittsburgh to Los Alamos, New Mexico to give a lecture. Flying saucers are real. I was on the payroll, and they paid the expenses, and they didn't hide it. Sometimes you say technical discussion is a reason for a trip,
Yeah.
And they had over 500 people, one of the biggest crowds they ever had. And again, there were no negative questions. So I was enthusiastic, and I thought that my best technical moment in my professional life was, shortly thereafter, when we tested our nuclear rocket reactor propulsion system out at the nuclear test site in Nevada. And it was a great success. Give you something to judge by. The power level of our system was 1,100 megawatts. Los Alamos' system, a little later, was 4,400 megawatts, twice the power of Hoover Dam.
Wow.
and it was less than 8 feet in diameter, and the exhaust temperature of the liquid hydrogen, when in cold, came out very hot, was over 4,000 degrees. Very impressive. And then, of course, the program got canceled. What do you expect?
Well, this was back when we still had a space program. I mean, now all we do is low Earth orbit. We don't have any destination.
Yes, we do. We use the Russians to take us up to the space station.
Well, how do not to get sidetracked, but how do you feel about what happened with all of that? Because I've read all this research about nuclear propulsion, and they could have went to anywhere with that, and instead
to Mars,
Earth orbit.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I was at a meeting when I was at the third part of the 3 groups was Aerojet General in Sacramento. They built a more flight-ready system than we had. It was only 1,000 megawatts. And I was out there for technical discussions, and my counterpart asked, hey, you want to attend a meeting? The Space Nuclear Propulsion Office is having a meeting. Sure, and the purpose of the meeting was to discuss what we should do with the nuclear rocket. Worst meeting I ever attended in my life. They had no idea what they wanted to do with the nuclear rocket. Well, we could go Earth orbit, lunar orbit, we could set up a base on the moon, maybe we should go to Mars. No, nobody'd pay for that. And look, if you don't have a goal, you don't get the dough to go where you want to go. My model is the nuclear navy, Admiral Rickover. People hated his guts, but he developed nuclear submarines. We heard an awful lot, at least I did growing up, about the danger of the German U-boats during the war, sinking ships all over the place. They could stay underwater for about a day. They needed oxygen, air for the diesel engines, so you had to come up to get the air. The nuclear submarine could go around the world underwater without coming up for anything. And then they built nuclear aircraft carriers, which, believe it or not, could operate for 18 years without refueling.
Yeah, I've read about that. That's amazing to me.
It is.
Believe that it's something because I've been on one, and it's so huge.
Huge, yes.
and to think, this thing doesn't even have to refuel. I'm not a nuclear physicist. I guess they have to refuel the reactor every 18 years.
No.
New uranium, something like that.
Yeah, because they use what's called burnable poison. There are materials that absorb neutrons. So if they decrease at the same rate as the uranium decreases because it's getting used up slowly, then the balance stays okay. You got to be clever on how you do this, but there's an analogy here which may not strike people. Go from there to the space program. People tell me about how could a saucer come here from another solar system and crash in the desert. Come on, Stan, that wouldn't happen. I don't think what crashed in the desert at Roswell or Aztec or any place else, it came directly. I think it was an Earth excursion module on board a huge mothership.
Yeah, we haven't craft, right? I've heard you say that.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, just as the aircraft carrier has about 75 little airplanes that can operate for, 2 hours without refueling on a good day, So we, too, take notice of the fact that we're dealing with 2 different environments. Between the stars is one environment, a lot of nothing, no atmosphere to worry about heating and gravity and all this kind of stuff. And when you get to a planet, then you got to worry about lift, drag, heating, sonic boom production, all kinds of other things. And incidentally, the way around that is to create an ionized air region, ionize the air around you, and then you can interact with electric and magnetic fields and get around all the problems of high-speed flight. And I mention that because right after our great success at Westinghouse, we canceled the program. And I'm looking around for a job, and I got a job offer from McDonnell Douglas Astronautics in California. And my job, it's unimaginable today, but it was going to be to decide to determine how flying saucers worked. Wow! Who could ask for anything more? Well, as I'm driving across the country, I hear on the radio that the program got canceled that was sponsoring this, the Manned Orbiting Laboratory Program. I walk in, would you believe, with my offer letter, and she says, we just laid off 5,000 people. Yeah, I know. They kept me for 3 months. But one of the things I did in those 3 months was do a literature search on government reports using one key word, magnetoaerodynamics. And much to my surprise, I got 900 references, but 90% were classified. Somebody was spending a lot of money looking at this plasma around the craft and the atmosphere. I mean, nose cones have this problem, you understand, so you can understand some of that. And we don't know what else they might have developed, but there's several things that the nasty, noisy negativist uses their primary arguments anti-UFO. There's no evidence.
I ask you because you're so uniquely qualified, having worked on nuclear rockets and all this sort of thing. I've heard you talk about this before, and I get the same argument. How do they get there from here? So can you explain to our listeners how fast could you go with a nuclear-powered rocket or some kind of exotic propulsion like that? And how long would it take you to get to, let's say, the nearest star from here?
Well, let's look first at where you might want to go. Now, I've read recent papers that, since the nearest civilization is probably 1,000 light years away, and take it from there. Well, with the wonderful Kepler space satellite, which is looking for planets, we now have a basis for saying that on the average, every star has one or more planets. Some say 1, some say 1.6. Okay, let's put that in the local neighborhood here. In the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case, there was a star map, and the base star was 39 light years away from us. That's just down the street. But within 100 light years, there are approximately 10,000 stars. That means approximately 10,000 or more planets within 100 light years. Okay, so we're not setting our goal on going to the next galaxy. I've seen people try to do that. The next galaxy is 2 million light years away. Friedman, you're crazy. Why do you need to go to the next galaxy? If I want my wife wants a loaf of bread for dinner, I don't say I'm going to Australia. There's a wonderful bakery in Sydney there. The superstar is 2 miles away. How long does it take to get to the bakery? Well, it depends which one you're going to. Okay, now people want half an Einstein. Einstein said, yes, the speed of light is the limit, but we get awful close. In that Large Hadron Collider, over at CERN in Switzerland, the particles are going around at 99.9999% of the speed of light. Now, the other half of what Einstein said, he said a lot else too, but is that as you get closer to the speed of light, time slows down for the things moving that fast. Don't ask me why. That's the way God created the universe. This is as good an answer as I know. Anyway, how much does it slow down depends on how fast you go. It only takes 1 year, and I've tried this little experiment on many campuses. I've given over 700 lectures in all 50 states, 10 provinces, and 18 other countries. So I get a chance to talk to classes, colloquia, fancy stuff. How long does it take at 1G, which we all can withstand because that's the force of gravity right here where I'm sitting and where you're sitting? It only takes a little less than a year to get very close to the speed of light. And I've had people guess 1,000 years, 100 years, 10 years. Rarely do they guess.
That's what I've always had trouble getting my mind around. Like, how long would it take you? There's no drag in space. So if you had this...
That's right.
I've read about these nuclear propulsion things that they were talking about in the 60s that's basically just huge nuclear explosions behind the craft.
Oh, well, that's different. That was a small program compared to the ones we operated nuclear reactors. Remember, most of the energy, when you throw out a bomb out the back end and set it off, only a small amount of that energy hits the pusher plate at the back of the rocket. And they never tested anything because there was an agreement on no nuclear bomb testing. But the system that I want, if you're going to pick a real system, is nuclear fusion. Now, that's what goes on in H-bombs, but to give you some comparison here, I worked on a study of fusion propulsion for deep space travel in 1962. And if you want to go, you can, if you got the dough. It's feasible. Now, to give you some idea of the difference it makes if you use fusion, a chemical bomb during World War II, we had 10-ton blockbusters. They released the energy of 10 tons of dynamite. Wow! And it took a big B-29 to carry that bomb. Now, that was in 1944. In 1945, we tested our first fission device, atomic bomb, if you will, and that released the energy of about 16,000 tons of TNT. Well, we kept at it. That was 45. In 52, we tested our first H-bomb fusion device. Released the energy of 10 million tons of TNT.
That's quite an upgrade.
And, the Russians went a little bit better than that. Their biggest one released the energy of over 57 million tons of TNT. One stinking bomb. I mean that correctly, you know. So what I'm saying is nuclear fusion, if you want to spend the dough to develop it. And remember, I said the budget on the aircraft nuclear propulsion system, we never built a nuclear-powered airplane, was $100 million in 1 year, 1958. The stealth aircraft was developed at a cost of $10 billion over 10 years. And so we're not talking about peanuts here if you want to develop any of these things. So fusion would do the job. And I should say, almost essentially all the energy in the universe is produced by nuclear fusion, because that's what goes on in all the stars. It's not a massive burning gas. And we got to figure out how to use that. It's nuclear fusion. We didn't figure it out until 1938. Fission the same year as it happens. But, we didn't even discover the neutron until 1932. We're babes in the woods. We haven't been around that long. And so let me go back to something I said about Einstein said, as you get close to the speed of light, time slows down. How much? Well, it depends on how close you get. As an example, at 99.99% of the speed of light, you can go 39 light years in 6 months. Pilot time. You go out, come back, marry your granddaughter's best friend. What the hell?
Yeah, that's the mind-bending part of this, is that, time will be constant on Earth, but for you it will slow down, and you could go to another star and back in 300 years or something, I've heard, will pass.
Well, you can go much, that depends on how fast you go. And the nice thing is, incidentally, fusion uses isotopes of hydrogen and helium. Now, these are the two lightest and most abundant elements in the universe. So wherever you go, there's going to be hydrogen. Uranium is not so abundant. You're not going to find it everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's another reason for coming to planet Earth. This surprises people. It turns out that the Earth is the densest planet in the solar system. We've got 8 or 9, depending on who's doing the counting, planets. The Earth is the densest. A cubic foot of Earth weighs more than a cubic foot of any of the other planets. And you say, so what?
So we have
that means
metals, right?
Now you got it. And heavy metals are rare in the universe. We know what goes on in the stars because we can measure the spectra. We take the light and break it up, and look what's there. Isn't it amazing? That's how we found helium. It was in the sun. We didn't know it down here. Crazy world. Anyway, the point is that you can zip around if you've got the system to do it, if you want to spend the money and all the rest of that. And how long it takes, just how close do you get to the speed of light? And people, the first objection you'll hear, hey, Stan, it takes enormous amount of, the mass increases as you get close to the speed of light. You forgot to mention that. Well, I was aware of it. The kicker is that, yes, if you were accelerating stuff from zero, it would take more and more energy. But if you use fusion, the particles are produced, the exhaust particles, the ones that go zipping out the back end, are produced with huge amounts of energy. We again, go back to the analogy between dynamite and an H-bomb. 10 million tons of chemical dynamite, TNT, whatever you want to call it. So you produce particles, charged particles. That's what you got to be clever. You don't want to produce many neutrons because they go off in all directions, and it's hard to direct them out the back end because they're not charged. How do you interact with them? But charged particles, you can kick out that way. All of them going that way, the same way. And so there are papers that have been published. This is in the scientific literature. Now, admittedly, most of the ancient academics don't know about them, especially the astronomers. For some reason, they're bound and determined. They're not going to look at any UFO information, and they're not going to look at technology done not in academia, but in national laboratories or industry. They think everything's published in peer-reviewed scientific journals.
I always thought that was funny. Like, if it's not published, they don't believe it exists.
Well, in an unclassified document, you understand. If it's published in a classified document, they don't even know about it. Sure. So it's what I find is that the evidence is clear. A, that aliens are visiting. And incidentally, when I check in typical lecture, I might talk about 5 large-scale scientific studies. And I would ask at the end of each, I describe what's in it and slides and stuff. PowerPoint, sorry. I got to be up to date. Then I ask how many people have read this, and I'm lucky if 2% have read any of those 5 large-scale scientific studies. There are 4 rules for UFO debunkers. Don't bother me with the facts. My mind's made up. What the public doesn't know, I'm not going to tell them. If you can't attack the data, attack the people. It's easier, and nobody will know the difference. And do your research by proclamation. Investigation is too much trouble.
That's my favorite one. I've heard you say that so many times, and that's always been my favorite one. People that haven't, I've heard some debates that you've done, and people that haven't even done any research is just saying, well, it can't be real. Well, you know.
Meaning they don't know about it.
Sure. And just to be clear on this point of how to get there, so you're saying that with conventional science that we've had since the 1960s almost, if the money was there, we could get to another star in a year and a half pilot time. A year to get to the speed of light and 6 months pilot time between,
if you pick the right place.
39 light years. Wow. In a year and a half of pilot time, but then on Earth, a whole lot of more years would have passed, I'm assuming.
Yes. And that's why I mentioned you go out, come back, marry your granddaughter's best friend.
Yeah. So I guess if they did a project like that, they'd have to get people that don't have family or are just okay with leaving, and everybody will be dead when you get back.
Well, you bring your family along. There's all kinds of ways around that.
So this is the thing that's always struck me with some of the talks you've given, is that some of these people that are so negative say there's no way to get there, from there's no way for aliens to get here from there, but we have the capability to do it, and we're pretty primitive. I like how you've talked about their stars that are maybe a few billion years older than ours, so there could be civilizations that are a few billion years ahead of us in science. And
1,000 would probably do it.
One of the things I love about what you're talking about here with just the regular technology is you're not talking about some crazy exotic stuff that we don't even have that's just a theory like
fourth dimension time warping, you mean? Yeah, I don't know about that.
Wormholes and warp drives, and this is all theoretical. You're talking about actual science that we've already got. We just need the money to do it.
Yeah, and I don't think we should spend the money, frankly, because I think if we're going to another star, it ought to be an Earthling project. And a planet that is spending $1 trillion on things military this year, not a very friendly place, is it?
Yeah, I always think about that when people say, why should we go to Mars? We've got enough problems down here. You know, we're just going to blow trillions of dollars on wars that are meaningless. You know, I can't believe we haven't been there yet. It's well within our capability.
Look,
no destination. We just go to low Earth orbit and, you know, do some experiments there, which is meaningless.
Well, it's the lack of leadership that gets to me. When I was in the space program in the 60s, I certainly expected we'd have a base on the moon by the end of the century. And that by this time we certainly would have gone to Mars. And they are people are volunteering to go on one-way trips to Mars, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I've read all about that. That's amazing to me. I don't think they'll ever make it work, but it's interesting.
Well, who knows? And remember, if you put a fission upper stage there, you double or triple the payload that you can send. So that's kind of neat. Now, there's another objection. Governments can't keep secrets. Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, an outstanding astronomer, Hayden Planetarium in New York, he finished off or redid the Cosmos series. When he gave a talk at Penn State University, he said the proof that the government can't keep secrets is how much we know about President Clinton's genitalia, which is a very funny remark, but totally unrelated to the question whether the government can keep secrets. And
yeah, I think you do too. I always mention the Manhattan Project when people say the government can't keep secrets. They had thousands and thousands of people working on that.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, the facility for enriching uranium was a gaseous diffusion plant at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It was a mile long, and it used 5% of all the electricity produced in the United States to pump the uranium hexafluoride gas through little holes on barriers. When it goes in one end and comes out the other, it's slightly enriched because U-235 is a little lighter than U-238. And you keep doing this, and, you know, electricity was at a premium during the war. We had to build planes and tanks and ships and stuff like that. And yet 5% of the country's electricity was used in secret. That's the reason it was in Oak Ridge, incidentally. They had Tennessee Valley dams producing electricity and nothing much to do with it except enrich uranium. But I have shown on television and in my lectures some of the top secret Umbra NSA UFO documents. Everybody knows about the NSA thanks to Mr. Snowden. Never says anything. That's what that stands for. Anyway, there was a long legal action starting in the 80s, Freedom of Information Act suit by the citizens against UFO secrecy, against the CIA, and then eventually the NSA. And it turns out the NSA eventually released, they held on to say we can't release anything because sources and methods information, and that's against the law to release. They finally released 156 pages of top secret Umbra NSA UFO documents. Wow, there was a little problem. You could read one sentence per page. Everything else was not blacked out, whited out.
Whited out. Yeah, I've seen you hold up these blacked out papers or whited out papers when people say there's no cover up. You know, you could read one word at a page or something.
One sentence per page, not much better.
Even when they release it, I think this Freedom of Information Act now is just castrated. It's worthless. It should be called the Freedom to Know What We Want You to Know Act.
Well, that's certainly the case.
They don't release it. I filed a bunch of FOIA requests for Kecksburg. The Kecksburg case. I filed, I can't tell you how many, all different wordings. You know, you got 100 witnesses in that town that saw all these military people. They came back and we have nothing. we have absolutely nothing. So,
Well, they even went to court, and John Podesta was involved in that, in the legal action to try to recover that data. A woman named Leslie Keane has written an excellent book about generals and pilots and so forth, tell us their UFO stories. And they tried to get the Air Force to release data, and they couldn't find any. And incidentally, on these 156 pages of NSA UFO documents, John Greenwald, who has an extremely good site on the internet called the Black Vault, thousands of pages.
yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm on there a lot, looking up stuff.
Well, he has now reported that they can't even find now the original documents, the whited out ones, you know. They're gone. Somehow they disappeared. Sorry, folks. What can I say? And incidentally, the CIA in that same legal action had released up to, it was a little under 900 pages of documents. And not all blacked out. I mean, there was plenty of redaction, as it's called. But I finally went after them years later and got some top secret Umbra one, dozens of pages, and it's all blacked out. Well, 6 words here, 10 words on that page, stuff like that. So it's almost a joke, but anybody who says the government can't keep secrets doesn't know what they're talking about. They goof once in a while, and I certainly had my arguments with people classifying stuff when I was working in the industry that, hey, any college student majoring in physics would know that. Why is that classified? These elements aren't on a list of things we're looking at because that would give away secrets. Well, the fact that they're not there would give away a secret,
While we're talking about documents, I wanted to ask you about your work on the Majestic 12 documents.
Oh, yes, dear old Majestic 12.
This is one of my favorite. I mean, just to take all those and read them from, one day is amazing.
You have to recognize that most of these so-called MJ-12 documents are phonies, they're hoaxes. I found that out the easy way. There was one document that mentioned General Wiedemeyer, and as far as I knew, he was a China expert. Why would he be involved in something about UFOs? So I called the Marshall Archives, George C. Marshall, Chief of Staff during World War II, went on to become Secretary of State and so forth. Anyway, and I asked the archivist, I said, can you think of any reason why Wiedemeyer would have been a part of this UFO stuff? He said, no, why don't you look at his book? I didn't know he'd written a book. Wiedemeyer Reports, this is back in the 50s. Okay, I called the University of New Brunswick Library, which is 2 miles from my house, and asked about it. They had a copy. So I went over and got it and brought it back and started looking. I found 3 documents in there that were among these MJ-12 documents. Except that they had been, how shall I put this, adjusted. Certain they were retyped. The handwritten information, the signature date, was left the same, and they made a few changes. And they were phony documents because I had the originals, and it was clear. I found 3 in that. I went back and found another book in the same part of the library, found a few more. And so I think there are 4 genuine MJ-12 documents. But I have attacked, if you will, all the attackers. The reasons given for this document must be a phony. It doesn't follow the date format in the government style manual. Big deal. I've been to 20 archives, a lot of time at the Truman and Eisenhower libraries, for example. And I had one file folder that had 7 different date formats. This is typewriter time, you understand. So it depended on who typed it. This was not computerized stuff. And there's a whole long list of phony objections. One, it said, there's a briefing document. The key thing is a briefing document for President-elect Eisenhower. And it says the briefing officer was Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter. Now, he had been head of the CIA. And the people say, well, obviously the document's a phony. He was only a rear admiral. Well, if they look carefully, all of the military officers were noted by their generic rank. General, that covers lieutenant general, brigadier general, major general, 4-star general, admiral, rear admiral, and what's the other one? There's another admiral in there. And so that objection sounded great until you looked at it, and I found loads of documents from Brigadier General Goodpaster, who was Ike's staff secretary. When there would be meetings at the White House, he would keep track of who was there. He'd write minutes of the meeting and a list of who was at the meeting. He always used generic ranks, even for himself. General Goodpaster.
So what you're saying is they didn't say Rear Admiral or Brigadier General. They just said Admiral or General.
Yeah, and you could answer the phone, General Goodpaster, but you better sign anything you wrote, Brigadier General. And there are a whole bunch of these objections, and I've got a whole book, Top Secret Magic. People can find my books with autographs if they get them from me as opposed to Amazon at my website, www.stantonfriedman.com. It's got other information, too, but it lists all the books, the DVDs, all this kind of stuff.
Yes, and I would highly recommend to my listeners, if you're interested in anything UFO, don't go anywhere else but Mr. Friedman's site, because he has the most intensely researched and best books. If you're looking for factual-based information on this topic, you have to get his books. Don't go buy some tabloid books that, are garbage, because Mr. Friedman...
There are plenty of them out there.
You got over 50 years investigating this stuff, and a lot of people, my listeners might not be aware, but if you heard of Roswell, it's largely because of Mr. Friedman.
I'm the original civilian investigator,
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I think that whole story would have just been swept under the rug, and somewhere in the secret government, there are people cursing at you.
Well, probably more than one place.
Yeah, because you really, that Roswell's always been my favorite UFO story because it's so many twists and turns. And I was going to ask you, did you hear this new theory that these alien bodies were some kind of Japanese captured soldiers that were experimented on, that people...
oh, yeah, that's been around for years. And look, one of the fanciest one is that Stalin worked with Dr. Death, Joseph Mengele, and they had some physically distressed people put on board a craft, and it crashed, and they were trying to start a panic like War of the Worlds had started a panic. And I hate to say that's a ridiculous argument. For example, the War of the Worlds panic, that took place in New Jersey, right across the river from you. And New Jersey is the most densely populated state, more people per square mile than any other state. And where the saucer crashed in New Mexico, ain't no people, damn it.
Yeah, that theory is just crazy. I heard somebody talk about it was Asian people from Japan with progeria.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the misconceptions about Roswell, though, I wanted to ask you about is that people think it was a UFO crash, but don't you believe it was two separate crash sites?
Well, okay, there was a crash 75 miles roughly north of Roswell, out in the middle of nowhere, near the little town called Corona. Like the cigar, like the Toyota Corona. And when there was a 50th anniversary celebration of Roswell in '97, they had a sign on the old theater in Corona. Forget about Roswell, it all happened here.
Yeah, so the debris field was near Roswell, but there was an almost intact craft where something in Corona?
Well, the debris field was near Corona, and there may have been a crew compartment found miles away.
Okay.
I think the reason that I say that is because in my first conversation with Jesse Marcel, he was the major with whom I first talked, and he was had been the intelligence officer at Roswell. People forget to mention, Roswell was the home of the 509th, the only atomic bombers in the entire world. The most elite military group in the world. And I say that because they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They dropped 2 more, Operation Crossroads in the Pacific the next year. Everybody had a high-level security clearance. It's great. They got a 13,000-foot runway. And it's the airport now. Then it was the airbase, which is much longer than most places. To carry big B-36s with their A-bombs needed a huge runway. B-36 was, I used to watch them fly when I was in industry and down in Texas, and big old monster, I'll tell you. Anyway, Roswell, there was another crash over in the plains of San Augustine. And when I first talked to Jesse Marcel, and I got to him strictly out of the blue again, I was doing a television interview in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, before speaking that night at Louisiana State University. I was supposed to do 3 interviews, and people from the university brought me to the TV station, and I did the first 2, and the third reporter was nowhere to be found. So the station manager's giving me coffee. He's looking at his watch. He didn't want to lose the interview because he had it scheduled in his programming, but he knew I had other things to do. And out of the blue, he says, "You know, the guy you ought to talk to is Jesse Marcel." Who's he? Brilliant investigator that I am, you know. And his next sentence changed my life. He handled wreckage of one of those saucers you're interested in when he was in the military. What? What do you know about him? Well, he lives in Homa. That didn't tell me anything because they didn't know where Homa was. I've been there since to talk to Jesse, as a matter of fact. Yeah, he's a great guy. We're old ham radio buddies. You ought to talk to him. So the next day, we had a great response at the university that night. The next morning, I'm at the airport early, got a plane to catch. I thought I'd call information in Homo, wherever it was, and they had a number for a Jesse A. Marcel. Okay, I called him. And this is before the internet, you know. Times were different then. 1978, no internet. And he told me his story, and people said, "Well, why would he talk to you? I thought it was all highly classified." His picture was in the newspapers. I found that out later. I didn't know it then. His picture was taken in the office of General Ramey, who was head of the 8th Air Force, of which the 509th was a part. And he told me his story. And one of the first things he said was there was so much wreckage out there, spread out over such a large area, that he figured there had to be a mid-air explosion. Because there was too much stuff, and it was spread out over too large an area. There was nothing conventional out there. He'd seen airplane crashes in the Pacific, and there's a mess.
That's what I always thought when people talk about, well, it was just a weather balloon. Like, you were saying about the 509th, is like these guys were around nuclear weapons, and I think they would know the difference between a weather balloon and an alien spacecraft, or, you know.
Well, Jesse had taken a course on radar and weather balloons and all this. He had to brief the airplanes when they went out on planned missions, send a bunch of airplanes up to New York, a pseudo attack on New York, if you will. So he was very familiar, and weather balloons were launched every single day at the base, because you want to know which way the wind's blowing, and how strong it is at altitude. You can't tell that from the ground. You got to send up a balloon, and it radios back information. So Jesse was very familiar with weather balloons. Well, remember, there were 4 explanations. The first in the newspapers on July 8th, 1947, Army captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. That was in newspapers, evening papers from Chicago West. The press release went out too late to make the East Coast papers. And the next day, Ramey empties Roswell saucer. The weather balloon explanation, first it said flying saucer. Then it was weather balloon radar reflector combination. And then we had the mogul balloons. Now, these were 20 to 25 standard, normal neoprene weather balloons at 20-foot intervals, twine, tying them together. They were supposed to be a constant altitude instrument platform. They were trying to see if they could hear a Soviet nuclear explosion, because they didn't know when the Soviets would go nuclear. And it wasn't a very good idea. They would stay aloft for thousands of miles. And they had found that underwater, you can hear sounds over a very long distance. There's a layer of the water through which sound travels better, if you will. But the fourth explanation, the mogul balloon explanation sounds good. We were testing mogul balloons in New Mexico. The only trouble was people have looked very carefully at the logs of those who were launching the balloons. They said high security. The purpose was classified, not the technology. They were not accompanied by chase planes or anything like that to recover this exotic technology. It wasn't exotic. The fourth explanation was my favorite, though. The Air Force wrote a big report, the Roswell report, Truth versus Fiction in the New Mexico desert. The Air Force supplied the fiction. The fourth explanation, they said they weren't going to say any more, but they wrote another report. Now they had discovered that we were launching crash test dummies all over New Mexico. So stories about bodies, crash test dummies, and they used the same map of where they dropped all these dummies. I should explain the reason for that was airplanes were flying much higher than they'd ever flown before. And if you were on board an airplane at 40,000 feet and you had to eject, you wanted to make the ejection safe in the first place, because you had to find out how long does it take before you come down where the temperature is reasonable. You could freeze to death. At 40,000 feet, it's very, very cold up there. And you certainly aren't going to use pilots on these ejection seat tests, And the bodies were dummies. I found the Air Force officer, Colonel Madsen, he's dead now, who had been in charge of the program. His picture is in the Air Force report. They didn't talk to him. They went back and looked at the old records. He made sure that I understood a couple of things. One, the dummies were 6 feet tall and 175 pounds. And they were in Air Force flight gear. You say, why would you do that? Because that affects the drag and the heating of the body as it comes down. You want to measure that. And you can't do it, without a dummy that isn't properly dressed, if you will. Now, these were wooden dummies, and often when they hit the ground, the limbs came off. And they didn't look anything at all like a small, big-headed alien.
Yeah, I always thought that was funny. Like, okay, you used...
It was funny.
Did you use 4-foot-tall aliens with big heads and big eyes and, 6 fingers? I don't understand.
Well, depending on who you talk to.
And wasn't there a time discrepancy, too? Like, these dummy tests?
Well, a minor detail. Something? Yeah, none of these were launched until 53 or later. So, what's 6 years between friends? I mean, come on. Slight time lag, time warp, time travel for crash test dummies, the new technology. What's crazy is that explanation appeared on the front page of the New York Times. And all I can say is that at the beginning of World War II, within 2 weeks of Pearl Harbor, there was a director of censorship established. And, for example, the newspapers couldn't use the word uranium anyplace. They couldn't use Fugo balloon. The Japanese were launching these big balloons with explosives on board from out in the Pacific, and the winds blow them, and they're going to start fires all over the United States. And there were a few started, not many. But you couldn't talk about that. We didn't want them to know how successful or unsuccessful those balloon launches were. One person did die. There was
I've read about that. It's amazing that the government's response was to just not talk about it. They didn't want the Japanese to know that they were at all successful, so they would just
let them waste their energy.
Yeah.
So, what I'm saying is, it looks as if the Air Force had a policy of not releasing information. That's no surprise. And that's why I mentioned that Air Force press release about Blue Book Special Report 14. It set the tone when you have your top official in the Air Force flat out lying. And then when I tried to get more from Colonel Weaver, who wrote that big fat report, he attacked the MJ-12 documents. You mentioned those. He wrote bogus on them, and when he was asked by the FBI, the FBI was worried of his classified information being leaked here. What's going on? And he wrote bogus on every page of the documents, and the FBI bought it. I filed a Freedom of Information Act request for all the information, notes, memos, and blah, blah, blah. You got to write in computerese. And I wanted any information to back up this conclusion that this was phony. In other words, that these documents were phony. We have nothing in response to your request. Very useful. It's crazy. You can get away with it if you work at it. Secrets can be kept. And look, I'm not saying the government should never lie, which may sound a little strange, but when we tested our first A-bomb at Trinity Site in New Mexico in 1945,
that was an earthquake or something?
No, it was explained it away as an ammunition dump had blown up.
That's right. Yeah, I've heard this.
People had seen it from 100 miles away. The skies are clear in New Mexico, and that was one hell of a big firecracker, I'll tell you. And they got away with it. And I don't blame them for doing that. Certainly, the government was very worried about if the Japanese found out what was going on and what cities were going to be bombed, if any, they would move American prisoners of war to those cities.
Yeah, I agree with you that in some cases, sure, it's okay to keep secrets, but if Roswell really happened the way so many witnesses recall it, it's the most significant event in human history. It confirms that we are not alone in the universe.
Yes.
And I don't believe that anybody has the right to keep that from us. That's what keeps me interested in this and keep digging. I keep digging and digging and digging. And unfortunately, you got to dig through so much garbage to get to any real
You noticed that, huh?
Yeah. I just sent you some files. Everyone knows this alien autopsy was proven a fraud. And
yes, it was.
I have just done an amazing amount of work on the alien interview, which is a separate DVD, came out after, that nobody's ever debunked, and I think I've successfully debunked it because we have proven that the person asking the apparent whistleblower the questions is also the person answering the questions.
Oh, you know that, huh?
Yeah, we've done our work. I ran a commercial recording studio for some time, so I know how to take how to take that vocal disguise off, and it's really laughable listening to this person ask the questions and answer the questions.
I know his name.
Yes, so do I, and we'll reveal it soon. I have, in everything that I've looked into, it's like it's such a waste of time to go through all these things that are frauds. How do you feel about how that affects the field, like this alien autopsy and all these frauds, the carrot documents, the fake MJ-12 documents?
Yeah. They have an unfortunate impact, but fortunately there are people like you and me who go look for the truth and can reveal the truth. And that's why I write books. There is a need, I don't know a better way to put it out. And I've got a new book coming out, as a matter of fact, with Kathleen Marden, Betty Hill's niece. We did capture the Betty and Barney Hill UFO experience. And we've got a new book coming out that'll be out late this summer. And keep your eyes open for it, because we show that some of the people who were telling the public lies were indeed lying, and we can demonstrate that. Now, I'm a dumb old physicist. I'm not a psychiatrist, so I can't tell you why people do things. You know, whether some of them were well, I know that in some cases they were under security. My biggest finding about MJ-12 was that one of the people on the list, Dr. Donald Menzel, was a total debunker. He wrote 3 books. He was a Harvard University professor of astronomy. You certainly don't need a security clearance to teach astronomy at Harvard or anyplace else. And all the other guys on this list of MJ-12 members had high-level security clearances, Air Force generals, admirals, scientists who were doing classified work. But Menzel, to make a long story short, I had to get permission from 3 different people to see his papers at Harvard, and was totally shocked to find that he knew JFK quite well, because JFK was on the board of overseers at Harvard, and his area of interest was astronomy. They used to have breakfast together. Anyway, there's a letter from Menzel to JFK saying, just after he was elected, there's one area where I may be able to be of some assistance to you, and that's with regard to the NSA. I've had a longer continuous association with them and their Navy predecessor than anybody. And when we are properly cleared to each other, I can tell you more. And then it turns out, by digging more, that Menzel was a world-class cryptologist. And that's what the NSA does, you know, break codes and things like that. And so it was a total shock to me, because I didn't like the man. I had one run-in with him when I was speaking at Harvard, and I did not respect him. But once I found out what he'd been up to all this time, and there was a
story. It's amazing. This guy had such a double life. Like, he's a mild astronomy teacher, and in the meantime, he's doing all this top secret stuff.
Yeah, and, you know, people will say, oh, you can't lead a double life. Well, I will mention 3 names: Burgess, Philby, and McLean. These were 3 guys who worked for British intelligence, except they were Russian spies. Now, that's really leading a double life, because you have to be extraordinarily careful that you don't give away the source of the information, you know. So double lives are possible, and I developed a healthy respect for Menzel. I'd even talked to his wife, who didn't know anything about his classified activities, of course. That's another thing. I get people telling me, well, Stan, those guys in MJ-12 certainly would have told their wives what they do. Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, as an example of that, the man who was head of the Manhattan Project was General Leslie Groves, and he worked at the Pentagon. And his wife received a call from somebody in the general's office telling her on August the 6th, 1945, that he thought she should listen to the radio news at noon. Okay, so she listens. He didn't tell her why. And it turns out they announced that we had just bombed Hiroshima and the war would soon be over. And, she figured that's why they told her, because their son was due to be sent to the Pacific area, and they were expecting loads of casualties. The last line of the broadcast, this program to develop this super incredible new weapon, this atomic bomb, was done under the direction of General Leslie Groves. That's when she found out what he'd been doing for the previous 2 years.
Wow, that's really amazing. You know, I just did an interview with, just so people understand some of the stuff with Black Projects, I think you're absolutely right. I just did an interview with somebody whose mother worked for EG&G for 30 years. He had absolutely zero idea what his mother did for them. until probably after her death, when he talked to his brother, because she had confided in him some things, because he was also in the government. He actually was one of the spokespeople after 9/11. He worked for Army intelligence or something like that. But 30 years, he had no idea what his mother did.
Well, I believe that. And look, loose lips sink ships sounds like a silly slogan, but during the war, that was important because there were spies. And they didn't, especially things like ship movements. You know, the U-boat commanders would love to know that there's this ship leaving New York on this date heading east to Britain. Keep your eye open. It's a big one. You know, that's the real world. As a matter of fact, a very good case of disinformation. We worked very hard to convince Hitler that the invasion of Europe, everybody knew was going to happen sometime, but where? And we worked very hard to convince Hitler that the where was Calais. And there were even false buildings erected across the channel.
If you know, one of my favorite stories ever of World War II is Jasper Maskelyne, who was a magician, and he created all these blow-up tanks and all these things to convince Hitler that the invasion was coming from someplace else. Hundreds of tanks were like blown up on the field, and they let the planes, the Nazi planes, fly over and see this stuff. Fake jeeps, fake planes, you know. That was
it was an official lie.
Yeah, that was misdirection, the finest misdirection ever, you know.
Well, they even put phony documents in the jacket of an officer who had died, and they dumped him off Spain, knowing that the Germans would get him. And they weren't blatant. They didn't say we're going to attack hither or yon, but any sensible analyst would conclude that the landing was going to be at Calais. And Hitler's generals, when we landed at Normandy, said, "Send in the reserves. They're attacking." No. That's not the real attack. They're going to attack over here.
He thought that was just a distraction from the real attack. So he waited till he sent the Panzers. Dumb mistake.
Well, yeah, but it does illustrate the importance of disinformation. It can serve a major objective. Good, bad, or indifferent is beside the point, but you can cause false attitudes where it matters the most. We knew by breaking, well, there's a good example of keeping secrets. We broke the German codes at the beginning of World War II, Enigma Project and all this sort of stuff. Now, you'd think when the war was over, we'd tell everybody, look what we did. Oh, no. There was no public discussion of having broken the codes for 25 years after the war. The reason was that there were other people using those, other countries using those machines. And we were reading their mail, too.
Yeah. I'm a computer science student, so I've read all about Turing and what he did to break the Enigma.
There's a movie, too, isn't there?
Yeah.
Isn't there a movie?
Great movie, yeah. It's a shame what happened to him after that, but he was a genius to figure this out and really help win the war.
Well, there were 12,000 people at Bletchley Park where that operation was being conducted. Not one of them spoke up for 25 years after the war. So can secrets be kept? You darn right they can. We're not talking 2 people, we're talking 12,000 who kept their mouths closed.
Well, I guess the stakes were high and people didn't want anybody to die if they were, you know.
You didn't need to convince the Brits that the war was hell. Let's face it.
You know, one of the things I wanted to ask you about, because I happen to be one of those computer science volunteers for the SETI project.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I do the SETI at home. I've got basically
Well, SETI stands for Silly Effort to Investigate, right?
And listen, even though I am a volunteer for that project and have been for years, I have basically I have a supercomputer built from junk in my garage.
Oh, neat.
But it has the computational power of about 50 brand new desktop PCs, I'd say, and I just churn the data that they send me. But I agree with you. I think it's kind of ridiculous the way that they're going about it, because it's really stupid to think that some advanced civilization is still using radio waves. Can you talk about what you feel about that stuff?
Well, I can certainly say that one of my mantras is technological progress comes from doing things differently in an unpredictable way. In other words, a laser is not just a better light bulb. They're both sources of light, but entirely different physics. And everywhere you look, I don't use a slide rule anymore. It was a perfectly effective tool, but I can buy a little cheap calculator and do a lot more. And a lot faster.
Mr. Friedman, I'm one of those people that didn't know what a slide rule was, and I'm a computer science student. I had to go look it up, and then I decided to order one just so I could see how you guys do calculations. Yeah, and I barely grasp the concept. I mean, I kind of get it, but what you said is that you don't still use a slide rule to do calculations because there's better ways, and I totally agree with that. And that's how I feel about looking for alien civilizations through radio waves. It seems naive to me.
Why would anybody send us a signal using technology appropriate to us? The first long-distance radio signal on Earth, it happened here in Canada, Newfoundland. Marconi sent a signal from England. That was in 1901. That's not very long ago. You think they haven't figured out something better?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Besides, who are they sending to?
Aren't they making some efforts now to look for laser energy?
Well, yeah, they're looking for laser things. It's the same problem. Why would anybody send one here? We've got all kinds. And why do the SETI people refuse to look at the UFO evidence? Well, let me give you an example of a miscalculation they made. Not bad science, just they didn't know what they were doing. Frank Drake, many years ago, said there could be as many as 8,000 planets in the galaxy that could be sending us signals. 8,000. Wow. And now the number is in the billions of planets.
Yeah, so that famous Drake equation was a little bit off, apparently.
Well, yeah, the Drake equation, to call it an equation like E equals MC squared is silly, because we don't know the values of any of the parameters. What's the lifespan of a civilization? We don't even know what our lifespan is, no less any large number of others. What would we expect out there? That's a total unknown. And remember that we're assuming we have a planet that rotates. Why wouldn't you send from a distant planet in another solar system to a device that is in orbit? We have we have devices that sit in one place that send signals back down, one place with regard to the surface of the Earth. It's one of those things, if you've got all kinds of data, why don't the SETI people look at the UFO evidence? Ted Phillips has collected 5,000 physical trace cases from 80 countries, cases where the saucers are seen on or near the ground, and when they leave, one finds physical changes, the equivalent of footprints, which have been seen. Burn circles, burn rings, landing gear marks, and 1/6 of those cases involve reports of beings associated with the craft on the ground. And you read your first 200 cases, and it's dull after a while. Same thing is happening all over the planet. Of course, Ted didn't know when he started off his stuff about these things like at Malmstrom Air Force Base, where when the UFO shows up, all the missiles shut down. That's scary as can be.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially if you're one of the government people, trying to explain that to your boss, what happened that day,
Yeah, and you don't, it's impossible. You don't want it to happen. It can't happen. You've set up the system so it can. Incidentally, in the Soviet Union, and there's a former NASA scientist, Dr. Richard Haynes, has gone into this, and there's a wonderful book, Nukes and UFOs, by Robert Hastings, and he goes into these nuclear weapons on top of rockets. In the Soviet Union, suddenly a bunch of missiles went live started countdown. Fortunately, there was a guy down there who shut him off. But this has been going on for some time. I think somebody's sending us a message, and it does relate to, I think one of the major reasons for coming here is to quarantine us. In other words, to keep us from taking our brand of friendship out there.
Yeah, now we could be dangerous to a whole nother, to their civilizations. Yeah.
And, you know, what people forget, we have exploded 2,000 nuclear weapons on this planet. People look at me like, what are you, crazy, Stan? What do you mean 2,000? That's what the numbers are. All the countries that have them, tested in the air and on the ground and underwater and underground, and 2,000. And the thing about nuclear explosions is they leave residue. Radioactive materials that only could come from nuclear explosions. And so one reason for coming here is to quarantine us, I think. And the other is to keep track, because we, and it sounds silly to some people, we're a threat to them. What do you mean we're a threat to them? Well, when you look at the fusion devices and you convert that into a propulsion system, we could go out and take our brand of friendship out there. But everybody knows it's hostility. You know, so, yeah, we're a threat to the beings out there. After Pearl Harbor, you'd think everybody would realize that you got to watch out for surprise attacks. You know, one of the things about Pearl Harbor, it's kind of funny. In late November 1941, there was the Army-Navy football game. And in the program for the game, it quoted somebody as saying, it had a picture of the USS Arizona, big battleship. Nobody has ever sunk a big ship from the sky. And a week later was Pearl Harbor, and it went down under the water. It was sunk badly. 1,100 guys died on board that. The Japanese knew you could sink a ship from the sky.
Yeah, wasn't that like the Navy's kind of pushback against an Air Force? Or
yeah, Billy Mitchell. Yeah, Billy Mitchell had said at the end of the First World War that there will be sinking of ships with bombs from the sky. And the Secretary of the Navy had said something silly like, I'll be willing to stand on any ship he thinks he can sink from with a bomb from the sky.
Yeah, to eat his words after World War II.
Yeah, it was a little late, and a lot of guys lost their lives. So that goes back again. Progress comes from doing things differently. If you can call being better at sinking ships progress, but I guess if you're a Navy man, why not? No, the world is an interesting place, and saucers have an interesting place in it. There have been dozens of theses done, which nobody refers to, of course. I have 10 of them in my book, Top Secret Magic. I list them. But there have been a lot. One of them was on press coverage of this subject. Dr. Herbert Strentz went on to be Dean of Journalism at Drake University. And he had some scathing remarks to make about the inadequacy of the press coverage. He had read 10,000 clippings. That would drive me up the wall. I read a lot, but I've never read that many.
Yeah, it seems to me they always kind of do this tongue-in-cheek, you know, almost laugh at the subject, you know.
We're getting better. I think this Kepler has had some impact on that the notion that we're the big shots sent to one solar system, et cetera, is going down the tubes.
Well,
arrogance.
You know what's funny is that I recall specifically asking about other planets when I was in grade school, and at that time we didn't have any of these. Probes, and so I was told adamantly that the only known planets are in our solar system. There are no other planets. And I was sure that if there's all these other stars, there's got to be planets. And I would argue with the teachers, and they would say, no, you're wrong. There's only planets here. So we've come a long way towards at least acknowledging, you know, that there are planets now.
Well, Pat Robertson will tell you that all the intelligent life in the universe is on planet Earth, and this UFO stuff is the demons, the work of the devil.
He'll also tell you that Earth is only 6,000 years old, too.
Yeah, isn't that neat? Look how lucky we are to be at the right end of the 6,000 years. Of course, they should have said 4 billion, but what the heck? What's a few zeros between friends, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. When somebody tells me that kind of stuff, I don't even speak to them, because you can't convince somebody that's that convinced. It's not. I tell them the Bible's not a science book. You know, it's a nice stories. It's good. It's good to learn morality from. But other than that, I mean, you know.
Well, it's got a lot of UFO stories in it, too. You got to read the book by Dr. Barry Downing, The Bible and Flying Saucers.
I believe that I did, and I'm well aware of a lot of those different things, and Ezekiel's wheel, and all those different things, and the ancient astronaut theory. It's really amazing to me.
I heard a paper by a couple at the University of Delaware. They looked at 11 old civilizations, and all of them, without exception, had stories about craft vehicles coming down from the sky carrying beings, not angels, beings. And these go back thousands of years. So our arrogance, we're being taken down a peg or two, I think, and I'll give Kepler some of the credit for that. We're not so special. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, I heard somebody say, and I think it's a great way to explain it, is that, the more science progresses, the more we realize how not special we are. We used to think we were the center of the universe.
Yes.
Oh, well, okay, we're just the Earth revolving around the sun, and now we're in a galaxy that's revolving around other galaxies. It just keeps getting worse and worse for us, I guess.
Well, look, when I was in the 5th grade, our teacher in the science class, this is a long time ago, some science, anyway, she said that the sun sits still and the planets revolve around the sun. And I had just read in our 49-cent a volume encyclopedia, bought at the supermarket, that the whole solar system is moving around the center of the galaxy at 12 miles a second, which just seemed extraordinarily fast. And I piped up, and she put me down. I was a straight-A student. I wasn't accustomed to being put down, so I didn't say anything. But the next day, I brought in the volume of the encyclopedia. And she admitted that, well, maybe that's the way it is. Well, almost 50 years later, I went back to my hometown in New Jersey for a high school reunion, 50th. And I'm talking to the guys, and I mentioned Miss Gutkin. She was the teacher, and she still is alive. I said, "What?" Yeah, she goes to the same synagogue that I had belonged to, and I went and saw her, and had a quiet discussion. A movie had just been made, Stanton Friedman is Real, and I had told some of the story. So I gave a censored version to her. Then she said, "Look, what did I know about science? She got a master's degree later, but at that time, I thanked her because it made me determined to get the facts before I spoke up. And that's my rule. Have facts in hand before putting mouth in gear."
I try to live by that too. I should thank you for that. I really try to follow that. I don't speak on something I haven't adequately investigated or really done my due diligence on.
Well, that's the way it should be, especially when you're communicating to lots of people. One-on-one is, a different situation, but when you're telling people, millions of people, and sometimes the debunkers do talk to millions, just like some of us believers do. Let me give you an example of that. Bill Nye, the science guy, and I were on a television program.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. I thought that was awesome.
Well, he says, Friedman talks about cover-up and stuff. Well, those documents, they cover up people's names. That's a privacy issue. It's not security. Well, I happen to have a copy of my book, Flying Saucers and Science, with me. So I opened it up, found the page, luckily, and showed this is what I'm talking about. And it was essentially all blacked out. and it was a technical document. It was not a privacy issue at all. But he got away with saying that, at least until I piped up, because nobody...
Do your research by proclamation.
Yeah, it was a great example of that. And, it's a battle, but what I like... Look, I've given over 700 lectures. I've only had 11 hecklers, and 2 of them were drunk. And so I'm not people tell me you must get a hard time from the press and the audiences and stuff, and I say I don't. I've been asked to poll an audience at the end of a lecture at the University of Manitoba, and I said, well, I don't usually ask my audience participants to stick their necks out. That's my job. He said, I don't think anybody mind. Everybody clapped. This is the question and answer period. Okay, I had shown some Gallup poll data. So how many people think no UFOs are alien spacecraft? Fewer than 10% of the audience. Well, how many think some UFOs are alien spacecraft? 90% of the people. It was very hard to find somebody who didn't. But the problem is the fear of ridicule. And when I check at the end of my lecture, I normally I'll make a little joke. I get the first question. We didn't let the CIA in. I want to know how many of you believe that you've seen what I would consider to be a flying saucer. I defined my terms earlier in the lecture. And just raise your hand and I'll point and count. So they raise the hands go up barely over their heads, hesitantly. And I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the time I get over the other side of the hall, it's 10% of the audience, and the hands go up vigorously. But then I ask, how many of you reported what you saw? 90% of the hands go down. And I tried a little experiment in a classroom early in the day before a college lecture, and I arranged with the prof that he would count the votes. I wanted the kids to vote with their eyes closed. I asked 2 questions. How many of you think most people don't believe in UFOs? 80% of the hands went up. Then I asked, how many of you do believe that some UFOs are extraterrestrial spacecraft? 80% of the hands went up. Fear of ridicule is apparently an important human emotion.
Yeah, I can imagine a lot of people just don't come forward because they don't want to be labeled a nut,
Yeah, even though most people believe in UFOs, most people believe most people don't believe in UFOs, and they act accordingly.
The next thing that I wanted to talk to you about is my second favorite case, and that is the Bob Lazar story. Now I know how you feel about him, and that mostly because his educational credentials couldn't be verified. But recently, Jeremy Corbell found a witness that placed him at and said he was in the security briefings.
Yeah.
And I talked to you briefly about this, but I found another new witness whose mother worked for EG&G.
I'm waiting to find out. I'm waiting to find out more about that. I have never denied that Bob worked out at Los Alamos. His name is in the phone book. I checked with the lab, and the number that was next to his name was that of the Clinton D. Anderson Mason Accelerator Facility. That's an even longer name than that. It's a unique facility, and professors come from all over the country to run experiments there because there isn't any other place to run those particular experiments. And so I was satisfied that he worked there, no question about it. But nobody has shown any piece of paper that gives his job title. Now, I talked to the man you're talking about who, on the phone, I had a long conversation with him. It's a strange name. I want to say Cromegli, but that's not right.
Krinkle? I don't have my notes in front of me.
Krankle, yeah. I think you're right. Unusual name. I'd never run across the name before. And I had a long conversation with him. He's got a PhD in physics from MIT, supposedly Bob's alma mater, but many years before. And so we had a long conversation. He had seen him there, and he looked like a scientist because he had the pocket protector. I must admit I use a pocket protector. Protect my shirts. My wife goes crazy if I get all kinds of ink on the shirts. Anyway, and I asked him, he had seen Bob there at a security briefing. Look, everybody who works at Los Alamos has to have a security clearance. If you sweep the floor, it doesn't matter. I said, did you do anything to verify that he had a degree, that he was a scientist? No, why should I? I know he was there. I know he had a security clearance, or he wouldn't have been at the briefing. And so he did not verify that Bob was a scientist. Now, Jeremy is saying he did, but I've talked to Jeremy briefly, and we did a program together, and I talked to this guy, and I don't think we have established that Bob is a scientist. And the funny thing is, George Knapp, who I consider an outstanding journalist, he's the one who...
He and you are my two favorite guys in this whole mess.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm in good company.
Actually, I always joke about you. You got me started in this with all these books, and I always said if I ever got to talk to you or meet you in person, I wouldn't know whether to give you a big hug and thank you or to punch you in the face. So
it's my fault.
That's all your fault.
Well,
I spent so much time on this stuff.
Now, the interesting thing, both of us are from New Jersey. George is
from Jersey.
Woodbury, that's down your end of the state, I think. Anyway, I have the greatest respect for George, and when my book, Flying Saucers and Science, came out, I made sure that he was the coast-to-coast host when I talked about it, and he read the book, asked sensible questions, etc., etc. Anyway, the last time I talked to George in person, he said he didn't think Bob had those degrees. So he agreed with that. He had given me, for people who don't know the story, he had given me the name of Bob's high school. And I called them and called him back when he dug out his records and found that he'd finished in the bottom third of his high school class and had one science course, chemistry. Now, there's no way you can get into MIT with those credentials. Got to be in the top 10 or 15%. They might stretch it to 20 if your college board scores were super special or something like that. But so George gave me that information. I passed it on to him, and he agreed. But I checked with MIT. I talked to 5 different people at MIT, and he doesn't show up anywhere. I talked to their legal counsel, who said there's no way to wipe his records clean. I talked to Caltech, no sign of Bob. Now, also at a meeting in Rachel, Nevada, at the Little Ailey Inn, good place for hamburger. Larry King and I had hamburgers there one time when I was doing a show out there. At Rachel, somebody asked Bob to name some of his professors. And he thought for a minute and said, there's a certain guy, he gave his name, who will remember me from Caltech physics. Well, that guy was in my Directly the American Physical Society, of which I am a member, and Bob was not. And he never taught at Caltech, only at Pierce Junior College, which is close geographically, but far intellectually. And he did have Bob in a course that he taught at Pierce. At the same time when he was supposedly at MIT, incidentally, 2,500 miles away. So George had no problem telling me he didn't think Bob had the degree, but my response is, why would you believe anything else he said? Especially about element 115, which was discovered not by Bob Lazar. He had nothing to do with its discovery. It was a big accelerator, was operated for a month, and they produced 4 atoms of element 115. They were expecting to find some 115, because if you look at the periodic table and know your physics, there should be some isotopes, 115. But it has a half-life less than a minute, and there is no way you can accumulate 500 pounds of this stuff, which Bob said that Los Alamos had. And he had stolen some. I don't know how he managed that. It would have been the most valuable stuff around, you know. So Jeremy has said that Krankel had verified, but to say that a guy looked like a physicist and had a pocket protector is not enough to make him a scientist. He's got no publications. Nobody's provided a piece of paper that gives his name. And many people think, well, if you work in Los Alamos, you got to be a scientist. No way. like a GE.
I'm sure they have just technicians. They have IT people that aren't scientists.
Oh yeah,
IT guys. They have
the number at the number at General Electric was 1,100 engineers and scientists out of 3,500 employees.
Sure.
When I was there, and so
one of the things I always wanted to ask you though is putting this problem with his education aside, and one of the things I keep coming back to is Snowden being a high school dropout and somehow getting to work on these huge top secret NSA programs.
There's a difference between security and science.
Yes, but my point being that maybe he overstated his credentials or just lied about them. I don't know, but the guy had a particle accelerator in his spare bedroom, and he built jet-powered cars.
Yes, he did. He was a smart guy. I've always said that.
Well, one of the things that I always think is that maybe the government didn't care about his education. They just wanted somebody to look at these craft, maybe somebody with
Well, but where's his past record of achievement with regard to far out systems development? I can't find one. His buddy called me and asked, this is 20-some years ago, what would it take to convince you that Bob is telling the truth? It was not an acrimonious phone conversation. I said, well, it would take a resume, copies of his diplomas, a list of his papers, memberships in professional groups, stuff like that. Okay. Well, I sent him an 8-page resume. I probably couldn't find one now. But, and a list of my papers and pages from the directories of the American Nuclear Society and the American Physical Society. I'm a member of both, and Bob isn't a member of either. And I sent him all this stuff. I never got anything back. In other words, scientists leave an imprint, which is more, like I say, Bob is a smart guy. I've never said he wasn't.
Well, one of the things I've always wondered if he wasn't just some sort of renegade, homegrown kind of inventor, kind of guy, tinkerer, and somehow walked his way into some of these top secret programs.
Well, but I think if he working at Los Alamos, it made sense to work out at the accelerator facility because the professors coming from elsewhere could not often bring their grad students with them. So they needed technicians, people to help get the data. If you're at your own university and you're using an accelerator, you've got grad students to do all the dog work. So that it makes sense. That's not a place. Technician doesn't need a degree.
Sure.
And so that he had a clearance, like I say, clearances are entirely, everybody at Los Alamos has to have a clearance. So I'm not denying that.
I agree with you. And, I started looking into this and investigating it, and I try to keep an open mind. I came into it with the same opinion as you. If he lied about his education, I don't know that I can trust anything he said, but I keep finding this stuff. And recently, I just found a new witness who puts him on Janet Airlines flying into Area 51.
Well, I don't. I had one phone conversation with him, and it was cordial, and it was clear that he worked on radiation detectors. And
so he could have been flying into Area 51 working on their radiation detectors, I suppose.
Yeah.
Or in some other capacity that didn't involve extraterrestrial spacecraft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm waiting to find out more, and I would like to hear more about the woman who was
worked for EG.
And
I'll send you. I just finished the show and uploaded it. I have it. It's on YouTube. I'm going to send you the link to your email so you can hear this story and see what you think. And the other thing I would ask you is, do you give no credence to the polygraph that he passed? Because he passed. As far as I know, 1 or 2 polygraphs.
I don't know enough about those. Polygraphs are kind of tricky. There are people who can beat them, but I don't know what questions were asked. I mean, is Bob a smart cookie? Did he work at Los Alamos? Answer is yes to both of those.
Well, I saw some footage that Jeremy Corbell published that he got from George Knapp of those polygraphs, and they did ask some very specific questions. Did you work at an area called S4 and Area 51 Keystone Complex? Did you work on back engineering alien spacecraft? And he answered yes. Did you embellish or, make up any parts of your story? No, And I don't know what I think about polygraphs, but that was kind of compelling evidence to me.
I'll have to dig into that some more. I haven't seen that footage, I will grant you.
Well, I guess the last thing I would want to ask you is, you've looked into this UFO stuff for 50 years. What is the bottom line? What do you think, if there really are extraterrestrials coming here, what do they want? What's the agenda? Why are they visiting us?
Well, I got a whole chapter in my book about the UFO why questions, and certainly, what do they want? I've given a number of solutions. I think one thing, they want to quarantine us. Two, they want to keep track of the idiots in the neighborhood to make sure there are no surprise attacks. Three, they be mining the stuff that's here that you know what uranium was used for 100 years ago? Yellow coloring agent.
Yeah, I heard you say they colored plates with it, or China, right?
That's right. Yeah, China, and that's illegal now, of course, but because it's radioactive and some of it washes off. But we have so many stories going back so long. It would seem that maybe alien universities send their graduate students here to do their thesis work on the development of a primitive society.
Yeah, I often thought that maybe it's some kind of anthropology project.
Maybe this was a penal colony. They dumped all the bad boys and girls here, and that's why we're so nasty to each other. And, there is stuff here that's rare that we don't even know to pay attention to. There are loads of reports, over 1,000 that I'm aware of saucers submerged, unidentified flying objects, unidentified submerged objects, USOs. They may be mining the bottom of the oceans. There are all kinds of nodules of metals and diamonds off the coast of Africa and all kinds of stuff. We don't know why did the people come to the New World after Columbus? Steal the gold, of course. No, it was to convert the heathens. No, it was to develop new vegetables, tomatoes and potatoes and tobacco. It's a huge variety, and to steal land and all kinds of other things. So we don't know. It would stand to reason that the Galactic Federation would be monitoring the neighborhood. You don't want surprise attacks. Also, you're always looking for a place to retreat to if an asteroid destroys your planet partly. If a supernova goes off and you need to relocate, you got to know what's going on in the neighborhood. So I think there are loads of reasons. And look, for all we know, Eisenhower really did meet with aliens. There are two stories that look probably true. I have the greatest respect for Eisenhower. He was looked down upon by the Eastern establishment. I didn't go to Harvard, Yale, or any place like that. But anybody who could get the Germans on our side versus the Russians after the war, when France, the United States, and England had fought two wars with Germany, has to have appropriate skills of handling people, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's an amazing historical figure. Absolutely.
Yeah, even if he didn't go to Harvard or Yale.
Sure.
So I think there are a lot of questions we haven't answered. That's why I write books, to try to answer them, but with the appropriate restriction. I haven't talked to any aliens. I don't know what they want. Who knows what drives them? But I do know that we have the experience of explorers, of our own experience. Every nation on the planet, a big one, has an air defense command to monitor the skies so they don't have surprise attacks. So it would stand to reason, as soon as you expand the baseline from a planet to a solar system to a galactic neighborhood, that you still have the same problem. There might be rogues or idiots out there. There's been no shortage of them here on this planet, after all. Would you trust that guy in North Korea with atomic bombs?
No, absolutely not. And I guess the final question I would ask you is, do you think that the government is ever going to come clean with everything that they know, or do you think it's just going to be lost in the
well, I think
forever?
If we can get some media group in today's world to find a new Woodward and Bernstein, look, as soon as you bring up the 156 pages of NSA documents that you can read one sentence in, as soon as you show the CIA top secret documents that you can't read. Oh, I haven't mentioned General Carol Bolender. He was an Air Force general who was asked, what should we do about Project Blue Book? This was after the Condon Reporter recommended that it be closed. Well, he was an engineer working on the Lunar Excursion Module, but he was asked to come up with a position statement, and his memo in October of '69 recommended that it be closed because, he said, reports of UFOs which could affect national security are made in accordance with JNAP 146 or Air Force Manual 55-11 and are not part of the Blue Book system. That's an extraordinary statement. 2 paragraphs later, he says, if the government closes Project Blue Book, the public won't have a place to report UFO sightings. However, as previously noted, reports which could affect national security will continue to be investigated using the procedures designed for that purpose. Now, as far as I know, I'm the only guy in the UFO community who talked to General Bolender. I located him 10 years later, had a conversation, said, it seems to me you're saying there are 2 separate communication channels. He said yes.
Yeah, anything that could affect national security was a separate project from Blue Book. That's why we've never gotten all the files.
And that's the ones that are the most important, obviously. You know, if they go to SAC bases, I had one report which I told them about of a saucer flying down the runway at a SAC base where nuclear weapons were stored, and I say, by definition, I think that's a report which could affect national security, don't you think? And he agreed. So when we look at that, if we get a Woodward and Bernstein, new generation, to really dig into this, they could do it in 6 months. And all the denials in the world won't change the fact that there are these documents around. Top secret Umbra. And don't tell me it's all sources and methods, and 99% of the document sources and methods. And you can give me 1 sentence a page. Come on. Nobody's going to believe that.
Yeah.
I don't think. So
it's unfortunate that they keep everything from the people.
Well, that's the way they're playing the game. As long as we let them, they're happy to.
Well, Mr. Friedman, I could not agree with you more. And I, for one, am not going to let them. And neither should you, my fellow truth seekers. But sadly, that music means that we are almost at the end of our time here on the Midnight Hour. And at the Mystery Man Show, I think it's appropriate that we end this incredible discussion with UFO legend Stanton Friedman on the subject of government conspiracy and cover-up of the UFO subject. Because the truth is, no one has done more to end the government secrecy and government cover-up of UFOs than Mr. Stanton Friedman. You can visit his website at stantonfriedman.com. That's www.stantonfriedman.com. StantonFriedman.com. You can find out about his lecture schedule, buy some of his books, or learn more about what he's working on currently. And Mr. Friedman, I want to take the time to thank you immensely from the bottom of my heart for taking the time to talk to us tonight. It's been an immense pleasure and delight to talk to you and learn more about this incredible subject. I want to wish you the best on your continued journey to find the truth.
It's good to talk to somebody who knows something about the subject.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, my friends, I want to thank you for joining me for another edition of the Midnight Hour. You know, here at the Mystery Man Show, we had a real hard time starting this up. And I could say a lot of negative things about some of the so-called UFO community and other people not being quite accepting of what I was trying to do. But I have to say that I'm amazed that someone of the caliber of Mr. Friedman was willing to come on the show as a guest and help me. When I started this show, I had an incredibly hard time getting good guests. And I never thought that someone of the caliber of Mr. Friedman would join me on the show. But out of the blue one day, I just called him up, explained what we were trying to accomplish here, talked about his books for a bit, and Mr. Friedman was awesome. He just said, "When do you want to do it, kid?" And off we went. And I have to thank him for that, because he really did help us to get a great launch of the show. I also have to both mention and apologize for some strange audio echoing and glitches that we had during our interview with Mr. Friedman. But sadly, we were not able to fix some of this stuff, and I could not ask someone whose schedule is as busy as Mr. Friedman's to redo an entire few-hour interview, so we had to go with what we had. I hope you'll forgive me for that, and I hope you'll understand that we are working really hard to make sure that we present the highest quality show possible going forward. And it's also important to mention that this show, as well as all of our previous shows, have been simply test or pilot episodes. These shows were produced with the intention of finding distribution on existing worldwide paranormal radio or podcast networks. And sadly, that distribution or support from those existing networks never came. But with that bad news comes some startling facts, and here they are. The Midnight Hour, the Mystery Man Show, has gotten more views, more listens, and more clicks than almost any other of those shows per episode on those existing networks. Now, this excludes some of the huge stars of the field, of course. But for a new show, we have gotten an incredible amount of listeners, and I am so thankful to each and every one of you for that. The truth is, if you do the math, you will find that this show's numbers are literally crushing most of those hosts per episode that are on the networks we tried to get on that rejected us. And the truth is, I am certainly no stranger to any artistic endeavor I have ever undertaken being initially rejected. It's just kind of par for the course. I'm used to it. I'm okay with it. The universe kind of steps aside for those so determined they will not be stopped. And you gotta know, friends and fellow truth seekers, that I am not somebody that's gonna be stopped. So if we have to, I'm gonna go it alone. And I've made my peace with that. I'm good with it. As long as I still produce high quality shows that I'll still be proud of many years later, I'll be good with that. I don't really care what else happens, but I would really like to be a vehicle for the truth, the real truth, behind many of these mysteries to finally come out.
And like I said before, the news isn't all bad. We produced these pilot episodes that did amazingly well numbers-wise. And I'm really thankful to each and every one of you that tuned in and listened and helped make that happen. And we have been reaching out once again to some of those paranormal networks. Because the truth is, we could go it alone here, and I'm prepared to do that if absolutely necessary. But this show would be so much better with the help and support of more wide-scale distribution. So we've been taking some time to kind of recommunicate with some of those networks now that we've established some of our capabilities. And I guess it's important that everyone knows that I have a few tricks up my sleeve for massively increasing our listener base in the coming months and year ahead.
And if negotiations go well with any of those other paranormal networks that are willing to give us some support and increased distribution, they too will benefit from those efforts. You know, what we're really looking for is a mutually beneficial relationship, because I have a great deal of skills with all kinds of digital media and websites and social media promotion and all kinds of things. And I'm hoping that we could find a good fit somewhere where this show can find a home and we can both benefit from a good relationship. So as for me, I'm going to remain incredibly positive about producing this show going forward, whatever it takes. But listen, if you are a listener of some paranormal radio network or podcast network and you think that they should carry our show, take the time and email them. Give them links to the show. That would really help us out. And in the meantime, I'm going to be incredibly busy promoting and producing new shows. We've got an incredible new show coming up with UFO researcher Stan Gordon, exploring the mystery of Bigfoot and Bigfoot's possible relationship to the UFO and extraterrestrial phenomena. We've got another show I'm very proud of that I've been trying to finish for a long time. It's a show that details and reveals all the secrets of every fake psychic and fake medium you have ever heard of. Thanks for joining us once again on the Midnight Hour. My name is Stephen Cambion, also known as the Mystery Man, reminding you that the truth is out there. You just have to know where to look for it.
This program is a legacy program which was recorded some time ago. Views and subject matter are products of the time in which they were recorded and may not reflect current news or cultural stances. Greetings, my fellow mystery-loving friends, and welcome. Thanks for joining us once again here on the Midnight Hour. Tonight, we are sort of broadcasting from a new home base, a secret and secure location. We are somewhere in the deep wooded mountains of Pennsylvania. And that's all I can say. And, my friends, except for the sort of hillbilly ramshackle connection that we will have to upload this episode, we are completely and totally off the grid here now. I can think of no better place, my friends, than this mysterious place to bring you what is perhaps, and I think will be for some time, the greatest episode of the Midnight Hour that we have produced to date. Because tonight, I'm going to get to speak to none other than Richard Doty. Now, if you look into UFOs, alien crash landings, extraterrestrial visitations, secret government projects, government cover-ups, this man's name comes up time and time and time again. There was a time when I was reading a lot of books that I couldn't believe the number of times his name came up. He has been featured in many films, most notably The Mirage Men, one of my personal favorites. And also, most recently, he's been featured in Stephen Greer's film, Unacknowledged. So many times I've wondered this. Why does this man's name keep coming up in so many stories about UFOs, about aliens, about alien crash landings, about government cover-ups, about conspiracies? I have to admit that I've often thought if I could just get to talk to him, I might get to the truth. But the truth, my friends, especially when it comes to UFOs and aliens and what the government really knows about this, can be incredibly elusive. This thing has been called a hall of mirrors with a floor of quicksand. And I think with good reason, extraterrestrial spacecraft. And he also worked for the Air Force Office of Special Investigation. Unlike many people in the UFO field, his background can be verified. Anybody can check and find out he's telling the truth about where he worked and some of the things that he did. My entire life, I've been convinced that Richard Doty just might be the key to getting some form of disclosure, some truth about UFOs, extraterrestrial spacecraft, and what the government really does know about it. Tonight, my fellow truth seekers, I'm so excited that I'm finally going to get my wish and to be able to get this man alone and find out what this well-connected former government insider really knows about UFOs, aliens, extraterrestrial spacecraft, and what the government knows about it. Let's find out. My guest tonight, Richard Doty, has been standing by on our mystery phone. So without further ado, let's begin.
So I don't know where to begin, but I think that the best question that I could ask you, that I think I know the answer to, is this. And that is, are there things that are related to UFOs and ETs that you have never yet disclosed? And if so, when will you? Because tonight may be a good time to start on that.
There are a lot of things that I've never disclosed. There were a lot of operations that I completed during my career with OSI that remain classified that I haven't disclosed to anybody.
Well, you're still under some kind of NDA or like secrecy agreement, right? So you can talk about some things. Isn't that right?
Well, technically no, because it was only for 25 years. But I was called back to active duty, and so some of that there's somewhat of a gray area. So but there are some things that, because of the nature of it, I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about the what happened and what we did. As I tell some people, be careful what you ask for, because if I disclose things that I had been privy to that are extremely sensitive or extremely graphic, then it might affect you psychologically. So I'm careful of what I say regarding some really, really deep, dark secrets.
Wow, that sounds like pretty powerful stuff that you must have. So I guess the next question, and this is really important to me because of just learning about your background, and I'm really incredibly amazed by some of your history and your family's history and your background. So I would ask you about Grant Cameron's book, Managing Magic, because in that book, he writes that your uncle, Edward Doty, was an intelligence officer who was the head of UFO investigations at Holloman in the 50s, a liaison officer with Air Force Office of Special Intelligence for UFO investigations, and also that your father, Charles Doty, was involved in UFO-related matters and knew Colonel Lane Edwards, who's the Air Force figure behind Bob Emenegger's Air Force-supported UFO documentary. And that's amazing to me. When I was already enamored and amazed with your career, but when I heard about that, so it's implied that both your father and your uncle were likely read into the government's secret program on UFOs, that in fact your family has been heavily involved in this thing for many years. So can you confirm or deny these claims?
No, they're correct. My uncle Edward was involved with the investigations of UFOs at Holloman and two other bases. He was involved with Project Blue Book. He was one of the chief investigators in New Mexico. Well, actually, not just New Mexico, but in the Southwest of UFO sightings. My uncle wrote the report, the classified report regarding the Lonnie Zamora incident near Socorro, New Mexico in 1964.
Well, I've heard of that.
He investigated that case. Yeah, he investigated that case. So, and he had been involved from the late 40s up until he retired in 60 or 70. I believe he retired in 72 or 70 or 72. I don't recall exactly. But anyways, he was involved in that or in some peripheral investigations regarding or offshoots from the Project Blue Book era. And my dad was...
and your father,
my dad was he was an intelligence officer, other than Korea, where he flew, and he was an intelligence officer during his entire career, and he was exposed to a number of cases involving UFOs.
And can I just ask, have you, your father, and your uncle ever sat together and talked about these things? And what are those conversations like? Because it sounds to me like you and your whole family know more about this than any family I've ever heard of.
Yes, we did. We've sat down a couple of times, only once together. And I was at a reunion where we sat down and talked about in great details about what each of them did. And that was a number of years ago. But I've sat down privately with both my uncle and my dad to discuss some particular cases and then the subject in general.
That's amazing. Now, I want to get this out of the way because anybody that would hear that I'm going to talk to you want me to talk about the elephant in the room, and that is the Paul Benowitz case. And so I would say that you've been largely vilified in that case, and yet you claim you were just doing your job, and I believe that you were. But do you think any of the decisions made by the government, the Air Force of Special Intelligence, who was your employer, were wrong decisions that you had to carry out, but in retrospect, maybe you disagree with how they handled that? In other words, you were following orders, and I agree that, I have family in the military. When you're ordered to do something, you just do it. You don't question it. But hindsight is always 20/20. How do you feel about the decisions that they made and the orders that they gave you to do those things with him now that so much time has passed?
Well, hindsight's always 20/20. So if I had to do it over again, I would have requested some changes in the assignment and some a different strategy towards what our goal was and how we wanted to go about that. But it wasn't as complex as some people read into it. Paul was a believer in UFOs, and Paul was a believer in what he was doing, and he was thoroughly convinced, without any of our urging, he was thoroughly convinced that what he obtained and the pictures that he took were of UFOs or ETs. So all I had to do was kind of urge him along to believing that, because what a few people know is that Paul had stumbled onto a classified project on Kirtland. And when Paul first came to us and told us he came to us as a concerned citizen, as a veteran. He was in the Navy, and he was concerned about what he was obtaining or what he was collecting through electronics means and the photographs he had taken. And he was concerned that there might be some threat against the Kirtland Air Force Base. And so that's why he came to us. And when we started investigating this, we found out that what Paul actually did was he tapped into a classified National Security Agency system that was located on the base.
And that was a communications channel, right?
Exactly. And so we didn't want him to think that he was that he had done that. So we And he was convinced that what he tapped into was an ET signal. So we just continued to urge him to think that it was a ET signal and not the actual NSA signal. Now, what's interesting is that some of the pictures that he took of objects flying around Kirtland, some of them could be explained, but some of them couldn't be. And back in the 80s, the early 80s, the Air Force was experimenting with drones, highly classified at the time. And they were flying drones, different types of drones. And I don't know exactly the types, but anyway, there were different types of drones. And some of the pictures that he took were of drones. And that's classified. So we never told him, hey, they're drones. But we told him, wow, we don't know what they are. They're UFOs. They're unidentified flying objects.
This leads me to another important question about the whole Paul Benowitz affair. And that's this. In reading everything about it, I always thought, here's a guy who has government contracts with the Air Force or the government, through his company. Probably a somewhat patriotic guy. Like you said, he was a concerned citizen, came forward to say, hey, look, I'm seeing this stuff in restricted airspace. I took these pictures. Why the incredibly elaborate ruse and bringing in UFOs and extraterrestrials and Dulce Base and all of this stuff? Why didn't the Air Force just take him into confidence, tell him the truth, and swear him to secrecy about what was really going on?
Well, that would be one of the things I would probably have changed, and I probably would have tried to convince my supervisors to do that. But when we found out that his company had a industrial security clearance, and that he had a secret clearance, his company did, he did, his employees did, with Thunder Scientific, because he made parts for submarines, nuclear submarines. I proposed that to my supervisor, and when one of the other supervisors from Washington sat down at a table to discuss the strategy on this, he vehemently said, no, we're not going to brief him into it. This is too highly classified, and he doesn't have a need to know that.
And again, one of my other questions was going to be, and I really didn't think anybody ever asked you this, that if it was an extraterrestrial spacecraft, what was Paul Benowitz seeing? Was it just the drones that the government wanted so desperately to cover up at that time?
Some of them were drones. There were clearly some of the photographs that he took were of drones. They were recognized and identified as drones by other intelligence people. But some of the objects that he took photos of were not drones. In fact, he took a series of photographs on a particular rainy night, and there wasn't any drones flying during that time period. And these objects were large, they were saucer-shaped, and they were rather close to the base perimeter of Kirtland. And when we sent them to headquarters to be evaluated or identified, they came back that these objects were not drones, and they were not anything identifiable to the Air Force or any other military agency. So we don't know what they were.
Wow. So you mentioned that your uncle was, had some relation to Holloman Air Force Base. Did you guys ever talk about the Holloman landings that are so famous in UFO mythology, or do you know anything about that? Is that a real story, or is that a hoax, or just mythology?
No, it was real. It was a real live incident. Let me go back a little bit. The Lonnie Zamora case, where a craft landed near Socorro, was the same craft that was supposed to have landed down near Holloman. But there were there were reasons why the craft, the XETs got the landing site wrong. And that's another entire, it would take another hours to discuss. But anyway, they landed at the wrong location. And when they, I guess, figured it out on their own, or however they decided it was the wrong location, they took off and landed at the right location. If you look at the dates are exactly the same from the Holloman case and the Lonnie Zamora case, April 24th.
I've never connected those two. That's amazing. Well, that's some great information.
So that's what happened, and my uncle spoke of it in detail to me years later, and he was convinced that what they were coming back for were the bodies of the ETs from the Roswell crash site, or Corona crash site. Everybody calls it Roswell, but actually happened near Corona, New Mexico.
Yeah, like in Stanton Friedman's crash in Corona. And I guess
exactly.
I guess I would ask you that in relation to the Holloman landing footage. So many times the Air Force went to Emmenegger with promises of providing that Holloman landing footage. And a lot of people think that was part of an ongoing disclosure effort, that by necessity, they have to conceal classified information. Traditional leaking wouldn't work because of the secrecy agreements and the NDAs. People like you, if they leak this stuff, would go to jail. So is the government on purpose releasing real information via disinformation and via proxies and cutouts in some kind of effort at disclosure?
Well, I know at one time, back in the 80s, back in the late 70s, when I was briefed into the program, one of the talking points on the briefing that I was given pertained to a disclosure that had started back in the early 50s. It was more or less the test of how people would react to the information that we were in contact with extraterrestrials. And there were the Air Force cooperated with movie producers and some authors back then, but for some reason along the way, things clammed up, and the military stopped cooperating. Now, what they're doing today, I don't know, and maybe there is. I think my own personal opinion is that there is a disclosure process that started sometime back in the early 2000s, and that's continuing. But the problem is that there's so much junk that's been spread out in society by writers of fake UFO books or movies that portray things that aren't really accurate, that it's really difficult for the government to come out and say, well, this is what happened here and this is what happened there, because people are saying, well, they've already been brainwashed with, well, I just read a book that says it happened this way, or I just saw a movie, I just saw a special. So there's so much junk that has been spread out there that it's difficult to hold a news conference and say, forget everything you've learned or heard or saw or read. This is the facts.
And I guess I would also like to ask you on this subject of disclosure, that there's been some recent big news, through this To the Stars Academy, and they're releasing gun camera footage, something that they've never done, but it seems to be a half effort. Like they say it's from the Pentagon or Department of Defense, and then people file FOIA requests and they say, we didn't release any of this stuff. What do you think of the To the Stars Academy? And is this a real effort at disclosure? Is this a disinformation campaign? Or are we really going to have some form of disclosure, and this is just a trickling, slow disclosure or confirmation, as Robert Bigelow claimed a few years ago, would be the first step?
No, I think there's a active effort, but I'm no longer involved in the government, so I don't know what they're doing as far as this recent disclosure. But I'm pretty positive that there's going to be eventual disclosure, and I don't know how they're going to do it, how they're going to work it, because of all the brainwashing that has been done over the years from people who write fictitious UFO books.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. I spend most of my time going through garbage trying to get to some real information. So I agree with you on that. And another question I wanted to ask you about is just another famous story about Nixon taking Jackie Gleason to see alien bodies at an Air Force base. Do you know anything about that, or if that story is really true?
Well, I asked my uncle. He heard the story. He knew Nixon was intimately involved. Nixon had been briefed. Nixon wanted to be briefed on every single UFO sighting or every legitimate UFO case. But the incident involving Jack Gleason, as far as I know, really happened. But of course, I'm only getting it from a second party or third party. I obviously I wasn't around back in those days, so I don't really know whether it's factual or not. But I heard it was.
The story came from his widow, who I just don't think she had any reason. She wasn't looking for money or fame. She didn't write a book or want a movie deal like people do today. She just told a lot of people this story, and that's how it got out. So I always thought that's got to be a real story, because why would his widow just make up this story? And a big thing of the story is that Gleason was so upset that he couldn't eat for days after that. And, he liked to eat. So, I mean, it's just a little caveat of the story, but it's funny, It's an amazing story.
Well, Jackie, one of the things that I read some years later is that Jackie Gleason privately told Johnny Carson about it, but swore him to secrecy. And after Jackie had died, Johnny disclosed that to a retired Air Force colonel who he had on his show. And I'm not sure how this colonel got on the show, but anyways, Johnny asked the colonel about it, and the colonel said yes, it did really happen, but not on the air. It was behind the scenes, and I heard that story too. And
I've heard from at least 4 people now, 5 including you, that are in position to probably know that this story is real. So that's amazing to get some kind of confirmation of such an incredible story taking place years and years ago.
Yes, yeah.
So you did mention that you're no longer active or operational. And again, I have always objected to people kind of vilifying you and making you a bad guy in this whole field, because I think you're one of the most knowledgeable people that are on planet Earth about these things. But some people say that you're still operational. And so I wanted to ask you direct and straight out, are you still engaged in any operational intelligence gathering or disinformation related activities, official or unofficial, relating to the subject of UFOs?
No, I'm not. I'm a member of the Retired Intelligence Officers Association. We meet once a year, sometimes twice a year, or at somebody's funeral. Lately, it's been somebody's funeral. And we have a little group of intelligence officers who had access to this information, who had been involved in investigating of it. And we meet and we sit and talk and we discuss investigations that each of us had done. Some of the guys had older than me and had done things back in the 50s and 60s that are quite extraordinary, and that and we have only a couple that are recently retired that will or can talk to us because we don't have any clearances anymore. They still do, and so they have to keep things sensitive. So they do relate things, not in details, but more or less a summary of some of the things that they've done in the 90s and in the hundreds and the 2000s, that are still showing that the government is still investigating the incidents.
Well, we've just had confirmation that the Pentagon is, and I guess another question that's very important to get to. There's so much to get to with you because your name comes up with in all different big stories in UFO mythology and lore. Every book that I've read on UFOs mentions you in some story or another. So I wanted to get to the MJ-12 documents, but before I do, I had a very direct question, and that is, did the Air Force Office of Special Intelligence, who you worked for, or any government agency to your knowledge, create and distribute false leaked documents to UFO researchers?
No.
No, that's pretty direct.
I never did. I never did.
But what?
Now,
what about
what they go ahead.
I was going to ask you again. I hate to even get to this, but people would really like to know more about the story with Linda Moulton Howe. You sitting her down and putting her in a briefing room and giving her a dossier of information that you showed to her. And she claims those documents mention that ETs manipulated early man's DNA to create Homo sapiens. First, to your knowledge, is that statement that she keeps making and has made for years about that dossier she was shown, is it true or false that that dossier mentioned that ETs manipulated man's DNA and created Homo sapiens? Because that's a big, big thing to me.
Well, it wasn't a dossier. I did provide, we had an operation to obtain information from Linda Howell because she had a number of sources in Washington, D.C. that was providing her information. And we knew this. We didn't know who the sources were, but we knew that she was obtaining classified information. So we had to figure out a plan to bring her in the inside in order for her to open up to us. Now, first of all, I wasn't the only one involved in this. There was a couple other people, but my name, of course, is always mentioned because she brought it up. But the actual person who started this operation against Linda Howell was somebody who was stationed back in New York City, and we were just assisting him in this investigation. But so I did show her documents that they sent our bosses, my bosses, sent to me and told me to let her read these intelligence reports, and
was this dossier just created fabrications, or was this real information?
No.
This was real information?
It was real information right out of a briefing. And we wanted to, and the reason we did this was we wanted to know if she had already had access to this. The problem here is this. You got to listen to this carefully, okay? Mm-hmm. The problem is this. She already had access to classified information. She already had a source in Washington, or as we found out later, more than one source that was providing her information. Now, if we were to sit there and provide her false information, then she's going to know, or it's going to get very suspicious on why we were doing that. So we had to give her the real stuff, or let her read the real stuff. We didn't give her anything. We didn't allow her to take any notes. She couldn't take any pictures. Everything was recorded through a one-way mirror, so everything that happened was on a videotape. But she was sitting across from me on a desk, and I had this intelligence report in a folder, and I handed it to her, and I said, Ms. Howard, you can read this one time, and then you pass it back to me. And she did. She read it. She didn't take any notes or anything.
But she happens to have a photographic memory, though. I don't know if you were aware.
Yeah, exactly. She does. Yeah, she does. And then she handed it back to me. And she said, "This is fascinating." And that's how the operation started. And that's what my involvement in with Linda Howell was. All I had her, and it was about a 6-page, I believe it was, I think it was 6-page a document. And so she read it and she handed it back to me and she said, "That's fascinating. What more can you tell me?" And, I said, that's all I can tell you now, Linda. But I maintain contact with her. She called me or sent me letters, but the real operation was occurring at another location. So, but everything I showed her was factual.
And I think I have to ask you, because a lot of people have said that dossier that she was shown was amazingly similar to the MJ-12 documents, which would be released shortly after. And I know that for a fact you passed a polygraph exam where you said you did not show Linda Moulton Howe MJ-12 documents. So this wasn't MJ-12 documents. This was some other documents. Is that correct?
Yes. It wasn't.
And the other thing that I have to ask, because a lot of people have told me I have to ask you this, is as an Air Force sort of intelligence officer, were you ever trained to be able to pass a polygraph, even when lying, or did you really pass a polygraph? Because a lot of people say, well, he was trained, he could pass a polygraph even if he was lying. Just another part of the vilifying of Richard Doty. I'm sorry, but I have to ask you that. A lot of people say.
Yeah, I understand.
And a lot of people also have blamed you for, I don't want to say blamed. I would say credited you for creating or disseminating or sending the MJ-12 documents. You still deny that you had anything to do with that. Isn't that correct? The MJ-12 documents.
I didn't have anything to do with it. First of all, let me go back to the polygraph part of it.
Sure.
It is almost impossible. I mean, I think it is impossible to defeat a polygraph examination that's given to you by a intelligence agency, because their polygraphs are not the same as a public polygraph or a polygraph that you would take for employment purposes, so to speak. The polygraphs that are done by the intelligence community is extremely difficult to pass because of the methods they use to administer it. So, for somebody on the outside to say, "Oh yeah, he can pass it," he's trained to do it, is absurd. Is absolutely idiotic, because it can't happen. Now, on the other side of this, when the MJ-12 documents were released, they were released by not me, Jamie Shandera. Jamie Shandera got them. He got them from somebody in Washington, D.C. And then he shared them with Bill Moore.
I have to stop you for a second, because I'm sure people are aware of the sequence of events of how they got out. First, do you believe that they are actual real documents? And I mean just the initial bunch, because after that there was tons of them that were coming out, and that a lot of them were suspect. But the initial stuff that was sent to Jamie Shandera and Bill Moore, do you believe that they were actual real documents, or do you believe they were fabrication?
Well, all I can say is that the information contained in those was real information, was accurate information. Now, the document itself could have been created by somebody else based on real information. But
a lot of people have said that it would take an entire team of PhD level document experts and history experts to fake those. So I've always leaned to think, my thinking on it is this: either they're real, or they were created by somebody who wanted to leak the information, who falsified the documents so as not to, violate any secrecy agreements. But it would have taken an incredible team to do those documents so correct. So even down to the words for a form of plastic in the 50s was called something else, and all these tiny details. And there's this website now, and I don't have my notes in front of me, but there's a father and son team that have been investigating this stuff forever. So I've always leaned towards they've got to be real, but they could have been created by some team of experts, I suppose. But you're saying that the information they presented. What about this Special Operations Manual? Have you read that, and what do you think of that? Because that seemed like a pretty accurate document to me.
I was told I didn't know anything about that until that I saw it. Somebody when I was being interviewed a long time ago, and somebody showed it to me. It looks real, but I never saw it before in my government duties, so I can't say that it went one way or the other. But it sure looks real, and I've had people tell me that it was a real document, so a real manual.
That's pretty amazing.
But personally, I can't attest to it.
And I guess another question I wanted to ask you is, you had a recent call into another show, and that created everybody was talking about that, which proves to me that everybody still wants to hear from you, Mr. Doty. And one of the things that they brought up, they brought in like an expert to analyze your call and talk about it. And one of the things that he brought up is that you mentioned in that call that you were briefed on Roswell, and Roswell was a real event, and you saw a 16 millimeter film as part of that briefing. Can you tell us about that Roswell briefing and the film that you saw, what you were told, and how that briefing went? Because that's another fascinating part of your history that nobody has really heard about before.
Well, the reason I was briefed in, it wasn't just the Roswell incident. I was briefed into the United States involvement with extraterrestrials. And I was briefed into it because of we got a lot of background information.
I'm sorry about that. Hold on one second.
Okay. I was briefed into the program because of the incident at Kirtland. I was a counterintelligence officer. My job was to investigate these type of incidents, but I had never been briefed into the U.S. government's involvement with ETs or UFOs during my schooling or prior to the incident involving the Coyote Canyon case. So I received a briefing, myself and several others in the room, and in this briefing, it talked about the beginning, which was Roswell. They took the 16 millimeter film of the recovery, and that was the Roswell recovery, the second site near Corona. And it showed President Truman being there. It showed the bodies. And so that was the briefing. That was just part of the briefing. The rest of it, dealt with what the U.S. government learned, what cases and what types of UFOs are visiting planet Earth, and so that was the briefing.
Can I stop you for a minute and just ask you, when you experienced this briefing, what was going through your mind? Like, wasn't that sort of changing your whole view of the world? And like, how did you react to that? Even you mentioned before psychologically, like, how did you react to that once that was finished?
Well, first of all, I never had any inkling about what had occurred. I mean, I spent 6 months going to a very intensive counterintelligence school in Washington, D.C., learning all sorts of different things. But they never ever mentioned UFOs or ETs in the school. They never ever mentioned it. And prior to that, I was growing up with a father that was in the Air Force. My brother was the UFO nut. He would buy these True magazines and books about UFOs and read them, but I had no interest whatsoever in the subject. When I was told by my supervisor that I was going to be briefed into a special access program, and I went to a location at Kirtland Air Force Base, Air Force Special Security Office, to receive this briefing, when they started it, when the colonel got up there and introduced himself and introduced the subject, I mean, I had to pinch myself like, what? This is real? I was saying this to myself all along, even during the briefing. This is real? And I actually questioned it myself. Are they really giving us, and there were a number of other people in the room, and I'm saying this to myself, are they really giving us facts, or is this not fact? I mean,
yeah, or was this some kind of psychological test, right? That's what would be is this some kind of test or something?
That crossed my mind too, but when they started, when he started the slideshow and started showing crafts and the classified portion of Project Blue Book, and then the Roswell incident, the recovery of Roswell, I never ever heard of Roswell incident. I mean, I'd never ever heard of it.
Do you recall what year about this was? Just ballpark?
1979, 79.
So that was before the books and everything and the resurgence of Roswell. So yeah, you're right. You probably never even heard of that before.
And so I listened, and you couldn't take notes or anything, but it was just a briefing of letting us know what the U.S. government was doing. And it was a pretty thorough briefing, lasted, I guess, maybe 2 hours or so. And at the end, we had to sign all these different security pledges. We had another clearance level that we had obtained, and so forth and so on. So I was, when I drove back to my office, I was second guessing myself all the way, like, wow, this is really something. And it puzzled me in a number of ways of why wasn't this stuff in the public? I mean, why? How can the government keep this secret? That was we never had a chance to ask questions. But going back in the car by myself, I'm thinking, how can the government keep this secret for so many years? And what I learned was that they hadn't. There was a lot of leaked information over the years, but I was just ignorant to it because I never followed the subject. And some of the other people, when I started working with the other agents involved in this, they were more attuned to being educated in this area where I wasn't, but I quickly became educated in it.
Well, that's a pretty amazing story. I would think that your whole worldview changed because suddenly there's life on other planets, they're visiting us, the government knows about it and is covering it up. I can imagine that you had a pretty crazy week ahead of that briefing, just in your own mind.
Well, one of the things that concerned me was, and this was never answered, was why were they coming here? Why are they coming here? Are they going to invade us? I could think of all sorts of different scenarios of why they're coming here, and that was never actually answered. There were some information from an exploration, or what the one that lived from Roswell, what he told the government about why he thought they were coming, or why that craft was there, and things like that. But the whole picture was, and one of the things that I found out was it wasn't just one alien race. It was a number of different alien races that had visited and were visiting, and not all of them were friendly.
Wow. So that kind of I've often thought about, like, there are people in the UFO field who have this absolute belief that all extraterrestrials are beneficial and not at all
benevolent.
Yeah, they're all benevolent, and none of them are aggressive, and it always didn't ring true to me. Like, how can you make a blanket statement like that all of them are benevolent or malevolent? You know, I would think there's got to be a mix of them, and they all have their own agendas and their own, you know, priorities or reason for visiting. And I was going to ask you, actually, that leads into a question I was going to ask you, if you were ever told why they're coming here, what they want, what their plans are.
No, I was never told that by the government. I was told that by some other people, not officially, people that had been briefed beyond my clearance. Excuse me. And they told me that some of these races of ETs are extremely dangerous, and that they are responsible for abductions. They're responsible for the Travis Walton case. They were trapped. I mean, there's all sorts of different cases over the years that these hostile races are responsible for it. And so, and it worries you. I mean, then I found out some other things during an investigation that I'd never disclosed, and I'm not about to, because it's just too dramatic to even discuss.
Wow. So I guess another question that I've always had, and for somebody that's got such access, I think that you might be able to shed some light on it, is why exactly do you think the government has kept such a tight lid on things if ET craft are indeed visiting Earth? Why cover it up? Why not tell the public what's happening?
Well, there are a lot of aspects to this that you can't disclose because of the danger factor in upsetting society. If you were to tell somebody that, hey, maybe Jesus wasn't really a religious person, he was a spaceman that came from Zeta Reticuli or some other planet, and that's gonna destroy people's beliefs in religion. I mean, that's just an example, but or if you tell them something about alien races coming here, then you think of the War of the Worlds and all those movies that came out about invasions from the Martians or some other race.
Independence Day.
Yeah, Independence Day. So it's just not practical as far as I'm seeing, and I think the government feels the same way. Is disclosing this. If they held a news conference right now in Washington and sat for 5 or 6 hours and disclosed to the public everything the government knows about this subject, I think there would be some upset in society. Probably stock market would crash, and I mean, there's all sorts of things that could probably happen.
Okay, that leads me to another general question: were you ever given or had access to information regarding UFO crash retrievals, besides Roswell, or details regarding the government's back engineering efforts of those things that were retrieved or somehow came into the possession of the government?
Yes, in the briefing in '79, it talked about the retrieval of a number of different crafts, and not just in the United States. It talked about crashes that have been ET crafts that have been recovered in other parts of the world, Laos, France, Africa, inside the Soviet Union or former Soviet Union.
And that leads me to another question. That leads me to another question about your recent call into another show. You mentioned that Roswell was real, but somehow afterwards they analyzed everything you said and were somehow perplexed that you said Roswell was real, but you did not mention Aztec, which was in the dossier given to Linda Moulton Hale. What can you tell us about the Aztec crash? Was that real or a hoax? And what do you know about that?
Well, all it said about the Aztec crash, it said a craft was recovered in near Aztec, New Mexico. That's it. Nothing else was ever mentioned. So I'm not really sure if I initially thought that maybe the Aztec craft was part of the crafts that the craft that crashed in Krona and Magdalena. And so that was just part of me talking that I'm not sure really about the Aztec crash, because I've never seen, or other than the books that were written about it. Now, ironically, just recently, a retired colonel, Air Force colonel, told me that he was, and he's in his 90s or early 90s. He told me that the Aztec was in fact real. It did happen, and that that they recovered some bodies, and those bodies went to another location, and but I just found that out just recently. So I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about something that I'm not really sure about. I'm going to tell you facts. If you want to believe it, you can believe it. If you don't believe it, you don't have to believe it. That's what I tell people.
I appreciate your honesty. That's what we're trying to get to. We're trying to get to the truth of this thing. And I think, like I keep saying, that you're in a position better than most people to give true and accurate information. You know, I don't even want to mention his name, but there's somebody running around with a TV show on the secret space program telling all kinds of fantastic stories with zero proof, zero evidence, zero documentation to prove that he ever had any part in any of this. It's not provable or disprovable, anything that he's saying. All I'm asking you to do is talk about, to your knowledge, and I think you have a vast amount of knowledge having been involved in this for so long. I guess the other question is about the back engineering efforts. Did you hear about any projects trying to back engineer some of this stuff that they're recovering, and how that was going, or did they not really get into that with you?
No, I didn't have a need to know that. I can't discuss. The only thing that I had some access to was the Cash Landrum incident, and what had occurred, but nothing in great technical details, because I just wasn't. I was an intelligence officer. I didn't have access to the technical intelligence, and that was a different area.
Well, that case has always been interesting to me because of the physical effects of those witnesses that got basically radiation poisoning, and also the report of the helicopters in pursuit of the craft always led me to believe that was some sort of government project and not extraterrestrial. What can you tell us to shed light on that case?
Well, it was an extraterrestrial craft, but the propulsion system that was in the ET craft, we couldn't figure out how to operate it. It was up in Area 51. The craft was there. They tried to reverse engineer it, and they just couldn't get the propulsion system to work. So they took the propulsion system out. They put an experimental propulsion system in, which was a nuclear generator type of, and I'm not technical, so I can't explain exactly what it was, but it had something to do with nuclear propulsion. And then they flew it, and they were flying it from Area 51, Nevada area, all the way down to a base in Texas. And along the way, the craft experienced some problems, and that's what happened in the Cash Landrum incident. These people were irradiated, and government basically admitted that when they let them go into the hospital and treated them, but they didn't come out publicly and say anything. But as I was told, I told this by the Air Force, that the people involved in this were told it was a military aircraft. They didn't say it was an ET aircraft.
But what you're saying is that it was a captured or recovered ET craft that they somehow back engineered and hybridized with some kind of nuclear propulsion system to get it to work, and this was a test flight that created this case?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
And I was briefed into that, so I know I was fully briefed into that. I was peripherally involved in it. So I know about that. But now there's another case that occurred that some people have have talked about up in Nevada, which involved another case. Some people are claiming, I think George Knapp did a special incident a long time ago about an incident happened in near Warm Springs, Nevada, where a craft landed and irradiated some cattle, killed radiation. And they're saying, and according to what was aired, that was the same craft as a Cash Landrum case, but it wasn't. It was a different one. So if you know about that case.
Yeah, I've heard of that case before. A big fan of George Knapp here. And so I guess what I'd like to get back to something that you mentioned about the EBE bodies. Were you given access to information about EBE bodies, their storage locations, or their biology?
The only thing I had access to, the only thing that was in a briefing of film was that there were 5 bodies recovered at the crash site in Corona, near Corona, and those bodies went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The live alien, the EVA one that they captured, went to Los Alamos. It initially went to, I believe, Kirtland, or back then it was Sandia Base, and then to Los Alamos, because that was the safest and most secure location on the planet.
And were you given any information about anything that they learned from the living one, or what happened to it?
Well, yeah, it disclosed where it came from, and approximately the time it took to travel from one point from their planet to ours. His race had some satellite locations or satellite bases in our solar system that they used for refueling and used for other things, and that in the general anatomy of the even had one organ that was worked as lung, heart and lungs, had a very, very simple digestion system, and had sex organs, had a male and female, and had a very enlarged brain with a number of different lobes, more lobes than we have. It's basically the only anatomy and physiology that I learned.
Well, and I'd like to get back to another rumor about you that I've heard, that some people have said that you worked for the CIA in Laos before your Air Force work. And I just wanted to ask you straight out, is this true? Are you now, or were you ever employed by the CIA? See how these stories about you get going? Like, it becomes fact to people. But nobody's ever asked you, so I wanted to ask you straight out. Before Air Force Office of Special Intelligence, were you a CIA asset? Would you say that?
No. Well, I tell you, I was in Laos in a classified location in Laos where the CIA was running the base. So, but I didn't actually working for them. No, I was not working for the CIA in Laos. I was at a base where they were in charge, and we worked with them, but not for them. Now, as far as present day or during my time in intelligence,
you do realize that everybody still thinks that you're somehow active. Nobody believes that you're retired. I know that you were a state trooper for a time, and I always thought, well, it's going to be pretty hard for him to maintain a full-time job doing that and still be some kind of secret agent, spy, UFO guy. But people are adamant that you're still somehow active, that you're still manipulating people and all these other things.
No, absolutely not true. I'm no longer working for the government. Haven't in a number of years. I don't have anything to do with any government agency now. During my time as an intelligence officer in the Air Force, I did work with. I was trained by the CIA I was in Europe, where I was assigned to a unit that was then I did work for the CIA because they were in charge of the team, and it had nothing to do with UFOs, intelligence and counterintelligence and counterinespionage. Actually, what we did in Europe, but so I didn't have anything to do with the CIA since then. Although I know people are saying I have a thorn in my side. His name is Robert Collins, and he keeps telling people I work for DIA, and I was seen in DIA headquarters, and all these lies that are just not true.
Yeah, I've heard him talk about you, and it seems to me that either he's better informed than everyone else on the planet, or that he did have some kind of information, but he's never been able to provide documentation or proof to back up most of his claims. So you're saying that he's just, I don't know, making up stories, or?
Yeah, he's making up stories. All right. Yeah, I think he's psychotic. I don't know. He makes up so many different stories about me. He claims that I co-authored a book with him, which I didn't co-author any book with him.
Yeah, that was going to be my next thing. That was a big thing on the internet for a while. I remember that when he came out with that book and he put you as a co-author, and then you said, I didn't co-author this book. You denied any involvement, but he somehow claimed that you co-authored the book. A lot of people have said that he just used you as a source, and then he took it a little too far. What do you have to say about that book and your involvement in it?
Well, some of the information in that book I did provide. We worked together for a number of, probably 2 years, 3 years, in the early 2000s. There was a guy out of Los Alamos that I introduced Collins to, and he provided Collins with a lot of information, and allegedly that was factual, that he put in the book. But I didn't. I mean, everything that I gave him was open source stuff that has already been out in the public. And that then he told me he was going to write a book. And I said, well, good luck in writing the book. And when he published the book, I didn't realize it until he sent me a copy that my name was on it. And I immediately called him and said, Robert, I didn't co-author this. We have no contracts together for this book.
And of course, this is just a side note, but he kept all the money, right? From the sale of the
exactly.
book.
You never shared anything with me.
Well, it couldn't have hurt.
He claimed he had a canceled check or something.
Yeah. It couldn't have hurt to put your name on the book. I think it couldn't have hurt to sell the book to put your name on it. Maybe that was his motivation. I always follow the money when you're investigating these things.
Yep, and he never gave me he claims he has a canceled check but that was not for the book. It had nothing to do with the book. He asked me to do a number of things for him out here in New Mexico, and I did, and he paid me for it. And then he's saying, oh, that check was for payment on the book, which it wasn't, because it was just for the work that I did out here for him. It didn't have anything to do with the book. It was way before the book was ever published. And so I tried to sue him. I hired an attorney in Ohio. I went through the hoops, but it was going to cost me more money than it was worth to sue the idiot. So I decided not to.
Yeah, lawyers always just make the most money in those situations. So your background as Air Force Special Intelligence is not in dispute. Everybody can verify your background as being 100% accurate. And a lot of people in the UFO field, you can't say that about. You have these guys running around saying they worked at S4 and then their education doesn't pan out. They don't have employment records. But everything that you're talking about, I tend to believe because all of your background can be verified.
That's right. Absolutely. I'm proven. I've proved myself a number of times. I mean, anybody can. I mean, there's been a lot of people who got my records and can read them and see that I was at Area 51. I was at Kirtland. I was in Germany. I was here. I did this. I had these clearances. I had a guy that sent me. I don't know how he got it because he wasn't supposed to get it, but I got a guy a couple years ago that sent me my 1A serial file, which is the the file that lists all your all your clearances. I mean, I asked him, and I don't know this guy. He just sent me an email. He sent an attachment to an email. I said, "How did you get this?" He said, "Well, somebody gave it to me." But he said, "What does all these numbers mean?" I never told him, but I said, "Well, you're going to have to do your own research because I don't know who you are." But he sent this to me, and I thought, well, how did anybody get this out of the government? But obviously, there's some way they did. What gets me is these people out there that write books that have never been in the military, never been in the intelligence community, never had a security clearance, and they write a book based on second and third party information, and they're the gods of the UFO community. And somebody like myself or there's others that have actually done these things and went out there and investigated UFOs, they're treated us like dirt because they say, well, we're disinformation, or you're still working for the agency, or you're still involved in trying to trick people, which is not true. And when I try to speak at a UFO convention some years ago, and the people basically ridiculed me, saying, "I don't think they want to hear you." Why wouldn't they want to hear me? I'm telling the truth. I'm only telling you I know. I'm not going to go and speculate on things that I don't know, or I've never seen, or I've never had access to. And so I was delegated to a private room with some people that we talked over with, primarily Wendell Stevens at the time. He was a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, I always liked Wendell Stevens, and I always thought that he was kind of a straight shooter, and he never suffered from that UFO disease that I think so many guys do when they're on that circuit. You know, they come out with some good information, and then I guess people get tired of hearing the same lecture over and over again, so then they invent new stories and new things. But Wendell Stevens was always on the ground looking into stuff. I disagree with him on Billy Meyer and a lot of stuff that he was into, but I think he did great work.
Well, I was actually involved in the Billy Meyer case, but we're in Germany when I was stationed there.
Really? Can you tell us about that? Because to be quite honest with you, I think that Billy Meyer is just looking for some cash. I never thought that some of the photos were like, I could do better, knowing a little bit about special effects that I do, and so many things that he kind of got caught in that were like suspect. But what did you think of the whole Billy Meyer case, and what was your involvement in it?
Well, we were, the Swiss Intelligence Service asked us to assist them on evaluating some information regarding the subject of UFOs. So I was in Germany at the time. Myself and another agent was sent down to Switzerland. We met with the Swiss Intel people, and they laid out the Billy Meyer stuff. And they said, well, you know, he claims that he'd had contacts, he took these pictures, and so we went out and talked. We went out and interviewed. I was a German linguist, so I could speak German. I was trained German linguist. So we went out there and we spoke to him and we interviewed him. Swiss intelligence did it, and then nobody hid who we were.
And what was your impression? What was your impression of him, and whether he was being truthful or not about what he was doing?
If you sat down and listened to him talk, you would want to believe everything he told you. I mean, he was a very forthright person. He was very articulate. He was very believable. I mean, really believable. In fact, when we didn't have our first meeting was not at his house. It was in town at a little pub, and we had a little room in the back that we were talking to him about. And boy, when I left there, I told the Swiss guy, the intelligence guy, man, this guy is, he's good. I mean, I'm anxious to see what he has. Well, we went out to his farm, and he started explaining where he took all these pictures and showing us these pictures. I mean, I looked at these pictures, and I'm no photo interpreter or photo expert, but the first couple of pictures he showed us, I looked at the two Swiss intelligence officer and the other guy I was with, and I just shook my head like, these are fakes. There's no way these are real. And so he showed us them all. We went outside. He showed us where each one was taken. He went up to that hill and said that's where the alien told him to go up to talk to the Pleiadians and so forth. And everything fit. And what we found, what I didn't actually found, the Swiss people noticed it later, was he had wires that ran across from one location to another, probably 200-300 foot long wires.
Well, that's kind of a dead
all different directions.
That's kind of a dead giveaway of a hoax. And you know, it's funny because when I was like, I don't know, in high school, I remember reading so much about this case. And I looked at the photographs and I thought, this is like a hubcap and I could build a model. The only thing that ever gave me doubts is like, how does a one-armed man do some of the stuff? You know, but I would say that a determined one-armed man could do it. I would think, you know, it looked to me like miniatures, miniature trees, miniature models hung on wires. And there's a guy on YouTube that has recreated almost every photo and film that he's ever done, which leads me to believe that it's totally fake. But what was the end result of that investigation you did?
Well, we found that the first thing I asked Billy was, what are these wires for? He said, well, I was going to erect something because they're going from one point to another with no noticeable reason to be there. There's no reason why these wires would be strung all over the place. He said he was going to build something, but he left it at that. He didn't go into any details about what he was going to build or anything like that. So that led me to believe the guy was, he hoaxed all this stuff. And then the Swiss had some information about this other guy that probably was an accomplice. And we went, this other guy lived some distance away, probably 10 or 12 kilometers from about 6 or 7 miles away from where Billy lived. And we went to this guy's house, and I don't remember his name. He was very elusive. He was very protective of Billy, but he was elusive about what Swiss asked him, did you ever see these things? Why? What do you want to know? He asked more questions to us than we did him, so we didn't get a whole lot out of him. But we know who his accomplice was. I mean, Swiss intelligence did. All we did at the end was I did a report evaluating what information the Swiss intelligence wanted us to evaluate. And that's basically it. And that was a one-time shot. We did a report. The only time that I knew that we ever got involved. Now, maybe we did later that I don't know about, but that's my involvement with the Billy Muir incident.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. Like I said, your name comes up in every story. I've never heard your story in connection with Billy Meyer, but that's another big, huge case in ufology that you've been a part of.
Well, a very small part.
and so, but what was the end result? What did you tell the Swiss? Did you tell the Swiss that you thought he was hoaxing these things?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Our photo specialist back at headquarters said that these are all hoax. These are all fakes. And our one really keen photo interpreter who just, in fact, I hate to say it, but he just passed away a few months ago. But he explained exactly how we did it and what kind of cameras and the setting on the cameras and all that stuff. So that's what our report was to the Swiss, was that it was a hoax.
Wow. Okay, so getting back to this, you're always the bad guy, and I hate to keep bringing up stuff that people have said or spread negative stories about you, but I couldn't complete this interview without getting into the Serpo story. Now, you've also been blamed for spreading the Serpo story, and I have to tell you that everything you told me so far, I truly believe you've been truthful about. But a couple of researchers have shown, a couple of researchers have shown that the files that were sent to this Serpo person who spread all this information
were sent through you because of IP matching. And I have to tell you that I went to college for computer science. So I was very interested in the information that they had. And I looked at all of it. And what it showed is that your IP number commented or talked, sent people emails as you, Richard Doty. But then your IP number also sent these Serpo files to this person. Again, it was with your IP number. I've never known what to believe about this, so I just want to ask you straight out, did you create, send, or have anything to do with this Serpo UFO story?
No.
And is there any...
I learned of this from Victor Martinez. He was the one that first sent this stuff out. Victor Martinez and a Joe Yeager. Those are the two key names in the Serpo story. Victor Martinez shared a lot of information with me and with some other people who were involved in the or who were retired from the intelligence service, DIA in particular. And so I had some peripheral information pertaining to Serpo that I provided to Victor Martinez that came from people within that are retired from the DIA. But I did not, at no way have I ever wrote or provided or falsified or created the Serpo story. Now, I wish I would have. Now, if you ever read all that stuff, somebody would have to have been
Mr. Doty,
science fiction writer.
I've read all of it, and that's what I was just going to say. Whoever, if that whole story is fake, which honestly I would tend to believe it's fake, just based on the fact. And for my listeners that don't know about the Serpo story, if you don't know about it, just Google Serpo UFO or Serpo Alien Exchange. The story is basically Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That these aliens came here, they left some of their people, they took some of our people and took them to their home planet. They spent some time there, many years, and then came back later. Some of them died there, but it's just like, this thing reads like better than a good science fiction novel. If it's fake, whoever wrote it, I think they should get a prize. It's so well written. But I've always thought, this is kind of too far out there. They don't name names, so there's no way to verify or there's no way to prove or disprove anything in the Serpo files. And I've been through all of them. And I can't prove or disprove anything because they don't give names of people. And it's convenient that this story came out after the last astronaut that supposedly went to this alien planet in this exchange program died. So you can't interview any of the guys that supposedly went there. It's one of those things that can't be proven or disproven. But whoever wrote it, if somebody wrote it, it's a tremendous, tremendous, entertaining story. But it just seemed to me like this is too much like copied directly from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But what I always wanted to ask you then is, what about these people with this IP information that are claiming that you sent it? I mean, there's a such thing called IP spoofing, which means, Mr. Doty, if I wanted to fool somebody that I was you sending an email, I could do it, but it would take somebody tremendously knowledgeable about computer science or the internet to do it, especially back then. Because back then, there wasn't things that we have now like IP hide or those things. So I have to tell you, I'm not sure that I believe or disbelieve you that you didn't send them from your home, but it appears from the documents that I've looked at and all of the computer information that it was sent from your home. Now, that doesn't mean that it was. It means that either it was or somebody made it appear that it was. What do you have to say about that? Why would somebody make it appear that you sent it?
I tell you, okay, I can send an email even back then, and it was just 15 years or 10, was it 2005?
Something like
probably
that.
13 years ago.
Yeah.
Something like 13 or 12 years ago. You could spook an IP address back then because what you're looking at is the actual just the email printout of that to email from one place to another.
Yeah, the email header.
Now,
to be honest with you, somebody sent me that information and said, you got to nail them on this because this is 100% accurate information. And my point was that I could spoof that. I could fake that he's sending emails anywhere. I could be Richard Doty right now and send an email to whoever I want under his IP.
And
as long as I had an email I would need an email from you that it was verified from you. And by the way, I do have that, just talking about our show and scheduling the show. So I could do it. Somebody very knowledgeable in computers could do it. And I've also heard that you are tremendously technical and not given credit for that. You're supposed to be a really tech whiz guy, especially, no offense for being, shall we say, a little more veteran than some people that are good with computers. So I don't know what to think about this IP information, and I wanted to ask you about it.
Well, you can believe what you want to, but I actually tried to file a lawsuit. I reported somebody to the FBI that was doing that to me. And I'd gotten an email from a person saying, "You're sending these out to people," which I didn't. I wasn't sending anything out. And this was it had nothing to do with Serpal. It had something to do with UFOs, but not Serpal. And I challenged him about it, and we got into a pissing contest during email. And finally, I just said, you know what? At the time I was working on a federal task force, and I said, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to the FBI, let the FBI investigate it. And they did. They investigated this guy. They never prosecuted the guy because the guy was hoaxing stuff, not just with me, but with a lot of other people. And he stopped it, and they basically took his computer away from him, or took his hard drive away from him. But he was sending, and I know he's the one that sent these emails out saying, "Hey, Rick Doty's a smoking gun. Here's his IP address." And that's a bunch of crap because anybody can send, even back then, an email, make up an email, spook it to make it come from you or from your grandmother or whoever you have on your email list. So that isn't, it's not even admissible in court, I found out too. So I didn't send it. I sent things to Victor Martinez. Victor Martinez sent it out to other people. That's how they got my IP address. And I tell you, back in the early 90s, and I'll admit this, that when the computers just came out, internet just came out, internet was the most insecure and unsecure system around.
Some would say it still is.
I was a hacker. I could hack into things. I was pretty technical back then. I mean, I never did anything illegal. I quit doing it when more sophisticated things came about. I was involved with another two people who actually built an encryption program that was bought by, which I didn't want to do, but was bought by another company, and they're making millions and millions of dollars on it today, which we should have been doing. That's another story. And I wrote the encryption for it. I wrote the actual algorithms for it, for that particular program. It was a very secure system for emails. That somebody else has it now, but I am technically, and if somebody gives me, and another thing, you're saying that, okay, you went to college for computer science, okay, all right. If you look at a computer and you look at the IP address that's in a computer, there's other signatures that's located in a computer when you send something out that's different from the IP address.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. But in this case, everything matched to you. But that led me to believe that somebody could have spoofed it. I know that I could have spoofed it. So I'm not saying that I believe that you sent that. I'm saying either you sent it or somebody spoofed it to make it appear that you sent it. And again, we keep coming back to Richard Doty is the bad guy of ufology somehow. I don't know that shouldn't be a badge of honor for you, but That's just the way your kind of reputation is. So I kind of thought maybe somebody who created this sent it out wanting it to come back to you. Kind of like the MJ-12 documents previously came back to you. Kind of like all this, you're the bad guy in the Benowitz case sort of came back to you. You seem to be the convenient scapegoat that people want to use to blame for things.
Yeah, my name's out there, and they want to blame me for things that I had absolutely nothing to do with. And they did get me a couple FBI investigations and polygraphs, but I was cleared of everything. I was never prosecuted. I've never been accused of a crime. I wish I was as smart as some of the people out there think I am. And I wish I would have done the cheerful document, because I would have wrote a science fiction book and made money on it. And if I had written that, somebody that wrote all that Serpal stuff had to have been either in the government, is actual factual information, or a science fiction writer.
Well, that leads me to another question that I have. On the Serpo case, a lot of people claimed that another thing that contributed, or another thing that pointed to you being the originator of the Serpo case, is that when that was making the rounds in the UFO community and people were doing lectures on the Serpo thing, you were in the audience, and somehow people thought because you were in the audience, you were sitting back and laughing, going, I put this out and now people are lecturing on it, or something like that. First, what do you think of this Serpo case? Is it a fraud? Is there real information in that? Or is it a total fictional story made up by someone?
Well,
and why the interest? Why did you have such an intense interest? Even in the film, this famous film Mirage Men, which you're in, which I think is one of the best films ever. People should go see it. You're in the audience while they're lecturing on this, and people have said, well, why does he have this intense interest in this if he's not the guy that wrote it?
Well, I happened to be, I go to the UFO conventions, all the UFO, most of them. I've missed a few, but I go to the UFO conventions. And that year, we went there. I went there. People are going to say for the Serpal story, but actually it was for something entirely different that Wendell Stevens had. He had a very highly classified file that he had gotten from somebody, he wouldn't tell us where, and we met in his room. There was several of us. There was about 11 of us that met in the room, and he showed us this, and he showed us a film. And that was, I mean, it's something that's never been disclosed and probably won't be. And I've always wondered whatever happened to the film, whatever happened to all the information that Wendell had. But anyways, then that's why I was there. That's why I was there for that UFO convention. I think it was 2006. I think it was in, that was one. It was in Laughlin, 2006. And there were DIA people there too. What people don't explain to me. I was sitting next to a couple of DIA people that were really in DIA. I mean, they were active in DIA, and they were interested in the story. Now, as far as whether it's real or not, there are, as I was told, now I don't know anything firsthand about it, but as I was told, there are aspects to the Serpal story that's absolutely real. And there's a lot to it that is absolutely false. The problem is sorting out what's really true and what's false. And one of the things that we did when we meet as a Retired Intelligence Officer Association is our little group within a subgroup, we sat down and figured out what we think was what really happened and what didn't. I mean, what the false part of it was. And I'm not ready to discuss that yet because we're still investigating it. But one of the people that was involved in this program is still alive. And we found him. And I didn't find him, but some people within our group found him and interviewed him. And this is just recently. It was in January. So there are, I think, parts of this story that may be real, I mean, and probably a small part of it, but not the entire story. I mean, when I first read this stuff, I told Victor Martinez, Joe Yeager, and some of the other guys, Carl Dale, who was intimate. Carl Dale still worked. Well, he doesn't anymore, but he worked for DIA. And I flatly told him, I said, this is like a science fiction a book. I mean, this isn't real.
That's
I mean,
what,
I've never
that's
heard
what I
about
thought of it. I thought it was a great story, but I didn't think that there was much to it. But you're saying that you've been looking into it, and there may be something to this. So I guess I got to keep it in my gray basket.
Oh, there's other people. I mean, I know Linda Howell presented something that had some legitimacy to it about this subject some years ago, and I think it was 2 or 3 years afterwards that we kind of it kicked us off to doing something in line with what she had done to see if we could trace it back to something, and we did. In fact, we have documents. Just tell you in a little bit, we have documents, and we didn't get it through FOIA. We got it through another source that showed that there were people confined at the United States Disciplinary Barracks at Fort Leavenworth that weren't inmates, but they were intelligence officers, and they were confined there for a special assignment. So who were they? It doesn't give a number of them, or it doesn't really give.
You don't want to live at Leavenworth unless you have to, I would think.
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've never been there, but yeah, I can imagine it's not a nice place to live and be in a cell or wherever they had them. But so we're still looking into it. I think that some of it, a small portion, might be factual, but the whole story, I don't think is.
And again, you deny that it was you that wrote it or that had anything to do with.
I did not write it. Absolutely did not. No, I did not write it. I wish I would have, but I did not write it. I think I know who probably did, and I think I know why, but it's very complex, and I'm not ready to disclose that.
Okay, I guess we have to move on, and I would say that the next thing that I really always wanted to ask you about is the aviary. And your part in that, you say that you came in when it was already existing. A lot of people say that you had something to do with it, that Bill Moore was really your asset as an intelligence officer. And it's a shame what happened to Bill Moore and that whole story. And a lot of people like Grant Cameron think that that was an attempt at disclosure, giving him this information and all these sources and things like that. And you were kind of codenamed Falcon, but you weren't the Falcon. Isn't that right? Because later somebody gave the true identity, or the so-called true identity of the Falcon.
The truth of the matter is, Jamie Shandera started the aviary, and along with some others. I had no idea that the aviary existed until Bill Moore brought it up to me, and then Jamie sat down at a cafe, in a restaurant in Van Nuys, California, and gave me a list of all the aviaries. And I said, "What is this?" He said, "That's what we're referring to everybody as." And I said, "Well, who made this up?" And he did. And I said, "Well, okay, okay. If you guys want to refer to that, that's fine." I never participated. I never sent anything out calling each other bird names. I never did any of that. That was all Jamie and Bill Moore and Joe Yeager. Those are the main players in that aviary. And I had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Well, again, you've been credited with either creating it or starting it or doing something, having some
larger part. But that's another lie.
Part.
That's an absolute lie. I mean,
no, that's great.
People make this stuff about me out there, but it's lie. I didn't make it up. I didn't create it.
Well, that's great. That's why we're here, is to get to your side of the story, because I don't think that anybody's heard your side of the story on so many of these things. And again, your name comes up in all of these things, like the aviary. And I grew up kind of going, ooh, Richard Doty is the Falcon. And it turns out it was somebody else.
that was the Falcon, and you were just had a peripheral sort of involvement knowing those two.
Yeah, the Falcon, the real Falcon, has already been identified, and a lot of people have verified it. I mean, really legitimate UFO people have verified it, and so I wasn't. I was credited with information coming from the Falcon, and I just let it. Rather than trying to discredit the people who were saying that, I just let it go. Let them think that I was a Falcon, but I wasn't.
Wow. And so,
just like, I mean, if you go back to the UFO Live program that aired,
I was just going to ask you about that, because people have said that you were in the audience. Is it true that you were in the audience when they taped that?
Absolutely not. That's been proven. I mean, I proved this in a court of law that I was at the State Police Academy in Santa Fe during that time frame, from August, 1st of August to the middle of December of 1988. I was a cadet in the police academy, and I mean, my instructors, my fellow cadets verified that in documents and so forth and so on. So I could not have ever been in Washington, or in Los Angeles when this aired. So that's been proven wrong.
Okay. Like I said, that's what we're here to do, is to get to the truth. One of the other things that I think is very important to ask you about, we mentioned that recent call-in you had to Jimmy Church's show and how people were analyzing every word you said and all of this stuff. And one of the things you touched on is that the Air Force Office of Special Intelligence, for which you worked, was sending you and other agents out to UFO conferences to learn about what the people in the UFO field knew. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's common, and they're still doing it today. I mean, I go to UFO conventions, I can pick the intelligence officers out. I know, look, that guy, he's intel. It's just common. It's common practice to go out and find out what information the UFO community has, what new information is being surfaced. Are the UFO community tapped into some of our classified programs? Have they taken pictures of a classified drone? Are they doing this and that? That's what they're doing. And that's, I mean, I think the people should be thankful that our government works that way and that keep track of what's going on and gathering the intelligence.
Well, one point that somebody brought up is that, I'm not sure, so I'm just going to ask you straight out. This is United States citizens on United States soil at these UFO conventions. Isn't it almost illegal to be surveilling and reporting on U.S. citizens, private citizens? And how do you feel about that, or your role in that?
There's nothing illegal. There's absolutely nothing illegal about collecting information from an open public forum. These intelligence officers didn't break into anybody's house. They didn't break into anybody's room. They didn't break into the conference. They bought tickets to go into the conference. All these things have been analyzed and cleared by supervisors, at least when I was in. I'm not talking about now. When I was in, we were tasked with going to different places and collecting information in open sources. I mean, if you're driving down the road and you see somebody doing something over the side of the road and you report it, how can that be illegal? It's not illegal. Nothing that we did, nothing that I did during my time was illegal. Everything was sanctioned. We were federal agents. We would, if we had to get a search warrant or a subpoena or something like that, we did it. I mean, and we did a lot of that information, and we did a lot of those things too. I mean, to get into some place to collect information or serve a subpoena or a search warrant or something, we did. But just to go out to an open public event and listen to people talk and reporting it is not against the law.
Well, I have heard in the Paul Benowitz case that guy's house was wiretapped and that he had people surveilling him. What about that? Was that legal?
Well, that wasn't us. That was the National Security Administration. NSA agency. The NSA, they were collecting information on Paul Bennewitz, unbeknownst to me, and because I was the case agent on that case, and they were collecting information. Now, as far as breaking in and wiretapping, I know nothing about that. I never did that. The only thing we did was we got permission from Paul to place a device on his computer, and he gave us written permission to do it. I mean, we didn't do it illegally, and we explained to him why we were doing it, because how he was collecting these images was very crude, and we could do it in a better manner, and everything that we were doing we shared with him. So, well, I would say most of what we did as far as that we shared with him, but we got his permission to do it. So the wiretap that was found on his phone, and he found it because he discovered it, wasn't ours. It was from NSA. So we didn't do it.
But did you have knowledge that NSA was surveilling him while you were involved in it? No, you didn't have knowledge.
No, absolutely not. In fact, we were at Paul's house on a rainy late fall night, and across the street from Paul's house, I saw myself and Jerry Miller, the other person that was there with me. We looked across and we saw some flashlights in an apartment or a house across the road from Paul. And I asked Paul, I said, "Is anybody living in that house?" Because I had previous knowledge that nobody lived there. And Paul said, no, there's nobody lived there. I said, there was somebody's in that house. Look at the flashlights over there. So myself and I called a friend, I called an officer from Albuquerque Police Department, a detective, to come over there. And there was a uniformed officer that came over. And I went across the street and we confronted these two guys coming out of this house. Well, they rented the house. And we ran the plates, and the plates came back to rental vehicle. And we later figured out who rented them. NSA rented them, employees out of Denver. And when we confronted the guys, they pulled out their credentials and said, "We're NSA." And I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "Well, we got a surveillance operation going on." I said, "Where?" He said, "Well, I can't tell you that because you don't have a need to know." I mean, so we figured out, that it was Paul's. Well, the next day I went out to the base, and I went to the NSA security officer for the base, NSA security personnel, and I confronted him. I said, "What are you guys doing with Paul Bennewitz? That's our case." He said, "Well, I can't really brief you in on it because," I said, "No, you will brief me in on it because it's our case."
Wow.
And so anyways, we got into somewhat of a pissing contest, and they eventually disclosed that they had a surveillance on him, and so they admitted to us. Well, we had no knowledge of it, and we didn't want any part of them because they were doing it covertly or clandestinely, and we were everything was open with Paul. They never interviewed Paul, and they really didn't have a jurisdictional mandate to do that. We did. We were federal agents. They weren't law enforcement. They shouldn't have been able to do that. But somehow they did get a warrant. They had a valid federal warrant. I don't know who got it for them, whether the FBI got it, although the FBI agent that worked with me on this case knew nothing about it either. So that's how NSA became involved.
Well, I guess that explains that part of the story. And I also wanted to ask you again in relation to a recent call you made in. You mentioned that Air Force Office of Special Intelligence, intelligence officers, all these other people are at UFO conferences, and that some of them have people in the UFO community that are assets. And you had Bill Moore as an asset and maybe a few others. And I suppose that the people that were doing the same thing you were had assets within the UFO community. And of course that people kind of said, well, he said that to sow paranoia in the UFO community about who's, working for the government. People are very interested in this. And you mentioned that there was a few people, including some people who have very well-known names that were
sort of working with or for the government. Can you elaborate on that at all? Because people would really like you to.
Well, we did have sources within the UFO community. I did, Bill Moore, but Bill Moore actually started out as being a asset for an espionage operation, not having anything to do with UFOs initially, and then it blossomed into him being a member of APRO, and so anyway, so that's how he was my asset. And there were a couple others that I used that were my assets that involved in UFO investigation, either APRO or MUFON. But and then I'm sure around the country there were others used. They used the UFO sources of information, and that was acceptable. We weren't doing anything. We weren't wiretapping. We were just collecting information from them.
And do you think that still happens today? Or are there still people in the UFO community today that are sort of feeding information to government sources?
I'm not involved anymore. Let me clear something up. You keep saying Air Force Office of Intelligence. It's the Air Force Office of Special Investigation.
I apologize. I always have a problem with what I call alphabet soup. There's so many DIA, NSA. You're entirely correct. You worked for the Air Force Office of Special Intelligence, and I apologize for misspeaking that.
Special Investigation, not intelligence.
I'm sorry, Air Force Office of Special Investigations. You're entirely correct. I have the acronym in front of me. It's one of the alphabet soups. AOFSI. Right. It goes with the DIA, the CIA, the NSA. I always call it alphabet soup.
I don't work for the government.
Yeah,
I don't work for the government anymore, and so I don't know what the government's doing as far as using people within the UFO community.
Well, you did mention there was a big name person in the UFO community that's never been revealed to have been a government source, and people are very curious as to who that is, and you know who it is, and I don't blame you if you don't want to reveal that person, but people want me to ask you who that person is.
Well, there's two big people within the UFO community that I wouldn't trust with any information, because everything that they get goes through the government. And I know today that they still are, and I'm not going to disclose their names but I think there's some people within the UFO community that know who they are.
Wow, that's pretty crazy information to know that somebody's out there in the field and they're really working for the government. And their stuff is going through the government.
I wouldn't say they're working for the government, but I'm saying that they're cooperating. And I don't know that they're actually working for them or being paid or anything like that. I don't know that.
And is this a situation? Is this a situation like Bill Moore? They're doing that to get information from the government, or in the hopes of getting information through the government? So they're cooperating.
Yes. I'm sure that these people are getting some bits and pieces. I think the government's probably throwing them bits and pieces. I'm sure of that, but I'm not positive, but I can guess that's probably what's happening. But I sat at a conference, UFO conference, a couple years ago with this particular person, and he didn't hide it with me. I mean, he didn't hide the fact that he had this person, and this person as real good friends within DIA. Well, you can just put two and two together and figure that out.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. And I have to say, it's been a pretty amazing interview. I want to thank you very much for taking part in it. And maybe this will set the record straight for some of your incredible history in this field.
I hope so.
And with that, Mr. Richard Doty bid us farewell. And I have to say that I agree with him. I hope so too. I hope tonight's exclusive interview with the Midnight Hour show will help to set the record straight for some of this man's incredible history in this incredible phenomenon that we will continue
to investigate. And my friends, I have to take a moment to make a very important announcement. On a previous episode, I mentioned that I would do this thing on my own. If that's what it took, I would go it alone. But I'm happy to say that here at the Midnight Hour Show, we are forging new friendships, new partnerships, and we have gotten new allies. And the most important of those new allies is my new consulting producer, Richard Charles. Richard Charles is largely responsible for a lot of the questions that we asked Mr. Doty tonight. He's had a lifelong interest in Mr. Richard Doty and helped me prepare for this interview. And I have to say, it would not have gone this well if not for his help. And I'm so incredibly thankful for having him now on our team. My new consulting producer, Richard Charles, was born in 1977 in Oklahoma, and at an early age developed an interest in computers, technology, and the paranormal. Having first discovered the subject of UFOs in his elementary school library in the early 90s. He ran a computer bulletin board system, just like me, before the internet came along and made BBSs obsolete. Today, Richard is still a computer hobbyist and enjoys 20th century history with a focus on the Cold War clandestine services and likes to explore alternative history, conspiracy theories, and the paranormal. In 1997, he wrote an essay on Others Unknown in the Oklahoma City bombing that was published in the conspiracy zine, The Conformists, which has since been turned into a manuscript. And I have to say, folks, that the universe really does work in strange and mysterious ways. And out of nowhere, the universe sent me the best help that I could possibly get to make the show 10 times better. Out of nowhere came this man who was one of the most incredibly well-read, intelligent researchers I've ever talked to or met in my entire life. And I need someone like him. And so we talked. And then we got the opportunity to do this Richard Doty interview. And to be quite honest, it was a lifelong ambition to interview this Richard Doty. And I needed somebody to help me do all kinds of research and help me come up with the best questions and all this stuff. And I gotta say, he stepped up to the plate better than anybody that I've ever worked with in my entire life. Tonight's show was so good because of him, and I'm so happy to have him. So ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome my new consulting producer, Mr. Richard Charles. And so after the show, I suppose, after the interview, I went off. As I mentioned previously, I'm here in the mountains of Pennsylvania, in the middle of a huge forest. And after the interview, I played it back to myself. I put it on my phone so that I could listen to it. I put on some earbuds, and like I said previously, I'm here in the mountains of Pennsylvania. And so I put that interview on my phone, and I walked around in this huge forest in the mountains of Pennsylvania, in one of the most highest elevations, at least in my state, maybe in the country. I'm very high up in the mountains. And the stars you see here up in the mountains are different. Ask anybody who's been here. I mean, you can look up and see a canopy of thousands and thousands and thousands of stars. It feels like you can see the entire universe from up here. And I stood on the top of the mountain and I wondered, what if it was true? What if other intelligent races really are visiting us or have been visiting us for years and our government has been covering it up? What if our guest tonight told us the truth and let go of some long-held secrets that the government has been keeping for ages?
Tonight, standing on a mountain covered in a canopy of thousands of stars, I looked out into the universe and thought, if we have been visited by extraterrestrial races, then no man has the right to keep that truth from us. We have to keep fighting, my friends, because the truth may be out there, but we have to keep fighting for it.
And I, for one, my friends, am going to keep fighting for it. I'm going to keep up the good fight. But I invite you to come along and join us in that fight. If you have some amazing information, hey, reach out to us. You can reach us on our new Facebook page. Just search for The Midnight Hour. Or you could message me at Stephen Cambion on Facebook. It's probably the best way to reach us. We're looking for new guests, new friends, and new allies in the fight for disclosure and to find the truth. Tonight I think that we got to some of that truth. But as someone else once said, this field is a hall of mirrors with a quicksand floor. You're never quite sure what's real or what's an illusion. And that's probably why it fascinates me to this day. Well, my fellow truth seekers, our time is now running short. My name is Stephen Cambion, also known as the Mystery Man, reminding you that in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And if you're listening to this, you're part of that revolution. Until next time, folks, let's all keep up the good fight.